Society crumbles rapidly under apocalyptic flames, widespread pandemics, global warfare, economic collapse, and severe food shortages before terrifying game-like monsters invade the planet. Human survivors gather underground, as awakened metahumans gain special status abilities, though their powers remain far too weak to end the ongoing apocalypse. 3 days later, absolute silence hangs over the desolate ruins of ruined city apartment buildings. Inside a dim apartment, the dark-haired young man calmly eats chips and drinks canned soda, proving that his personal life continues, despite the broader apocalypse. Sitting alone amidst cluttered food trash in the spacious apartment, he reflects solemnly on his total isolation while his family remains trapped somewhere outside. He bitterly recalls how his family invested their life savings and took bank loans to buy the apartment, trapping him inside following the sudden apocalyptic outbreak. Staring blankly at his phone's network connection error, the young man sighs heavily before a terrifying, demonic roar suddenly echoes outside his window. A monstrous, winged creature with razor-sharp teeth and writhing tentacles suddenly swoops past the high-rise window, shrieking as it lunges directly toward him. Consumed by sheer panic, the young man shields his face and collapses to the floor, as the shadowy beast forcefully smashes right into his room. A warning alert reveals that an unpermitted subject is attempting entry, activating the ultimate shut-in passive skill that blocks anyone without the ruler's permission. Outraged by the sudden attack, the young man furiously runs over and kicks the locked door, demanding to know what is going on outside. By the third day after the world faced its end, the young man quietly watches the ruined cityscape from inside his apartment. Despite his protective system blocking outsiders, the young survivor despairs after realizing the passive ability leaves him utterly trapped alone inside his house. His anxiety escalates as he surveys his dwindling stash of instant meals, aware that his unpowered fridge's remaining side dishes and ramen won't last long. Looking out from his apartment balcony in confusion, the young man notices system notifications revealing he successfully hunted a level 23 Calican and earned skill experience. Outside, green goblins ferociously attack and tear apart a giant winged beast that crashed into the structure, making him question if he somehow hunted it indirectly. New system messages declare a loot calculation as the monster pack suddenly recoils and writhes in intense pain, leaving the young survivor thoroughly baffled by their agony. A final system alert confirms over 2 million won has been directly deposited into his wallet, leaving him completely stunned by the unexpected financial windfall. Looking up in utter shock as the apartment ceiling light suddenly turns on, the dark-haired survivor realizes with bewilderment that his home's power has miraculously been restored. A floating blue system window reveals his passive skill Dignity Preservation restored half of his house's functions, leaving him grinning in ecstatic disbelief over the game-changing news. Overjoyed by the system notification, he dashes across his apartment and tests the kitchen appliances, thrilled to discover both running water and his stove are fully operational. Overjoyed that his home appliances are functioning, the dark-haired survivor excitedly checks his smartphone to see if network connectivity has been restored as well. Disappointment hits hard when his phone displays a network connection error, causing him to sigh in frustration until a sudden flash on the floor catches his eye. Noticing a glowing USB drive among the scattered trash, he plugs it into his computer system to inspect the saved contents. Clicking through the drive's files, he discovers cherished family photographs of his mother cradling him as a newborn baby and walking him to school as a child. Reminiscing over happy family photos with his parents, the young survivor is reminded of his deep love and cherished memories with them. Overwhelmed with emotion, he exhales sharply and walks toward the balcony, firmly resolving to bring his family to safety no matter what. Suddenly, a glowing notification alerts him to the opening of the Ultimate Shut-In Level 1 store, offering items at original prices. Intrigued by the system store notification, the young man taps the screen interface to discover it links directly to his Ultimate Shut-In wallet funds. Hoping his leveled-up skills might let him escape, he slides open the balcony window only to be blocked once again by a firm system barrier. Recalling his recent level up from a fallen monster, the young man realizes hunting more creatures could grant new skills to help him escape his trapped apartment. Looking down at the street debris, he spots a horde of low-level goblins scavenging below and decides they are manageable targets to hunt. Grabbing a heavy water bottle, he hurls it down from his balcony and grins with satisfaction as it lands a direct hit on a goblin. Realizing he can throw items outside, the young man grabs a heavy dumbbell from inside his home, eager to test its lethality as a ranged weapon. Below on the ruined street, a pack of green goblins shrieks and scavenges through meat, completely unaware as the young man prepares to attack them. Wasting no time, he winds up on his balcony and hurls the heavy dumbbell straight down, sending it crashing violently toward the unsuspecting monsters below. Realizing he has run out of heavy projectiles to throw from his apartment balcony, The survivor breaks into a cold sweat as he contemplates his defenseless situation. A loud screech echoes from below as a fierce pack of goblins spots the dumbbell, instantly working themselves into a frenzy and charging directly toward the building. Watching the enraged horde swarm closer to his position, the young man suddenly catches sight of their movement, realizing the true gravity of the impending threat. Realizing he needs a new weapon, the survivor hastily activates his floating system store while watching the distant threat from his apartment balcony. Accessing the ultimate shut-in store interface, he taps the option to list an item from his current inventory. Holding his dumbbell firm, he confirms the system prompt as a blue scan beam digitizes the heavy weight. The store lists his dumbbell for its original price, revealing that market values remain identical to pre-apocalyptic times. Confirming his store purchase, the survivor watches a brilliant blue flash materialize a heavy dumbbell directly onto his apartment floor, delighting him with its success. Leaning over his high balcony, he hurls the heavy dumbbell straight down, sending it plummeting into the monster horde below to crush a goblin's skull. Celebrating as system notifications confirm the kill, EXP gain, and cash deposit, he watches the surrounding goblins growl in anger over their fallen comrade. A heavy dumbbell plummets from above and crushes a goblin, causing surrounding monsters to roar out in anger and confusion. Frustrated by the distant target, the survivor purchases 3 sets of classic non-slip dumbbells and immediately hurls another heavy weight downward. The thrown dumbbell smashes directly into a goblin's head, granting the survivor experience, cash rewards, and a brand new system skill. Celebrating his level up, the survivor discovers he unlocked a dimensional storage skill and promptly opens the system interface while holding a dumbbell. The survivor confirms putting his dumbbell into the system storage, watches it digitize, and eagerly summons it back directly into his hand. Smirking with a sinister realization, the youth steps onto his high-rise balcony as glowing energy manifests high above the apartment complex. Holding out his hand over the railing, he opens his storage inventory and endlessly summons a massive barrage of heavy dumbbells to rain down. Heavy dumbbells rain down from the sky, crushing panic-stricken goblins below as they scream under the relentless metal bombardment. After racking up experience and currency, the youth lists 10 items in his shop, earning over 2 million won from selling groceries and his dumbbell. Checking his max-level wallet, he notices a single one missing, and realizes maintaining his apartment's dignity preservation passive costs money. Realizing utility costs consume his funds, he turns toward his refrigerator to assess the ongoing drain on his digital currency. Frustrated by his dwindling targets, he recalls driving off the goblin horde with dumbbell bombardments, leaving only 2 stragglers behind. Frustrated by the lack of targetable monsters below his balcony, the young man realizes he must find another method to continue hunting. Looking up at the clear sky, his sharp gaze catches a giant winged monster flying toward him, which he immediately identifies as a calican. Realizing he has a chance, the survivor rushes toward his balcony and quickly ties a cloth around the folding drying rack. Positioning the rack in the sunlight, he reflects a blinding flash into the flying monster's eye, causing the beast to shriek in sudden pain. Blinded and disoriented, the screeching creature loses control of its flight and plummets toward the ground, making the young man celebrate his clever strategy. As the shrieking, winged beast careens directly toward the apartment balcony, the dark-haired survivor smirks with excitement, expecting a massive level up upon its demise. Sudden gusting winds force him to shield his face in confusion, only to look up and realize that the disoriented monster has mysteriously vanished into thin air. Shocked and bewildered, the young man reels back in disbelief before the giant monster violently swoops down from above, crashing through the apartment building's outer wall. Gulping in fear as a massive monster repeatedly slams into his apartment barrier, the dark-haired survivor worries whether the protective system shield can actually hold. Desperate to take action, he opens the system store interface to review his remaining wallet funds, realizing monster loot is only calculated when corpses are nearby. Contemplating his past goblin hunts, he recalls how surviving enemies carried away dead allies' bodies, preventing those corpses from being tallied as loot money. Panicking that the system won't award loot if the monster escapes beyond the range limit, the survivor frantically seeks a way to kill it in a single shot. Spotting canola oil listed in his system store interface, he rapidly purchases 10 bottles, instantly spawning them onto his apartment floor. Scooping up the newly bought canola oil, he dumps the liquid into a large pot resting on his kitchen stove before turning up the burner heat. Working feverishly over the stove, he wraps a wooden handle with cloth to create a makeshift torch while heating the canola oil to boiling point. Opening his system store, the survivor confirms the listing prompt and pours the scalding hot canola oil into his digital inventory. After grabbing a disposable lighter, he ignites his makeshift cloth-wrapped torch and steps outside to confront the giant monster. As the terrifying avian beast swoops directly toward his balcony, the survivor bravely stands his ground while holding the flaming torch ready. Shouting "Summon canola oil," he materializes the boiling oil directly onto the massive creature's open maw, leaving the monster screeching in pain. Holding a flaming torch high, the survivor fiercely thrusts it forward as the massive avian monster recoils in agonizing, fiery pain from his surprise attack. Smiling with grim satisfaction at his success, he watches the flaming beast plummet from his balcony and crash heavily onto the ground below. Enveloped in roaring flames, the giant monster thrashes violently on the pavement before collapsing into a motionless heap and gasping its final breath. System notifications suddenly flash to confirm the monster's defeat, depositing over 9 million won directly into his wallet and leaving him absolutely stunned. System alerts suddenly announce that expansion requirements have been met, causing the whole building to shake violent as the dark-haired survivor gasps in utter confusion. Glowing blue energetic waves ripple outward across the exterior walls of the apartment complex, clutching his chest tightly in severe agony as the domain expands. Bright light surges outward along the ceiling and corridors of neighboring apartment units, surrounding the nearby residential rooms inside a glowing spherical barrier. A terrified family sits together inside their living room during the shockwaves, while the survivor stares wide-eyed upon sensing the sudden presence of other humans. Realizing the neighbors next door are engulfed in the mysterious phenomenon, the survivor clutches his head in intense agony as dark power surges through his eyes. Collapsing to his knees in his apartment while clutching his head, the survivor gasps in pain before a system chime suddenly rings out. System notifications identify neighbor Choi Hyung-jun, his wife Park Hye-won, and their 2 young daughters as eligible beings, asking if he wants to grant them citizenship. After learning that ungranted candidates will be expelled into monster-infested streets, the survivor grants citizenship to Choi Hyung-jun, Park Hye-won, Choi Na-yeon, and Choi Seo-yeon. Checking his system menu for newly unlocked citizenship perks, he unlocks Ultimate Eyes Level 1 and accesses the Ruler's Declaration passive skill tab. Opening the citizenship management menu, he registers the 4 new residents and gasps in utter shock upon seeing a maximum population capacity of 600 people. Inspecting Choi Hyung-jun's status window, the survivor realizes he can arbitrarily control EXP and money distribution rates, eagerly wondering if this is his key to growing stronger. Selecting the quest creation option, he drafts a goblin hunting task and tests setting the failure penalty to death before quickly canceling the prompt in horror. Collapsing onto his apartment floor in disbelief, he shudderingly realizes his ruler ability gives him the absolute power to execute his registered citizens at any given moment. Activating Ultimate Eyes, the dark-haired survivor peers into the expanded domain, observing his newly registered citizen family huddled together in their dark apartment. In the dimly lit apartment, Choi Hyung-jun frantically tries to reassure his terrified wife as they desperately discuss venturing out to a nearby convenience store for water. Hearing their young child cry out in thirst, Choi Hyung-jun clenches his fists in agonizing desperation, resolving to brave the deadly monsters outside to protect Seo-yeon. Overcome with distress, Park Hye-won clasps Choi Hyung-jun's hand tightly as he reassures her that he will return with supplies before leaving. Dispelled from Ultimate Eyes, the dark-haired survivor realizes the severe situation and decides to open his system skill window to find more storage capacity. Discovering 3 available skill points, he levels up Ultimate Shut-in Store to level 2, expanding listing slots and applying a discount to item prices. After leveling up his store to level 3, unlocking item restoration, the dark-haired survivor immediately opens the system shop to purchase Samdae water and Jeju tangerines. He decides to upgrade his dignity preservation skill to level 2, enabling him to register vassals so he can offer electricity and water in exchange for full obedience. Equipped with a large backpack and a staff, Choi Hyung-jun bids a tearful farewell to his worried wife and young daughters before stepping out into the perilous hallway. Gently patting his crying daughter's head, Hyung-jun asks her to obey her mother while he leaves, but the terrified girl desperately screams that monsters await outside. A comforting memory of his 2 young daughters playing happily in a sandbox is shattered as ferocious, ghoulish monsters swarm, forcing him and Hye-won to grab their children and flee. Trapped in the present grim reality, the dark-haired survivor grimly closes his eyes while listening to the dark history unfolding around him. Hyung-jun gently asks his daughters to stop crying, yet anxiety gnaws at him as he realizes this perilous outing could be his last time seeing them. A sudden, loud chime startles everyone inside the apartment, prompting Hyung-jun to instantly grab his golf club and cautiously approach the entrance door. Outside the apartment door, a mysterious figure knocks softly and politely requests for them to open up, causing Hyung-jun to tense up in extreme shock. Hyungjun grips his golf club nervously as he debates whether a survivor or a monster is at the door, calling out cautiously into the hallway. Metallic clanging sounds echo through the room as Hyungjun holds his weapon defensively, while his family cowers in absolute silence until quiet returns. After the noise fades, the apartment door suddenly begins to creak open, horrifying Hyungjun, while Hyewon and the frightened children scream in terror. Hyungjun desperately pleads for his family's safety until Jaehyun calmly steps inside carrying plastic bags, offering a polite greeting to the startled man. Terrified, Hyungjun demands to know his identity, so Jaehyun introduces himself as the neighbor next door, while offering water and tangerines for them to eat. Glancing back at his trembling wife and daughters, Hyungjun lowers his defense and accepts the life-saving food, realizing Jaehyun might actually be their savior. Jaehyun warmly invites himself inside and greets the terrified children, who stare back with pitch-black, unsettling eyes while clutching their father. Looking around the pitch-black apartment, Jaehyun commends their clever use of blackout curtains to hide from roaming monsters while casually snacking on a tangerine. Deciding they need illumination, Jaehyun quietly activates Light Up, casting glowing blue light from his eyes to miraculously restore power to the apartment's ceiling fixtures. With the lights restored, Jaehyun gently hands a bottle of fresh water to Hyungjun, instructing him to give his thirsty children a drink first. Jaehyun hands bottled water to Nayeon and Seoyeon, who greedily gulp it down until Seoyeon begins choking, prompting her mother to rush over. Watching the parched children, Jaehyun offers them a fresh tangerine, which a hesitant Soyeon accepts with a soft word of thanks. Hyewon offers to peel the tangerine, but Jaehyun gently feeds a sweet citrus segment directly into Seoyeon's mouth. After savoring the delicious citrus segment, Seoyeon cradles her glowing cheeks with a cheerful smile and confirms to Hyewon that the tasty fruit is wonderfully delicious. Seeing her sister's joy, Nayeon begs her mother for a taste, prompting Jaehyun to trigger system prompts registering Seoyeon as an eligible vassal. Observing the system window while watching the family, Jaehyun reluctantly decides against registering young Seoyeon as a vassal due to her age and strict limit restrictions. Jaehyun checks Hyungjun's trust level of 31 and contemplates how to make his neighbor trust him more to secure his loyalty. Startled when Hyungjun speaks, Jaehyun manages to express his gratitude and suggests taking their private conversation out into the hallway corridor. Stepping outside into the brightly lit corridor, the two men stand opposite each other to discuss their situation in complete privacy. Jaehyun asks if Hyungjun received citizenship, prompting Hyungjun to reveal a holographic notification window that his family received 30 minutes prior. Jaehyun asks if anything unusual happened, learning that Hyungjun's family brief immobilization was connected to their temporary frozen status before citizenship approval. In an intense moment, Jaehyun addresses Mr. Choi directly, promising to help him return to his normal life before the apocalypse, and leaving Hyungjun utterly bewildered. Jaehyun confidently promises to protect Hyungjun's house from monster invasions, leaving his stunned neighbor in disbelief, as Jaehyun reassures him of his domain's absolute protection. Asking what he needs to do, Hyungjun firmly commits to Jaehyun's life-risking deal, reasoning he was already risking everything to scavenge essential food and water. When Jaehyun suddenly asks about the price of a golf club, Hyungjun nervously estimates around 500,000 won before Jaehyun dismisses the topic to save funds. Jaehyun asks Hyungjun if he remembers when the monsters appeared, and Hyungjun fearfully recalls the horrific weekend outbreak, while Jaehyun notes that homebound survivors endured. Reflecting on Goblin's individual weakness compared to their deadly group tactic, Jaehyun realizes humans share this strength, and resolves to build his own army first. Jaehyun addresses Mr. Choi and firmly instructs him to join him in searching for survivors together. As dusk falls over the apartment complex, Jaehyun checks his system notifications and sees Choi Hyungjun's trust level increase while considering how to rescue his own family. Suddenly startled by a sharp screeching noise outside, Jaehyun leaps up from the couch and walks over to the balcony window to investigate the commotion. Peering outside, Jaehyun reacts in shock as he spots a group of human survivors armed for battle, fighting off a horde of screeching goblins. Jaehyun hurls a baseball with lethal precision, driving back the vicious goblins as they savagely swarm through the dimly lit outdoor court. Watching the bloody battle unfold, Jaehyun gasps in disbelief, while an archer unleashes rapid-fire arrows, piercing through incoming goblins. A spear-wielding fighter leaps from high above, smashing down on the surrounding monsters as more goblins charge into the fray. The armed survivors rally closely together, shielding huddled civilians behind them as they stand firm against the relentless horde. Sensing a sudden disturbance behind her, the athletic woman draws back her bow with intense focus, ready to strike whatever dropped nearby. Spotting a survivor frantically waving from a high balcony, she relaxes her guard in realization as he desperately calls out to get her attention. The The survivor eagerly signals for help from his apartment, relieved that another human has finally noticed him outside. Hearing the doorbell chime, the man opens his apartment door to greet Hyungjun, who anxiously carries a heavy cardboard box inside. Hyungjun tries to step into Jaehyun's apartment with a box of potential weapons, but an invisible blue barrier abruptly blocks him, declaring him unqualified to enter. Realizing his domain's strict security system prevents anyone except registered vassals from stepping inside, Jaehyun contemplates the system's strict rules as Hyungjun waits outside. Jaehyun accepts the heavy package across the threshold and kneels to examine the items Hyungjun gathered from around his home. Inspecting a box of heavy knives, Jaehyun opens his system store to summon 5 bottles of water and 5 instant ramyeon packets into a newly spawned crate. Jaehyun hands the supply box to Hyungjun, asking him to leave it at the ground floor entrance since goblins are only active during broad daylight. Intending to lure and recruit the armed survivors fighting outside, Jaehyun confidently explains that starving people will have no choice but to seek him out for food. Hyungjun accepts the dangerous errand, nodding in agreement as Jaehyun expresses sincere gratitude for taking on the perilous task. Jaehyun opens his system quest menu and assigns a quest to Hyungjun, displaying a glowing blue window that startles the unsuspecting man. Jaehyun explains that completing quest's awards experience points to level up, reassuring Hyungjun that his current level 9 status will grant valuable rewards. Armed with a golf club and supply box, Hyungjun carefully creeps down the stairwell to the ground floor before stepping outside into the dimly lit apartment complex courtyard. Muttering that he just needs to put the box down, Hyungjun hears low murmurs nearby and pauses nervously while clutching his golf club. Glancing over his shoulder, Hyungjun spots dark figures lurking in the shadows, gasping in horror as terrifying demonic monsters loom menacingly directly behind him. Panicking to escape the lurking shadowy figures, Hyungjun sprinted desperately across the courtyard before tripping and tumbling onto the hard pavement, scattering his carried supply box. Sprawled helpless on the ground while hearing sinister murmuring around him, Hyungjun cowered in sheer horror as dark shadows crept over his trembling body. Bracing for a fatal blow, Hyungjun recoils in shock when a friendly voice checks on him, revealing a group of armed human survivors gathering safely around him. Alerted by a system notification about an unauthorized entity, Jaehyun uses ultimate eyes to observe the approaching intruders outside his domain. Outside, a group of desperate survivors spot the apartment, hoping to scavenge food after running dangerously low on their own rations. Jaehyun receives a citizenship proposal system prompt, realizing outsiders can freely accept or reject his offer, unlike those within his expanded territory. Startled by the apartment chime, Jaehyun walks over to the video intercom and greets Hyungjun, who asks if he is currently available. Sensing an incredible opportunity, Jaehyun eagerly accepts the system prompt, asking to edit Hyungjun's active quest, and flashes a devious smirk. Jaehyun cleverly updates the quest parameters to treat 6 guests to a meal, leaving Hyungjun bewildered by the unexpected system message. Hyungjun welcomes the 6 weary survivors inside, while Jaehyun expresses his satisfaction as they agree to cooperate for the time being. Jaehyun grants formal citizenship and floor access to the 6 newcomers, who step through the barrier ready to join his growing domain. A system alert notifies Jaehyun that reaching 10 citizens increases experience and money gain by 10%, pleasing the survivors as they head out. Inspecting his citizen roster, Jaehyun checks Ha Donggin's level 23 stats and D-rank baseball throw skill, identifying him as a powerful metahuman asset. Realizing how deadly a baseball becomes when multiplied threefold in strength, Jaehyun envisions Dongjin hurling lethal pitches to effortlessly eliminate dangerous monsters outdoors. Deciding to raise Dongjin's trust over time, Jaehyun sets all 6 new citizens' experience distribution rates to 70%, confirming the system prompt update. Satisfied with his strategic setup, Jaehyun smiles as he prepares to issue monster hunting quests, effectively enabling effortless auto-hunting gains while remaining completely safe. Kim Jaehyun contemplates getting to know the new survivors when the time is right, realizing they could be key to reuniting with his family. System notifications suddenly alert Jaehyun that Ha Dongjin, Kim Ganyung, and Yu Hairan's trust levels have increased, leaving him utterly bewildered. Choi Hyungjun warmly welcomes the group of armed survivors into his home, inviting them inside as they politely express their gratitude. Hyungjun asks his wife Park Hye-won to prepare food for the newcomers, convincing her to help by assuring her Jaehyun has a plan. Inside Hyungjun's home, Dongjin bows politely to Hye-won before pausing thoughtfully while waiting for Jaehyun to arrive. Asking Hyungjun about Jaehyun, Dongjin hears that Hyungjun only knows Jaehyun as a neighbor, leading Dongjun to contemplate Jaehyun's mysterious identity. Recognizing Jaehyun's immense assistance, Dongjin concludes Jaehyun must be a powerful metahuman, and unzips his track jacket, determined to impress him at all costs. Dongjun marvels at Jaehyun's incredible power, realizing that supplying endless electricity, food, and water makes him an unmatched metahuman in this ruined world. Hyungjun offers 2 female survivors a warm shower using his 2 working bathrooms, leaving them utterly overwhelmed by Jaehyun's astonishing domain abilities. A survivor speculates on Jaehyun's metahuman abilities, prompting his companion to hilariously scold him while insisting they must try to impress Jaehyun instead. Jaehyun quietly dismisses the discussion while Dongjun nervously agrees, attempting to keep the peace and pivot back to their immediate tactical goals. Dongjun instructs the group to focus on securing food and reading the room, while his companions nod in agreement and Jaehyun smirks knowingly. Byung-ho lingers anxiously in the hallway until Dongjun approaches him, taking responsibility for bringing everyone into danger, though Byung-ho gently tries to reassure him. Byung-ho politely insists that he visited because he wanted to, while the group agrees to eat before heading to his grandmother's place together. Looking grim, Byung-ho internally despairs that it is already too late and silently fears for his grandmother's survival as dark, monstrous silhouettes loom behind him. Recomposing himself, Byung-ho tries to stay hopeful that his grandmother is still alive nearby, urging himself to endure just a little longer. A sudden metallic click startles the men in the hallway, drawing their nervous attention toward the front door as it creaks open by itself. An ominous purple aura seeps from the opening front door, making the anxious survivors tense up as Ha Donghyun readies his baseball in a firm grip. Kim Jae-hyun steps into the hallway carrying plastic bags, declaring with quiet authority that he will help all of them. Gripping his baseball tightly, Ha Donghyun stares in awe alongside his group, realizing Jae-hyun might be their only savior in this desperate pit of despair. The group awkwardly gathers around a large wooden table inside, where Haiwon warmly greets them and apologizes for the cramped living space. As the guests seated around the table anxiously apologize for arriving unannounced, Hyungjin and Haiwon serve a lavish array of fresh, piping hot food to their utter astonishment. The starved survivors gape in absolute disbelief before eagerly sampling the delicious rolled omelet and fried eggs, unable to contain their overwhelming joy and excitement. Hyewon bashfully explains that the grand feast was only possible because Jaehyun generously provided all the fresh ingredients, leaving the group deeply impressed. Jaehyun notes, Park Hyewon's trust has reached level 50, while the grateful guests enthusiastically devour the delicious home-cooked meal together around the table. Astonished by the delicious, sweet Japanese-style egg rolls, the ravenous survivors eagerly praise the food as Jaehyun silently observes their overwhelming joy. When young Seoyeon tearfully asks her mother for egg rolls, Hyewon promises to make more later, prompting another survivor to warmly offer her own portion. Little Seoyeon happily rushes over to eat the delicious rolled egg offered to her, taking a massive, delighted bite right off the chopsticks. As Jaehyun invites the hesitant young couple to sit down and join the feast, they gratefully accept and smile with joy. Sitting among the lively group, Jaehyun quietly savors the heartwarming home-cooked meal, reflecting on how long it has been since he last dined like this. Jaehyun finishes his meal, staring at a heartfelt note left for a son atop food dishes before quietly glancing over as the group finishes eating. Hyewon tenderly carries her sleepy young daughter Seoyeon off to bed after the little girl yawns, leaving the men alone to talk. Glancing sternly around the table, Jaehyun prompts the survivor group to finally finish the serious conversation they had started earlier. Byung-ho reveals with a nervous sweat drop that he cannot reach his nearby grandmother's house due to the terrifying presence of goblins. Jaehyun asks about the goblins in disbelief, prompting Dongjun to explain that thousands of goblins established their base within the apartment's underground car park. Jaehyun realizes his domain barrier only extends to the 30th floor, allowing goblins to enter through the linked underground entrances and trapping the survivors inside. Dongjun mentions their plan to escape using side roads was foiled when they encountered a terrifying monster far more dangerous than the goblins. Dongjun nervously describes a massive wolf or bear-like beast, recalling how it violently slaughtered swarms of goblins and allowed his group to escape. Dongjun explains that they only escaped because the terrifying beast was fighting a group of goblins in the darkness, leaving its true identity uncertain. Jaehyun notes they cannot avoid monsters forever, but Dongjun and his ally express concern that their limited supply of arrows and baseballs will soon run out. Offering to solve their supply problem, Jaehyun calmly asks to examine their bow, arrow, and baseball, which Dongjun hands over immediately. Jaehyun registers the baseball and compound bow into his system store, paying a fee of 1,530,000 won to list the bow for duplicating weapons. After asking if the group can use bows, Jaehyun purchases 5 sets of bows and arrows from the system store to supply everyone for future combat. Seeing Jaehyun summon 5 compound bows out of thin air shocks the group, significantly raising their trust and giving Byung-ho hope to save his grandmother. Jae-hyun states that they must drastically reduce the goblin population starting tomorrow, leaving Donghyun hesitant about moving so quickly despite agreeing with the plan. Reassuring Byung-ho that his grandmother will be saved tomorrow, Jae-hyun sparks overwhelming joy in the boy while Dongjun asks how they will execute such a feat. Jae-hyun reveals that they will lure the horde using a bait strategy, while Dongjun approaches a survivor, offering food and proposing they move to safety together. As Jae-hyun listens intently inside, Ha Dongjun knocks on the apartment door with his rescue party behind him, causing the door handle to slowly click open. Knocking loudly and shouting their rescue status, Ha Dongjun greets the desperate resident, who cautiously peeks out and urgently begs for water to slake his thirst. Ha Dongjun hands a bottled water from his bag through the door slot to a survivor before leading his squad to investigate the second floor. Arriving at the second floor, the squad gasps in horror as a loud thud echoes past a dark corridor lined with bloodied corpses. Cursing their grim discovery, Dongjan leads his armed group higher to the third floor, remaining alert and ready for combat. Ha Dongjan urges his squad to stay alert while searching units 101 and 102, suddenly freezing as footsteps echo down the dark, blood-splattered hallway. In an apartment elsewhere, Choi Hyungjun suddenly feels a strange surge of energy envelope his body and realizes something magical is happening to him. Jae-hyun unlocks the vassal summon skill and registers Hyungjun as his first vassal, discovering a paid upgrade feature to instantly boost his vassal's level. Jae-hyun notices Choi Hyungjun's quest completion notification and realizes he can raise his citizens' levels using money, deciding to save the option unless needed. System notifications confirm Choi Hyungjun's trust and loyalty have reached the required threshold, prompting Jae-hyun to officially register him as a vassal. Deep inside a shadowy apartment, horrified survivors stifle their gasps as they discover bloody corpses lying near a shattered window in total silence. Armed with a compound bow, an archer leads a terrified woman forward while tightly gripping his weapon, declaring that it is time to move out. Ha Donghyun leads his armed squad through blood-stained halls while a survivor wrestles with severe guilt, though Donghyun keeps everyone advancing steadily through the dark corridor. Knocking forcefully on sealed apartment doors yields no answer as fearful residents silently shake their heads inside, leaving the searching group empty-handed and frustrated. Realizing no survivors remain on their current level, Dongjun grimly orders his team upward to the fourth floor to continue their search. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun smirks as he hands over an upgraded bow, explaining how vassal status grants double experience while citizens receive a 10% bonus. Kim Jae-hyun tasks Choi Hyungjun with slaying as many monsters as possible, cheerfully pledging his full faith while Hyungjun reluctantly accepts the daunting mission. Meanwhile, Ha Dongjun cautiously leads his armed group of survivors down to the first floor, keeping everyone on high alert as they advance together. Jae-hyun grimaces in utter disbelief over a massive 1 million won system cost, quickly masking his distress when asked about his well-being. Surrounded by a surging blue aura, Hyungjun exclaims in awe that his strength feels renewed as if he has suddenly grown 10 years younger. Jae-hyun smirks sinisterly before placing his hand on Byung-ho, inviting the anxious survivor to join their incoming high-stakes monster hunting mission. Ha Dongjun warmly handshakes Kim Jae-hyun, introducing himself before delegating Gaeyoung and Hyerin to escort the surviving family up to the 30th floor. Surprised that they are staying in the building rather than evacuating by helicopter, the survivors are reassured by Hyerin that warm meals and hot showers await them upstairs. Overjoyed by the prospect of taking a warm shower, the young girl excitedly celebrates while Hyerin smiles brightly and confirms the delightful news. Eager to reach the safe zone, the energetic girl dashes ahead down the hallway, loudly urging her lagging father to hurry up and follow her. Feeling exhausted, yet relieved, the rescued resident agrees to follow Jae-hyun's instructions, as system notifications confirm his domain population has increased to 40 citizens. Ha Dongjan reminds his team that Jae-hyun tasked them as a rescue team to clear every floor and gather as many survivors as possible to bait goblins. Jae-hyun views his updated status interface displaying 40 registered citizens and a 90% bonus to experience and gold earned by his people. Jae-hyun decides to house children and the elderly in Choi Hyungjun's unit, while placing remaining survivors along corridors, as Dongjan reports 40 survivors found. Ha Donggan reports searching up to the 29th floor, prompting Jae-hyun to activate Ultimate Eyes and initiate the second stage of their goblin hunt. Gathering the survivors in the hallway, Ha Dongjin begins briefing the group on their objective to drag out all the goblins hiding underground. Pointing to a layout map, Ha Dongjin outlines his strategy to split into two teams, draw goblins out from floor B1, and clear B2 next. A young man in glasses raises his hand to question whether they might get trapped on the first floor if goblin numbers exceed their expectations. A confident female archer assures the group she will kill all the monsters herself, dismissing the concerns as they prepare to execute the strategy. Sudden growls echo nearby, prompting the team to turn in surprise as a horde of menacing, red-eyed goblins swarms up the stairwell. A young hunter swiftly swings his aluminum baseball bat, brutally crushing 3 swarming goblins with powerful, bloody strikes. A companion questions why he brought a bow along if he was only going to use his bat, prompting a sheepish realization. The party gasps in disbelief as blue lightning surges over the defeated goblin corpses, causing them to rapidly dissolve into thin air. Setting their shock aside, the leader casually urges the rest of the team to move onward and explore the lower basement level. As Ha Dongjin walks away in high spirits, system notifications pop up confirming that the trust of the citizens under Jaehyun's influence has significantly increased. Sitting in his apartment, Jaehyun cracks open a fresh bottle of water and takes a refreshing drink while monitoring multiple floating blue system notification windows. Surprised to see Moon Byung-ho's loyalty rapidly surge to 88 in a matter of hours, Jaehyun chuckles to himself as he realizes the immense benefit. Smirking with satisfaction, Jaehyun reaches forward and taps the glowing floating system screen to officially confirm registering Moon Byung-ho as his new vassal. A loud crashing sound echoes from the B1F basement sign as crackling blue electricity surges across Jaehyun's hands and bow while charging his power. The surrounding humans gasp in panic as intense lightning suddenly blinds and shocks the horde of aggressive goblins pressing against them in the dark corridor. Blinding flashes illuminate the shadowy lair, completely disorienting the green monsters as Ha Dongyeon screams at everyone to run for safety immediately. Taking advantage of the electric shock disorienting the horde, the survivors quickly sprint through the dark underground garage as injured goblins collapse behind them. Jaehyun unleashes another powerful shockwave through his domain, sending a massive pile of enraged goblins tumbling down the narrow corridor in utter chaos. Desperately fleeing toward the emergency exit doors, the survivors shout in panic as endless waves of goblins flood into the upper floor B1 from below. As the survivors sprint up the stairwell, a swarm of vicious green goblins forces open the door, forcing the men to strain against them desperately to hold them back. Activating his passive skill, Strength of a Gorilla, Hyungjun surges with blue lightning and delivers a massive, explosive punch that obliterates the door and knocks the monsters back. As Jaehyun desperately strains his blue lightning power against the stairwell door to hold back the swarming monsters, Hyungjun screams at him to just run up. Responding to Dongjan's urgent call, Hyungjun sprints up the stairs only to trip near the top as the door bursts open and goblins flood into the stairwell. Crawling helplessly on the stairwell floor, Hyungjun desperately tells the others to go on without him as a ferocious goblin reaches out to grab his leg. Realizing the dire situation, Dongjin turns around with a horrified expression and immediately rushes back down to help his fallen ally. Meanwhile, a hooded warrior lunges into action and strikes down the attacking monster to protect Hyungjun from being devoured. Donggon reaches out toward Hyungjun and calls for him to get up as a swarm of shadowy goblins surges up the stairs. A monster's razor-sharp claws violently slash out through the darkness, targeting the fleeing survivors on the narrow stairwell. With a powerful purple aura bursting around him, the hooded fighter unleashes a devastating attack to push back the entire horde. Dongjin watches the sudden explosion of power in shock and disbelief, completely stunned by the masked warrior's incredible display. As a ferocious horde of green goblins charging through the dark corridor ambushes Ha Dongjin, he swiftly reacts and strikes down a leaping monster. Dongjun shouts for Deoksu to hurry back as he charges up the stairwell, while dodging aggressive monsters lunging from all directions. The archery group readies their bows from the upper landing, shouting frantically to support Ha Dongjin as a massive monster horde surges up the stairs. Under the glowing full moon, strange crunching noises echo ominously from the towering apartment complex. Fueled by insatiable bloodlust, a glowing-eyed giant bear savagely devours a blue goblin while demanding more blood to slake its hunger. Distant goblin shrieks echo through the dark corridors, drawing the attention of the lurking shadowy predator. Looking up at the dark residential tower with burning crimson eyes, the terrifying beast vows to slaughter everyone inside. A panicked survivor stumbles frantically down the hallway while fleeing in terror from the shadowy, malevolent force. Collapse on the floor, Hyungjun catches his breath in relief before recognizing Jaehyun standing over him in the hallway. Jaehyun explains using his skill to rescue Hyungjun, who groans in pain from a severe bleeding leg wound that requires medical attention. Realizing the gravity of Hyungjun's injuries, Jaehyun decides to procure medical supplies and instructs him to rest safely inside the apartment. Opening his medical kit, Jaehyun recalls fond childhood memories before realizing his limited listing slots prevent him from storing every single loose item individually. Jaehyun brilliantly solves the problem by putting the entire medical kit back together, converting it into a single collectible item worth 77,331. Returning to the hallway with the reclaimed kit, Jaehyun sets it down before the anxious Hyungjun and asks to examine his severe injuries. Jaehyun carefully disinfects Hyungjun's bleeding leg wound, earning a bump in his trust and loyalty stats, while Hyungjun gasps in relief and expresses his sincere gratitude. Leaving Hyungjun to rest, Jaehyun packs his medical kit and activates Ultimate Eyes, casting his black and white gaze downward to survey the building's lower floors. Dash signals mark the stairwell levels as an archer draws back a glowing bowstring to unleash a shot. A bright arrow pierces a roaring goblin's forehead, while nearby allies quickly ready their bowstrings to continue the desperate assault. A survivor charges furiously through the dark corridor past a ferocious horde of green goblins, while archers provide ranged cover from above. Leaping dodgingly through the chaotic gloom, the warrior evades two lunging goblins as an enraged archer lets out a fierce battle cry. Moon Byung-ho leaps acrobatically through the stairwell, decapitating attacking goblins with rapid, glowing strikes to protect his retreating allies. Watching the relentless combat unfold, the stunned survivors wonder in disbelief if Byung-ho was always such an extraordinarily skilled fighter. Observing through his system display, Jaehyun smirks knowingly after confirming Byung-ho's stats and teleportation ability as his newly registered second servant. As a massive ogre roars in the dark stairwell, the survivors quickly confirm they have the extension sockets and water tank fully prepared. Byung-ho dashes up the stairs as Ha Dongin tips a heavy water tank over the barricaded hallway to trap incoming monsters. A rushing wave of torrent water cascades down the dark stairwell, completely engulfing and sweeping away the terrified goblin horde. Ha Dongin yells for Jian to act, prompting him to hit the power button and send lethal electricity surging through the flooded stairs. Jaehyun's eyes flare dark purple as a powerful internal shockwave surges within him, following the sudden electrical explosion. As a surge of dark purple energy hums through the floor, Jaehyun groans in agony while clutching his pounding head from the intense domain reaction. A magical system window activates to initiate automatic removal, causing electric shockwaves to instantly detonate and obliterate the approaching goblin horde in a burst of light. A surviving goblin warrior turns around in sheer confusion as the system logs multiple confirmed kills and footsteps echo down the darkened corridor. A giant dark bear monster with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows and savagely sinks its sharp teeth directly into a terrified goblin warrior. Shocked goblins look on in utter horror and confusion as blood spatters across the darkened corridor from the sudden beast attack. Swinging its massive razor-sharp claws, the ferocious shadow bear viciously shreds through the goblin horde in a flurry of lethal red slashes. Terrified goblins shriek and desperately try to flee in panic as the monstrous shadow bear continues its relentless and gory slaughter. A colossal shadow bear relentlessly massacres a horde of screeching goblins, tearing through their ranks with swift, terrifyingly powerful physical strikes. The dark, red-eyed monster viciously sinks its teeth into a goblin's neck, hungrily devouring the creature while blood spatters everywhere. Surrounded by shrieking goblins, the raging bear roars in agony as the swarm frantically claw at its fur and pin its head down. Bursting with unleashed fury, the bear explodes into a bloody frenzy, obliterating its surrounding attackers before turning its glowing red eyes around in confusion. A system notification grants citizenship as the giant beast reverts into a human woman named Oh Yeonju, who collapses unconscious beside slaved goblins. Jaehyun clutches his head in intense pain while observing the sleeping woman lying among slaughtered monster corpses in the quiet parking garage. System notifications reveal Oh Yeonju possesses the Werebear ability, which transforms her into a beast while maximizing physical power and regeneration. Jaehyun notes Oh Yeonju's high-level and A-rank ability, then checks new trust alerts to register Kang Deoksu as his newest vassal. Deoksu registers as the level 25 third servant with the Iron Knight ability, prompting Jaehyun to realize vassal levels depend directly on their awakened rank. Jaehyun compares his vassals, noting Choi Hyungjun at C rank, Kang Deoksu at B rank, and Moon Byung-ho at A rank, realizing their starting levels directly reflect their ability ranks. Jaehyun analyzes the vassal ability rank system, wondering if ability ranks are chosen at random or influenced by specific factors, since loyalty values do not consistently match ability tiers. After realizing registering a metahuman as a vassal could cause issues, Jaehyun activates Ultimate Eyes to investigate a sudden notification that a metahuman can now freely move across floors. Slain goblins lie scattered across the floor while an unconscious woman rests quietly in the middle of the room. Elevator doors open on the 30th floor as Jaehyun instructs Mr. Choi to retrieve the unconscious lady lying down on the B2 floor. Deep inside the stairwell, survivors struggle to pull heavy cables while recounting how a sudden swarm of goblins relentlessly attacked them. Ha Dongjin silently reflects on Jaehyun's terrifying combat ability and overwhelming power while witnessing the bloody aftermath of slaughtered goblins. Park Haiwan serves a hot meal to the group, explaining that the warm water and ingredients were provided entirely through Jaehyun's remarkable abilities. Dongjeon recognizes Jaehyun's immense aura before observing Byung-ho dutifully working alongside him on the floor. Recalling Byung-ho's sudden transformation after meeting Jaehyun, Donghyun reflects that no matter what terrifying abilities someone possesses, the ultimate outcome remains identical. As the elevator count reaches floor 82, Donghyun rushes through the blood-spattered corridor filled with fallen bodies, realizing humanity must be chosen by Jaehyun to survive. Dark energy swirls around Jaehyun's eyes as he stands calm and collected, maintaining an imposing presence within his apartment domain. Outside on the playground, a young child happily plays with a toy truck under the bright sunny sky while Jaehyun silently watches over him. Playing happily in the sunny courtyard with his toy truck, a young boy calls out to his mother with a bright smile. Looking toward her cheerful son, the mother suddenly turns pale with intense terror as horror washes over her face. Terrifying shadow monsters suddenly surge around the smiling boy, forcing his horrified mother to scream out in desperate panic as dark claws reach for him. An overturned, blood-splattered military vehicle lies motionless under dim embers, signaling a brutal battle against the relentless horde. Waking from a horrifying nightmare with a gasp, Oh Yeonju sits up in bed while Kim Jaehyun silently watches over her recovery. Jaehyun politely introduces himself and extends a hand, but Yeonju ignores the gesture to demand if he wiped out the goblins. Taken aback by her direct question, Jaehyun reacts with visible confusion as Yeonju intensely asks if he severed the goblins' heads. Jaehyun cautiously massaged his aching hand and confirmed the truth, leaving Yeonju trembling in overwhelming shock as she realized his unbelievable strength. Recognizing Jaehyun's immense ability to wipe out entire goblin hordes in an instant, Yeonju clasped her trembling hands together and shed desperate tears. Startled by her sudden emotional outburst, Jaehyun watched silently as Yeonju wept uncontrollably and begged him with all her heart to save her son. Desperate for help, Yeonju tearfully confesses her grief, prompting Jaehyun to consider whether he can issue a quest to save her lost son. Jaehyun attempts to grant a quest requiring 1,000 goblin kills to revive Yeonju's son, hoping the system will allow it. The system immediately rejects the request, leaving Jaehyun to bitterly accept that the dead cannot be brought back to life. Jaehyun receives a system notification rejecting resurrection due to insufficient funds, realizing with shock that bringing people back to life is possible if he acquires enough money. Looking down at the sobbing Yeonju, Jaehyun swallows his hesitation as he realizes he must gather a massive fortune to make the resurrection possible. Jaehyun gently calls out to Yeonju and offers her hope, telling her that bringing her son back to life might actually be possible. Oh Yeonju tearfully asks if her son can really be revived, but Kim Jae-hyun clarifies that while possible, it cannot be done immediately. Realizing that making all 7 party members his vassals will make defeating monsters easier, Kim Jae-hyun resolves to recruit them under his command. Kim Jae-hyun asks Oh Yeonju to get up so he can introduce her to Ha Dongjin and the rest of his group. Ha Donghyun identifies Jaehyun's companions by their signature combat styles, prompting the woman to ask in utter shock how he already knows their identities. A mysterious woman playfully teases that they have met before, leaving Jaehyun and his allies completely bewildered as a low growl resonates through the room. Dark shadow energy envelops the woman as she begins transforming into a fierce beast, startling Jaehyun's group as they suddenly recognize her true identity. Oh Yeonju transforms into a massive bear and reassures Jaehyun's group that she is an ally who helped them against the goblins before. Jaehyun interrupts the group's conversation, firmly announcing their plan to rescue Moon Byung-ho's grandmother the following morning now that goblin numbers are reduced. Jaehyun notes that Choi Hyung-jun cannot join the rescue mission due to his injuries, while Hyung-jun humorously lies in bed complaining about losing his room. Transformed as a giant bear, Oh Yeonju chuckles happily while Kim Jae-hyun dismisses the group for the upcoming morning rescue mission, prompting enthusiastic agreement. Jaehyun singles out Moon Byung-ho and Kang Deoksu, motioning for them to step into the hallway for a private conversation. Out in the dimly lit hallway, Jaehyun asks Byung-ho and Deoksu if they know why they were called, prompting Deoksu to nervously inquire if it involves their powers. Smirking calmly in response, Jaehyun confirms that their summons is indeed related to the special powers they possess. Jaehyun informs Moon Byung-ho and Kang Deoksu that both have awakened special abilities, revealing Byung-ho gained teleport, while Deoksu gained Iron Knight. Jaehyun opens his system window to assign a party quest, requiring them to demonstrate their abilities within 1 hour before tomorrow's mission. Deoksu excitedly asks about his Iron Knight ability, and Jaehyun explains that it allows him to summon heavy iron armor and a powerful halberd. Kang Deoksu attempts to summon his halberd, creating a dramatic flash and burst of energy while Kim Jae-hyun and Moon Byung-ho watch in silence. Moon Byung-ho concentration allows him to successfully execute his teleportation skill, causing his loyalty and trust notifications to pop up as he rejoices. Moon Byung-ho bows deeply to express his gratitude, but Kim Jae-hyun abruptly stops him to explain the harsh difficulties awaiting his grandmother's rescue. Jae-hyun warns Byung-ho about controlling his abilities and penalty risks, prompting Byung-ho to swallow nervously and agree to get a complete grasp on his teleportation distance. Suddenly, a glowing halberd materializes in a burst of light as Deoksu successfully equips his full knight armor, causing his trust and loyalty notifications to surge. Ignored by a newly motivated Deoksu exercising in the background, Jae-hyun turns to Byung-ho and instructs him to test his teleportation by crossing over to a distant apartment. Determined to succeed, Byung-ho accepts the challenge, takes a deep breath under Deoksu's encouraging gaze, and gathers his aura as a system quest appears. Demonstrating his A-rank teleportation, Byung-ho instantly vanishes from the hallway and materializes safely inside the targeted building, triumphantly waving to his amazed companions outside. A system notification confirms Byung-ho's successful quest completion, leaving him smiling in relief while Jae-hyun looks on with satisfaction from inside the apartment. Staggering back in exhaustion, Byung-ho collapses onto the floor after Jae-hyun activates his system skill to recall him back to the apartment's safety. Resting peacefully on a bed, Byung-ho's status screen confirms he is unharmed, relieving Jae-hyun and Deoksu as they discuss his sudden exhaustion from skill overuse. Turning to Deoksu, Jae-hyun unexpectedly assigns him a workout quest wearing full heavy armor, forcing the knight to start doing push-ups and squats immediately. Screaming in exhaustion, Deoksu completes his intense workout quest in full iron armor, while Jae-hyun notes his extraordinary stamina. Jae-hyun checks his system panel in surprise as an evaluation process begins, leaving him staring in confusion at the sudden notification. Resting after completing his quest, Deoksu thanks Jae-hyun, who warmly dismisses him just as the system completes its evaluation. A system notification alerts Jae-hyun that his strength has increased, causing dark, surge-like energy to envelop his hands as he gazes in shock. Jae-hyun stares in disbelief at his unexpected stat increase, realization dawning upon him with a smirk as he acknowledges how this sudden gain changes the entire game. The following day, in a Busan alleyway, a survivor desperately screams for everyone to run while fleeing in terror alongside his companions from a pursuing horde. A pack of monstrous green goblins snarls relentlessly as Deoksu charges forward clad in full iron armor, unleashing a powerful axe strike to slaughter the beasts. Kang Deoksu slashes through attacking monsters in his full iron armor, screaming fiercely as more enraged goblins charge directly toward him. Sharp arrows suddenly rain down and impale the advancing monsters, prompting Deoksu to look back as an archer survivor shouts to ignore the past monsters. Deoksu swings his massive halberd with a confident grin to crush the remaining beasts, while a horde of goblins stampedes down the urban street. Terrified goblins recoil in horror as a massive bear shadow looms threateningly over them, forcing one to cry out in sheer terror. Kang Deoksu slashes down the monsters while Moon Byung-ho provides archery cover fire, shouting at him to move immediately. Ha Dongjan orders Moon Byung-ho to run toward his grandmother, prompting Byung-ho to leap past the battlefield while yelling his thanks. System notifications pop up confirming Oh Yeonju's quest completion and depositing funds directly into her ultimate shut-in wallet. Kim Jae-hyun slurps his cup noodles while pondering the strange variation in quest completion rewards compared to Deoksu's earlier outcome. A system window suddenly notifies Jae-hyun that Moon Byung-ho completed his quest, yielding a jackpot reward of 1 valuable skill point. Surrounding himself with a brilliant aura of blue energy, Jae-hyun prepares to unleash his newly enhanced power with intense focus. Moon Byung-ho races back into his family's apartment home and urgently bursts open the bedroom door while desperately shouting for his grandmother. Relieved to find his elderly grandmother sleeping safely in bed, Byung-ho gently touches her arm before she stirs awake and calls out his name. Sobbing with intense relief, Moon Byung-ho tightly embraces his grandmother while weeping tears of joy and apologizing for taking so long to reach her. Kim Jae-hyun observes system windows confirming Byung-ho's maxed loyalty, but reacts in disbelief when attempting to level him up requires 100 million won. Kim Jae-hyun vents his frustration over the massive level-up cost before noticing an unexpected sound coming from the elevator. Dark energy swarms around Jae-hyun's eyes as a menacing duo carrying a cardboard box stalks through the dimly lit hallway. The mysterious visitors ring the doorbell, prompting Byung-ho's grandmother to open the front door where Kim Dae-bin introduces herself with a cheerful smile. Kim Minho nods as Dabin introduces him to Byung-ho's stunned grandmother, who nervously asks why the unexpected visitors have arrived at her apartment door. The visitor dramatically drops her head in embarrassment before urgently pleading to take a shower, leaving Byung-ho's bewildered grandmother to happily invite her inside. Kim Minho carries a large cardboard box into the apartment while asking where to set it down, sparking curiosity from Byung-ho's grandmother. Kim Dabin and Kim Minho present a box full of canned food and supplies, causing Byung-ho's grandmother to express her heartfelt gratitude for their unexpected generous gift. Spotting a compound bow and a baseball bat standing in the corner, Dabin suddenly halts and suspiciously questions whether the weapons belong to the apartment's actual owner. A dark, sinister aura subtly envelops the apartment as Minho silently observes the room, calmly concluding that the occupants do not appear to be bad people for now. Looking out over the apartment complex, Jaehyun resolves to contact the nearby survivors and enlist their assistance in rescuing others stranded in neighboring buildings. System notifications pop up unexpectedly to confirm that Jaehyun has slain a red tiger, awarding him massive experience, funds, and a brand new skill. Below on the blood-soaked streets, Deoksu and the survivors stand bewildered beside the freshly slain monster carcass, while Jaehyun reels from an intense dark surge. Black energy surges through Jaehyun's eyes as his vision distorts, causing him to clutch his head and groan in agony from the sudden, overwhelming corruption. Pain racks Jaehyun as system prompts notify him of newly eligible citizens, forcing him to extend citizenship to unlock the collective skill Power of Trust. Clad in full armor, Deoksu carries a wounded civilian to safety, while Jaehyun grimly worries about the endangered state of Oh Yeonju's group. Deoksu charges forward to protect fleeing survivors while nearby citizens look on in total shock after taking down monsters with a single strike. As Kim Ga-young and her ally feel lighter and regain their stamina, Jaehyun observes his passive skill Power of Trust, increasing his party's attributes by 50%. Recognizing Jaehyun's incredible buffering power, a survivor cheers before Jaehyun registers Kim Ga-young and Yoo Hyerin as his 4th and 5th vassals, unlocking their unique awakened abilities. Surrounded by vicious, snarling goblins in an alley, Kim Ga-young unleashes her newly empowered archer skill, shooting a glowing blue arrow that pierces through the advancing monsters. Kim Ga-young's blue glowing arrow ricochets violently through the street, killing multiple goblins instantly and leaving her completely stunned at the raw power of her skill. Jaehyun issues a system quest to hunt 10 goblins using piercing within 10 minutes, realizing how surprisingly complex managing his vassals' abilities can be. Evaluating Yoo Hyerin's B-rank poison mist, Jaehyun notes its potential harm to allies and decides to hold off on assigning her skill quest for now. After receiving a system notification that Kim Ga-young completed her daily quest limit, Jaehyun resolves to check on the citizens residing on the lower floors. Jaehyun activates his domain vision, projecting his glowing spiritual form down through the apartment building floors to monitor the remaining survivors. Observing room 2902, Jaehyun realizes Ha Donggin's group independently gathers food and water, making them capable of surviving without joining another party. Projecting his spiritual form into another room, Jaehyun discovers Kim Da-young unconscious on the floor and quickly realizes she possesses B-rank healing abilities. Jaehyun stands silently outside room 2902, carefully contemplating his next move while observing the digital door lock. Jaehyun cautiously cracks open the door to room 2902, peering inside with an intense gaze as sweat trickles down his tense face. Remembering his newly acquired skill, Jaehyun checks the system window for Ultimate Shut-in's Invisible Hand Level 1 and clenched his fist in satisfaction. Manifesting the telekinetic power, Jaehyun uses an invisible hand to snap the heavy lock from the outside before quietly unlocking the door. Jaehyun breaks the door's locking mechanism and rushes inside the apartment, only to find Da-jung lying motionless on the floor. Kneeling beside Da-jung, Jaehyun tries to wake her up and realizes with growing panic that she is suffering from severe dehydration. Desperately looking around for anything to save her, Jaehyun is shocked to discover her body trapped inside a water bottle. Determined to save Da-jung, Jaehyun quickly issues a system quest to cure her severe dehydration, instantly reviving her as she regains consciousness in relief. Waking up confused, Da-jung asks who he is, and Jaehyun calmly introduces himself as her upstairs neighbor who broke in to save her life. Overwhelmed with immense relief upon realizing she has survived, Da-jung breaks down into tears and covers her face while weeping uncontrollably. Jaehyun struggles under intense strain before calling out to Kim Da-jung, desperately pleading for her help to save a companion. Overwhelmed by tears and her own past trauma, Da-jung sits stunned on the floor as Jaehyun approaches to ask for her assistance. Jaehyun kneels before Da-jung, asking for medical aid while she realizes in shock that he knows about her hidden profession as a nurse. Da-jung decides to cooperate with Jae-hyun, who pauses in surprise as a system prompt assigns him a quest to heal her injuries. Jae-hyun tells Da-jung to rest and drops mandarins for her, causing her to react in shock at the system screen floating before them. Pointing nervously at the glowing system window, Da-jung demands an explanation, but Jae-hyun smirks and promises to explain everything later. Jae-hyun urges Da-jung to rest, leaving her utterly bewildered as she picks up the dropped mandarins and wonders if she is dreaming. Jae-hyun quietly steps out of the apartment, leaving Da-jung alone as he walks through the hallway toward the balcony. A system notification confirms Da-jung's trust has increased, leading Jae-hyun to look out from the balcony while anticipating the arrival of something important. A ferocious red tiger charges at fleeing survivors, shocking Jae-hyun from his balcony as he realizes another giant beast has appeared. A fleeing woman trips and crashes onto the pavement, causing her allies to scream out her name in complete horror. Yahello struggles in pain while ground-shaking fear strikes her, forcing out a desperate scream as the massive monster looms over her. Glaring back at the monstrous predator looming right behind her, Yahello braces herself in terror as the giant tiger opens its massive jaws to consume her. The tiger suddenly snaps its head back as a purple energy cuts through the air, completely missing its target while the beast growls in confusion. As a wounded Yahello coughs painfully in Jae-hyun's domain, Jae-hyun, nervously swallowing, realizes that their close escape thankfully bought enough precious time for the others. Meanwhile, outside the safe zone, Ha Dongjin and his group flee frantically as the giant monster tiger pursues them down the street. A system notification offers citizenship for newly arrived survivors, prompting a wounded traveler to desperately beg Jae-hyun to save his grandmother, before Jae-hyun bids him to wait. Jae-hyun remains silent and thoughtful, while the bloodied young survivor stares back in desperate, anxious anticipation. Jae-hyun cradles Moon Byung-ho's grandmother while reassuring her, though his expression turns grim as he prepares for incoming danger. A massive, terrifying red tiger sprints down the road at incredible speed, chasing down fleeing survivors. Jae-hyun summons the invisible hand skill to manifest giant glowing bolt cutters, determined to slay the monstrous beast through alternative methods. The gigantic beast opens its terrifying jaws and lets out a deafening roar while relentlessly pursuing the fleeing group of survivors. Ha Dongjin grits his teeth in determination, plants his foot firmly, and executes a powered baseball throw, launching a blue flame-coated ball at hypersonic speed. A massive, terrifying red tiger leaps forward with a blood-curdling roar while energy surges around its deadly sharp fangs. A bloodied Kim Ga-young screams out in sheer desperation as the monstrous beast closes in on her helpless ally. Realizing that escape is impossible, Ha Dongjin grits his teeth in sheer desperation and shouts for everyone else to run while holding the line. The ferocious red tiger charges at full speed, opening its enormous jaws to swallow Ha Dongjin whole as he frantically flees toward safety. Gritting his teeth in sheer desperation, a bloodied Ha Dongjin braces himself as he prepares to confront the monstrous beast head-on. Sensing an overwhelming threat, the giant red tiger suddenly freezes in horror as massive invisible energy pincers slam down to crush it from above. Entrapped around the throat by spectral telekinetic energy, the ferocious beast thrashes wildly in midair, while emitting desperate, choked growls. A bloodied Ha Dongjin gasps in utter astonishment as Kim Ga-young and her ally arrive, stunned to see the terrifying monster completely immobilized. A bloodied Kim Ga-young receives a system notification with shock as giant telekinetic pincers slam down onto the ferocious monster below. Jae-hyun watches remotely from his apartment balcony, calmly calculating that having Kim Ga-young hunt monsters 4 times faster yields maximum loot for his empire. Concentrating her aura into a longbow, Kim Ga-young pulls back a glowing blue arrow and fires a devastating beam that completely obliterates the trapped red tiger. Jae-hyun smirks as system messages confirm the tiger's defeat, massive currency deposits, and Ha Dongjin's official registration as his new loyal vassal. Pushing herself to her absolute limits, Kim Da-jung channels her glowing abilities to completely heal the survivor's severe bloody gash, while Jae-hyun watches with satisfaction. Questioned about the sudden monstrous threat, a bloodied Ha Dongjin explains that Byung-ho's grandmother had unwittingly been surviving deep inside the deadly red tiger's territory. Connecting the dots, Jae-hyun realizes the grandmother only survived because the terrifying predator's overwhelming presence naturally warded off the endless goblin hordes from her apartment. After Kim Ga-young's quest evaluation completes, Kim Da-young finishes her healing duties and asks Jae-hyun if she can finally return home. Choi Hyung-jun awkwardly interrupts Jae-hyun, anxiously expressing his concern that the survivors cannot continue gathering inside Hyung-jun's crowded house forever. Jae-hyun reassures the worried group, announcing that everyone will now reside in Unit 2901, where electricity and living necessities are fully provided. Jae-hyun suddenly calls out Daebin's name, prompting the young woman to answer him attentively, with a sharp and startled response. Jae-hyun offers empty units 2,000, 101, and 2,000, 102, with electricity to accommodate the survivors, prompting Dabin to gratefully agree to share space. Jae-hyun asks Dabin for a favor, requesting that she act as a messenger between him and the other survivors. Jae-hyun offers an empty home with unlimited utilities to the fastest team that kills 100 goblins, surprising Dabin and her companion. Jae-hyun cold-bloodedly announces that only those who prove their worth will be granted system quests, assigning a goblin hunt with strict failure penalties. Out in the dark corridor, a panicked survivor desperately sprints for his life while panting heavily as an aggressive horde of goblins relentlessly chases him down. Desperately reaching for the bright safety door ahead, the fleeing man is grabbed from behind by a goblin before sliding violently across the floor inside to safety. Screaming for immediate action, the man watches as armed allies assemble with spears, piercing several advancing goblins to protect their position inside the corridor. The goblin horde lunges forward aggressively, but the defenders hold the line, thrusting spears into the swarm while several monsters attempt to retreat. Sensing the monsters fleeing, the men urge a quick attack before a mysterious survivor smirks darkly as the trap unfolds perfectly. Displaying his spear tied to a staff, the young man hurls a brilliant blue energy strike through a corridor to impale a lurking monster, impressing his allies. Boasting about their respective kill counts of 22 and 23, the party realizes their combined efforts have successfully eliminated over 100 goblins together. An enraged survivor confronts Sunyeob for grossly miscalculating the horde's size, prompting a fierce argument about whether the threat was underestimated. A heated argument erupts as Seungmin furiously confronts Sunyeob over a dangerous strategy, but Sunyeob coldly dismisses his complaints and threatens to kick him off the team. Their teammates quickly intervene to de-escalate the conflict, praising Seungmin's fast pacing as bait until Seungmin reluctantly offers a tense apology to keep the peace. Setting their bitter quarrel aside, the team falls into line behind Sunyeob as they advance toward the 21st floor to claim their next target. A female receptionist apologetically announces that another group already claimed the reward, leaving An Sunyeob and his team utterly stunned that someone killed 100 goblins faster. Refusing to believe the news, an enraged Sunyeob grabs the receptionist, aggressively demanding their rightfully earned placement while insisting she stop joking. The receptionist's calm demeanor remains unshaken as she points out the true first-place team, causing Sunyeob to turn around in complete shock and disbelief. Kim Jae-yoon stands triumphantly beside his smiling allies as Dongjin explains the deal he struck regarding his house, electricity, food, and his daughter's quest exemption. Kim Dabin questions the quest exemption for Mr. Jiho's daughters, but Ha Dongjin cheerfully reveals they are both full adults who are proficient with bows. Dabin inquires about Jae-hun's goblin hunting quest, prompting an enraged An Sunyeob to step in and fiercely protest against the perceived special privileges. Dabin calmly clarifies that Jae-hyun arranged for the second and third teams to go to the 30th floor for rewards, leaving Sunyeob speechless. Inside the elevator, An Sunyeob's group mocks Kim Jae-hyun's influence until Seungmin nervously interjects that Jae-hyun protects them and everyone is trying to win his favor. Displeased by Seungmin's blunt remark, Sunyeob fumes in silence as the elevator reaches the 30th floor and promises to settle the score with him later. As the elevator doors slide open on the 30th floor, Kim Jae-hyun approaches with a calm, imposing posture to greet the arriving group. Kim Jae-hyun offers a smirk and greets Baek Sunyeob, who hesitantly steps forward and introduces himself with an anxious expression. Jae-hyun firmly shakes Sunyeob's hand and commends his group's clever use of the barrier, instantly shocking Sunyeob into a furious panic. Jae-hyun cheerfully promises utility supply to their units for hunting 100 goblins, leaving the group bewildered as to how he maintains total authority. Jae-hyun darkly smiles and denies being a cult leader or god, projecting a terrifying vision that leaves Sunyeob's entire group utterly frozen in fear. Kim Jae-hyun chillingly smirks at the terrified group, announcing that he also has a favor to ask of them. Baek Sunyeob and his panicked hunters sprint frantically through the alleyway towards Ha Dongjan, desperate to launch their luring strategy against pursuing monsters. Ha Dongjan smirks confidently as he readies his spear with aura, triggering his throw and thrust skills to wipe out the approaching horde. System notifications reveal the Knight title benefits and Lancer skill mastery, as Ha Dongin charges forward through a charging goblin horde with his spear. Ha Dongin stands ground against a massive green goblin, executing a swift upward spear thrust that pierces straight through the monster's skull. Kim Ga-young aims her bow from afar, while Ha Dongin readies another spear strike, preparing to launch himself at the next approaching goblin monster. Ha Dongjin slays a level 19 orc to complete a group quest, earning millions in one while frightened survivors look up at him. Jaehyun welcomes new refugees into his home system, granting citizenship to reach 200 members and unlocking the passive tax collection skill. Realizing tax recovery takes 10 months, Jaehyun urgently decides to send Ha Dongjan's team to Nambu-Mindong to rescue his parents without delay. Jaehyun distributes 30% of his system funds to upgrade his proclamation of the home skill to level 10, earning 3 skill points. Jaehyun reels in agony as system notifications announce the proclamation of his domain over the entire apartment complex, activating a new construction system feature. Reviewing the costly facility options, Jaehyun realizes building a solar generator yields a poor return, causing him to hesitate and reconsider his immediate investment strategy. Realizing the subsidy funds can only be allocated for construction, Jaehyun gasps in realization as a new realization strikes him regarding his available resources. Realizing the subsidy provides funds separate from his personal cash, Jaehyun installs a solar generator and learns only one can be built per building. Jaehyun inspects the store function, realizing it allows residents to make automated purchases, increase fund distribution, and operate without needing a dedicated cashier. Deciding to place the store at Apartment 101, Jaehyun begins store construction while eyeing the gym as his next facility. Kim Jaehyun reviews the gym's massive training efficiency bonuses and immediately initiates a 72-hour construction on the second floor. Upgrading the Sovereign store to level 5, Jaehyun unlocks 500 item slots alongside a new categorization feature for bulk and individual purchases. Curious about the store's upgraded catalog, Jaehyun opens the interface and selects the water section to browse through various beverage options. Spotting an array of instant ramen brands available for individual purchase, Jaehyun smirks as he contemplates how useful these new store options will be. Kang Deoksu leaps into action in full armor, swinging his halberd to cleave through an aggressive goblin monster and protect the surrounding alleyway. Wiping sweat after the clash, Deoksu pauses when Jaehyun inspects his halberd and asks to borrow the weapon to test something out. Jaehyun firmly grips the halberd, channeling a surging torrent of blue aura before hurling the weapon skyward with incredible power as Deoksu shouts in disbelief. Deoksu yells in shock as Jaehyun's aura-infused halberd rocketed into the sky, furiously demanding to know why he threw his weapon away. Jaehyun nonchalantly orders Deoksu to recall his summoned halberd, leaving the knight astonished as he easily unsummons and resummons the weapon directly into his grip. Deoksu praises Jaehyun as a genius for discovering the instant recall strategy, while Gaeyoung urgently warns them that she is running low on arrows. Kim Gaeyoung reacts in complete shock as a massive, glowing blue blueprint of a quiver filled with arrows suddenly materializes on the ground before her. The system notification confirms multitasking is active, while Kim Gaeyoung unleashes her skills to hunt a level 19 orc, earning experience, levels, and deposited funds. Observing the system's mission rewards, Kim Jaehyun realizes he can increase attributes and feels a sense of hope as he prepares his next moves. Estimating that the 10-kilometer trek home will take 3 hours on foot, Kim Jaehyun opens his apartment door and steps quietly inside the elevator. Stepping out onto the rooftop, Kim Jaehyun peers down at the ruined, desolate city below and realizes he must hurry, deciding to organize Ha Dongjan's group first. Jaehyun opens his system UI to review Kim Jian, Oh Eonju, and Kim Dajung, planning to pair Eonju's high combat stats with Dajung's support skills despite low loyalty. Jaehyun notes the overwhelming efficiency of early awakened individuals, remaining focused as he prepares to execute his strategy for the journey ahead. Desperate to resurrect his deceased son, Kim Jaehyun raises the mission difficulty to maximum, triggering a deadly 24-hour quest to hunt a level 40 monster. After considering his available funds and the high reward, Jaehyun realizes a group mission is key and assigns the high-stakes quest to secure his son's temporary return. Outside the door, heavy pounding echoes as someone desperately calls out for Jaehyun to open the gate immediately. Jaehyun answers the door as Oh Yeonju bursts inside with desperate urgency, reaching toward him after hearing that her son could potentially be revived. Overcome with exhaustion and disbelief, Yeonju collapses to her knees while Jaehyun confirms that rescuing her son within the time limit is entirely possible. Tears stream down Yeonju's face as she thanks Jaehyun profusely, instantly fulfilling the conditions for follower registration as her loyalty score surpasses 30 points. Kim Jaehyun turns his focus toward his apartment utilities, sparking electrical power across the ceiling light fixtures with a sharp surge of blue energy. Turning toward the kitchen sink, Jaehyun uses his system authority to instantly restore flowing tap water directly into the basin. A blue system notification confirms the activation of his dignity preservation skill as Jaehyun calmly prepares for his next objectives. Kim Jaehyun reflects on his mage-like power over utilities, monitoring his status screen as daily store sales exceed 1.5 million won, earning him a tidy profit. Activating Supreme Being's Eye, Jaehyun projects a dark shadow presence over the apartment complex, observing the chaotic bustle of survivors moving through the hallways. A survivor calculates how long his team must save to afford a 150,000 won bow, causing tension as others argue over food, water, and profit distribution. Driven by small profits from the newly appeared store, armed citizens venture out from the apartment complex to hunt goblins and fuel their desire for wealth. Kim Jae-hyun watches his system interface update with exponential population growth and a steady influx of earnings deposited directly into his wallet. On the monster-infested streets, an enraged bear beast savagely shreds through an ambush of green orcs in a flurry of bloody attacks. Oh Yeonju reverts from her fearsome bear form back into her human body, catching her breath as a survivor calls out her name. Catching her breath in the subway tunnel, Oh Yeonju assures her concerned party members that she is fine, though she admits feeling guilty for taking all the spotlight. Observing from above through his system window, Kim Jae-hyun reviews Oh Yeonju's impressive stats and high loyalty, confirming that pairing her with Kim Da-jung was the right decision. A terrifying roar suddenly echoes down the dark subway tracks, signaling the arrival of a massive, heavily armed elite orc warrior that leaves the squad stunned in fear. As a monstrous roar echoes through the dark subway tunnel, the terrified party members reel in shock, while an elite green orc warrior approaches with a massive spear. Gritting her teeth in determination as the imposing beast advances, one of the women transforms herself to confront the terrifying threat head-on. Shifting instantly into a massive, flaming brown bear, she launches a fierce counterattack, roaring menacingly at the startled orc warrior. The fierce green orc warrior thrusts his spear and clashes repeatedly with the flaming giant bear, while an archer prepares her shot from afar down the track. Unsheathing a brilliant blue light with intense focus, the archer releases a surging spectral arrow that tears straight down the subway tunnel toward the combatants. The magical arrow strikes the orc's spearhead with a sharp impact, allowing the roaring flaming bear to land a powerful, shattering strike against the monster. Oh Yeonju slays the level 28 orc captain, earning experience points and depositing 73.26 million won, while unlocking the outpost constructible structure. Jaehyun reviews the outpost structure requirements, considering its 1.3 billion won cost, and the requirement of 3 knight-ranked citizens for construction. Realizing construction would require Oh Yeonju, Kim Da-jung, and Ha Dongin to stay behind for a week, Jaehyun decides not to waste time. Deciding the area near Jeonpo Station is already cleared of monsters, Jaehyun presses the system screen to decline building the outpost. Jaehyun considers building an outpost at the main house to safely protect his family under the most secure conditions. Realizing how difficult it is to bring his grandparents over, Jaehyun resolves to send Ha Dongjeon's party to the main house tomorrow. Deep inside a dimly lit subway tunnel, a male survivor with round glasses looks on in shock, as a dark creature violently crushes an enemy. A young male survivor watches in disbelief as Oh Yeonju's terrifying bear form shreds an orc, pondering her origin and potential new system abilities. The group finishes their battle and prepares to return, with the male survivor agreeing as Ha Dongjeon leads the party back. High above the subway tracks, Kim Jeon's summoned crow swoops down and soars past the party to scout their path. Kim Jeon affectionately pets his summoned crow, Kakami, before accepting Ha Dongjeon's order to send the bird ahead to scout the area. Activating his blue eye skill, Jeon dispatches Kakami into the sky to fly high above the ruined, post-apocalyptic cityscape and gather aerial intelligence. Kim Jeon tells Ha Dongjeon they can head out right away, and the group walks together along the underground subway train tracks. Hearing scampering noises nearby, Kim Jeon looks up suspiciously, wondering if it was just a regular rat darting past. Kneeling down to inspect the tracks more closely, Kim Jeon turns away just as a pair of glowing red eyes flashes menacingly in the dark tunnel ahead. A massive mutant rat with glowing red eyes suddenly leaps forward through the air toward the unsuspecting party in the subway station. A massive mutant rat with glowing red eyes leaps through the air toward the subway platform, landing heavily before glancing around sharply. Kim Jae-hyun receives system notifications confirming the tamed mouse is hunted, gaining experience and currency while unlocking Queen of Mice. Utilizing the eyes of the Absolute One, Kim Jae-hyun plots to recruit an A-grade awakened as a vassal and searches nearby areas. A quest details notification pops up to visit the apartment with a 48-hour time limit before Jae-hyun pauses abruptly. Park Hyo-won questions Kim Jae-hyun about using his ability to bring his family to the domain safely. Jae-hyun notes his failures stem from outside his sphere of influence, though hunted monster corpses still register. Jae-hyun successfully modifies a quest to utilize its failure penalty for summoning an outside citizen. Jae-hyun plans to activate an outpost to gain home territory power after sending Ha Dongjeon's party away. Kim Jae-hyun embraces a desperate plan, deciding to utilize his quest system to summon family members directly into his domain, despite the staggering costs. Activating the quest under a strict financial limit, Jaehyun reacts with shock and relief as citizen Said Yejin fails with a cost of 31 million won. Said Yejin suddenly materializes and collapses onto the floor in terror and confusion, leaving a startled Jaehyun to watch as his successful summoning unfolds. Startled by the sudden summoning into his domain, Kim Jae-hyun confronts a bewildered Said Yejin, who demands to know who he is and why she was brought there. Jae-hyun explains that she is inside the top-floor apartment and introduces himself as Kim Jae-hyun, offering her a can of soda and a chocolate bar to calm her down. As they exchange items, Yejin suddenly realizes he is the one who granted her quest, and desperately asks if he can take in other people she is responsible for. Said Yejin frantically explains that bringing everyone was exhausting before asking Jaehyun how many people are in total, receiving the cold reply of 35. Stunned by the heavy revelation, Yejin listens in disbelief, as Jaehyun apologizes and flatly states he cannot bring her family inside using his power. Desperate to save her mother and younger sibling, Yejin grabs Jaehyun's clothes, prompting him to pause, think carefully, and reconsider her plea based on system rules. Seo Yejin's trust level rises, as Kim Jae-hyun looks down at her kneeling form and calls her name with a serious expression. Startled by the question of whether he can really do anything, Seo Yejin frantically nods her head and agrees completely. Kim Jae-hyun tells her there is one way and demands complete trust, causing Seo Yejin to desperately clasp her hands and agree. Kim Jae-hyun successfully triggers vassal registration for Seo Yejin, whose trust and loyalty rise as her awakened ability as Queen of Mice unlocks. Jae-hyun instructs Seo Yejin to verify if tamed mice are near her family, and she frantically nods and confirms the command. Activating his Eyes of the Absolute One skill, Jae-hyun peers through the perspective of a tamed mouse to locate her family. The summoned mouse appears before Jaehyun's family members in the dim room, prompting them to realize it belongs to Yejin. A glowing system interface hovers near a mouse in the dim basement, startling the watching survivors as food and supplies suddenly appear before them. The survivors gasp in utter shock at the sudden arrival of food, questioning whether Seo Yejin managed to send these supplies. System notifications confirm Seo Yejin's rising trust, prompting a smiling Kim Jae-hyun to realize that her ability pairs perfectly with his absolute eyes. Jae-hyun confirms with Yejin that her family is located near Songdo Beach in Nambu-Mindong, allowing her to scout the area easily using her mice. Jae-hyun asks Yejin to go right now, increasing her trust and loyalty as she enthusiastically accepts the urgent mission to help her family. Jae-hyun suggests following the subway tracks, but a panicked Yejin warns him that a monster lives in Seomyeon Station, prompting Jae-hyun to rethink his strategy. A terrified mutant rat scuttles across the dark subway bench, squeaking in sheer panic as an enormous shadow looms ominously over it. A giant-scaled beast suddenly stands up and opens its massive jaws, terrifying the small rat into scrambling away along the cold floor. The colossal serpent creature lunges forward with terrifying speed, opening its gaping maw to devour the trembling rat in the dark tunnel. A massive scaled serpent creature lunges forward with terrifying speed in the dark tunnel, devouring a terrified mutant rat while it tries to escape. Kim Jae-hyun surveys the colossal monster from afar, noting its massive size and speculating that it might even be over level 40. Said Yejin urgently warns Jaehyun that they cannot use Seomyeon Station and suggests skipping a station to go to Byeomnaegil Station instead. Seo Yejin and Kim Jae-hyun discuss sending her to Unit 2701 to stay, and she expresses her gratitude before departing now. Jae-hyun watches her leave, noting that he probably would have made the same plan if it had been before they met. Jae-hyun activates his system to install a solar generator facility, watching blueprints manifest over the rooftops of the buildings. Inspecting the installed system, Jae-hyun realizes it is efficient, but still not enough to support nearly 800 people without more workers. Kim Jae-hyun calmly analyzes his plans for setting up a 3-shift system and communal facilities before deciding to focus on more hunting. Ha Dongin and his panicking team sprint frantically through the underground subway tunnel as a massive, fanged bat monster swoops down toward them. The defenders quickly counterattack in the underground tunnel, unleashing a barrage of powerful blue energy arrows against the swarming monsters. Swarms of fanged bat monsters screech as they are violently pierced and pinned down by sharp weapons along the dark subway tracks. Park Hyun asks if anyone is hurt before discussing with Seo Yejin whether they can hunt the snake mentioned by Jaehyun at Seomyeon Station. Kim Jae-hyun tells the group there is no need to overthink it, and they confidently walk forward together into the dark station. Walking past the Seomyeon Station sign and past overturned trains and goblin corpses, the survivors suddenly gasp in shock and keep moving. Kim Jae-hyun stops walking and reacts with sudden alarm as a massive disturbance echoes through the dark underground tunnel right ahead of them. Ha Donghyun shouts stop to warn the rushing party members while Jae-hyun stares forward in sheer disbelief at the incoming threat. A colossal purple snake monster opens its glowing golden eyes, terrifying the shouting survivors who stumble backward and brace against the brutal shockwave. A system party quest notification suddenly appears before the startled survivors, urging them to finish off the massive giant snake blocking their path. The team recovers their bearings as Ha Donghyun and Oh Yeonju receive the sudden party quest notification prompting them to eliminate the giant snake. Ha Donghyun stares in disbelief at the gigantic, bloodied serpent corpse lying motionless in front of him within the dark underground subway tunnel. Ha Donghyun glances sideways toward Park Hee-won as they carefully assess the eerie, quiet, and lingering tension throughout the sprawling underground train station. Kim Jae-hyun glares intently with glowing eyes and cold sweat, whispering that he does not know what is going on here. Ha Donghyun swings his glowing weapon forward with intense speed, slashing directly into the grotesque enemy head and drawing a sharp blood splatter. The narrator explains that giant snakes usually subdue large prey with venom, unlike tiny mice that they swallow instantly without any second thought. A tiny blue mouse plunges right into the gaping black maw of the colossal serpent, leading to surprising and unforeseen results. Kim Jae-hyun commands the warehouse to open, unleashing a powerful gas summon and flaming tissue to blast the massive serpent monster in an explosive display. Said Yejin recoils in sudden pain from the shock, quickly forcing a reassuring smile and playing it cool as Jaehyun checks if she is okay. Said Yejin reacts with sudden pain from the shock, quickly forcing a reassuring smile while keeping her true condition hidden. Ha Donghyun realizes the giant snake must be slain by vassals with knight titles to secure 6 times the experience and profit. Ha Donghyun leaps forward with a powerful swing, slicing directly into the massive serpent and drawing a ferocious roar. Oh Yeonju transforms into a terrifying beast, charging forward and clashing violently with the giant snake in the tunnel. Ha Donghyun and Oh Yeonju launch a powerful coordinated assault, slashing and striking the massive serpent monster in a fierce battle. After the fierce battle, the system alerts Kim Jae-hyun that King Snake has been successfully hunted for massive experience and profit. Kim Jae-hyun clutches his chest in sudden agony as a massive domain expansion notification triggers for 200 people. Jae-hyun confronts the sudden surge in citizens reaching 1,000, unlocking the passive base pay skill granting additional experience and profit. Said Yejin nervously approaches Kim Jae-hyun in the hallway, looking hesitant while calling out to him. Said Yejin nervously asks Kim Jae-hyun if he can bring her group into his secure domain as well. Jae-hyun pauses in deep thought before flashing a confident smile and agreeing to her request, leaving her thrilled and thanking him profusely. Jae-hyun immediately asks if she can control the mouse again right now, and she enthusiastically agrees to guide her group following the mouse. A massive serpent monster shakes the subway tracks as a scout mouse scurries ahead, guiding the approaching group of survivors forward. A giant gray mouse scurries cautiously along the dark subway tracks, while Kim Jae-hyun looks on with tense surprise and sweat. Yeonju tells Jae-hyun she did not cause the gruesome slaughter of orcs around them, shocking the party members witnessing the territory. As footsteps echo and the party stays on guard, a smart mouse gestures with its hands, prompting survivors to wonder about Jae-hyun's abilities. Kim Jae-hyun stands tense in the subway, mentally deciding where to invest his available skill points to improve his abilities. Jae-hyun suddenly unleashes a powerful counterattack against a swarm of approaching goblins, swiftly cutting down the monsters in the dark tunnel. Kim Jae-hyun upgrades his dignity maintenance skill and prepares for upcoming interactions while monitoring his system notifications in the apartment. Startled by sudden nearby gunshots echoing through the area, Jae-hyun quickly turns around to investigate the unexpected danger approaching his location. Shocked by armed goblins wielding revolvers in the subway tunnels, Kim Jae-hyun and his party suddenly face a barrage of unexpected gunfire. Ducking for cover against the subway walls, the bewildered survivors frantically realize they cannot survive a direct head-on clash with gun-toting monsters. Utilizing Byung-ho to strike back, Jae-hyun leaps forward with glowing blue eyes as his ally instantly slashes down the armed goblins. An armed goblin screams in panic as a deadly blade suddenly impales its arm, sending its revolver flying upward in a bloody spray. Fierce combat erupts in the tunnel as armored knights and ferocious beasts clash violently against shadowy entities amid crackling blue magical energy. Bowmen draw their strings taut while fierce melee chaos continues to engulf the dark subway tracks beneath a storm of flashing strikes. Jae-hyun successfully registers the confiscated Smith & Wesson revolver and ammunition into the system, staring down with grim realization at the weapon. Kim Jae-hyun stares with glowing eyes at a captured Smith & Wesson revolver, realizing that firearms cannot be displayed in the system store. Displaying firearms brings massive tactical advantages, enabling ordinary citizens to hunt monsters efficiently, boosting experience and profits significantly. However, Jaehyun worries about trustworthiness and weapon dangers, reflecting that human envy, grudges, and jealousy could turn guns against each other. Kim Jae-hyun reflects carefully on gun safety and verified loyalty, while a bloodied pile of goblin corpses litters the gruesome underground hallway floor. Jae-hyun materializes a revolver from the system storage and hands the firearm over to Choi Hyungjin, who expresses his deep gratitude respectfully. Guided by a scout mouse, Ha Dongyeon and the heavily armed survivor vanguard push cautiously through the dark subway tunnels toward the surface daylight. Jaehyun walks with Seo Yejin along the walking trail, telling her that an entity meeting citizenship requirements is approaching their home haven. Yejin reacts in utter shock as her mother and sister suddenly appear, running toward her and hugging her while shedding emotional tears of relief. Jaehyun calmly approaches Yejin to inform her that Unit 2701 is assigned to her, leaving her stunned as her family looks on. Seo Yejin asks Kim Jae-hyun what she should do next, as she looks up with an anxious and troubled expression on her face. Jae-hyun generously grants Yejin 3 extra rooms in the same building, Units 2000, 402, 2000, 301, and 1902, making her ecstatic. A system notification confirms increased trust and loyalty among citizens, while Jaehyun checks his status and discovers a billion-point Guardian Beast management feature. Jaehyun goes to another room where Yoo Hyerin stands inside the doorway, looking visibly emotional and tearful as she asks what brings him there. Yoo Hyerin stands in her doorway looking emotional and tearful as Kim Jae-hyun approaches her, asking what brings him to her room suddenly. Looking visibly distressed, Hyerin nervously stammers out an apology and confesses her special ability, revealing deep internal conflict while Jaehyun listens intently. Yoo Hyerin breaks down in tears while confessing her deep fears about goblins, orcs, the giant snake, and the red tiger, feeling completely useless to Jaehyun. Jaehyun pauses in the doorway as Hyerin tearfully explains that despite always being saved during rescues and hunts, she feels she fails to live up to expectations. Standing alone and overwhelmed in the dim light, Hyerin laments her minimal impact on the party as Jaehyun listens quietly to her emotional breakdown. Kim Jae-hyun listens intently as Yoo Hyerin expresses deep self-doubt, noting that her poison mist ability can harm teammates if misused, leaving her feeling deeply burdened. Overwhelmed by tears and sniffling from her perceived failures, Hyerin hides her face in distress before Jaehyun gently interrupts her with an unexpected proposal. Pointing toward Kim Dabin bandaging a wounded survivor in the facility, Jaehyun asks a weeping Hyerin if she is willing to help manage shared spaces across every floor. Kim Jae-hyun reassures a hesitant Yoo Hyerin, explaining that everyone can contribute and her poison-controlling ability will surely shine one day. Hyerin listens with tearful surprise as Jaehyun suggests she works inside for a while until her power is needed again. A system notification confirms Hyerin's loyalty reaches 100 as she tearfully apologizes, smiles through her tears, and promises Jaehyun she will do her best. Kim Jae-hyun hesitates briefly before a blue system interface proposing a Guardian Beast summon costing 1 billion won, wondering if it is worth trying. Screaming in sudden desperation, Jaehyun shouts that he is going to screw it and just go for the expensive summon. Pressing the button to summon a Guardian Beast, Jaehyun panics as the system announces a massive cost of 1 billion won consumed. Blinding golden light erupts across the room as a giant glowing egg emerges and cracks under intense electrical energy and pressure. Wiping his face through the bright light, Jaehyun anxiously watches the massive golden egg as it continues to fracture and hatch. Looking completely shocked, Kim Jae-hyun watches in disbelief as a small, 3-legged blackbird hatches out of a glowing magical summoning circle on the wooden floor. A system notification identifies the creature as a Samjoko crow at level 1, revealing it is a divine beast born with the power of the sun. Jaehyun smiles warmly while greeting the adorable baby crow, and the little creature tilts its head curiously as he wonders what name to give it. Spotting its jet black feathers, Jaehyun names the bird Kakami, and the delighted creature flaps its wings happily while letting out cheerful peeps of excitement. Jaehyun asks the hungry baby Samjoko crow if it wants food, watching in amusement as the little bird eagerly devours a bag of snacks. After satisfying its appetite, the exhausted baby bird buries its head and falls fast asleep, leaving Jaehyun dumbfounded by its carefree attitude. A system notification startles Jaehyun by announcing that Samjoko's level increase has boosted solar generator efficiency, reminding him of his extensive building investments. Jaehyun realizes the system notification about Samjoko means a massive economic boost, prompting him to instantly order solar generators for all 10 buildings. Walking through the hallways, Jaehyun arrives at Unit 3001 and rings the doorbell, prompting Choi Hyungjun to open the door and ask what is happening. Hyungjun looks shocked as Jaehyun coldly announces his unusual demand to have someone else hold on to his money, before stepping inside to discuss details. Choi Hyungjun stands in absolute shock with wide eyes and open mouth as Kim Jaehyun reveals his unexpected business proposal involving tax collection skills. Jaehyun calmly explains his clever plan to entrust money to a trustworthy citizen to generate a monthly profit, looking directly at Hyungjun's high stats. Hyungjun gasps as Jaehyun gifts 1 billion won, triggering system notifications that boost trust and loyalty, while Hyungjun nervously asks if he must only hold it. Jaehyun smiles and tells Hyungjun he is allowed to use a little bit of the money, leaving Hyungjun deeply touched and bowing gratefully. Shifting focus, Jaehyun turns his attention to Dabin and Hyrin, confirming that Dabin can go ahead and form a team. Dabin enthusiastically thanks Jaehyun after receiving double the weekly wage and happily salutes, while Hyrin looks on in absolute shock and surprise. Dabin eagerly urges Hyrin to begin their handover first while rushing down the corridor, leaving Jaehyun smiling as he contemplates his next difficult conversation. Jaehyun arrives at room 2109, greets the occupants, and announces that the surrounding area is now a monster-free zone requiring immediate action. Reflecting on Yoo Hyrin crying, Kim Jaehyun notes the people risking their lives to carry out his crucial requests in this dangerous world. Acknowledging Seo Yejin's vital help in identifying the Seomyeon monster early, Jaehyun stubbornly insists on saving his family despite the risks. Jaehyun orders someone to head straight to Jagalchi Station tomorrow, while a solar generator boost simultaneously levels up Samjoko and unlocks basic fire magic. Surprised by the sudden system notification, Jaehyun nervously points a finger at his own cheek, wondering how to test this new ability. Testing his newfound fire magic, Kim Jaehyun points his finger and watches flames ignite, noting the familiar sensation of his dignity maintenance skill. Stepping outside into a vacant outdoor area, Jaehyun closes his eyes to imagine a massive wave of destructive fire engulfing the entire region. Unleashing a tremendous surge of concentrated energy from his fingertips, Jaehyun commands a roaring burst of flame to detonate with overwhelming force. Kim Jaehyun tests his small flame and dismisses it, noting that his magical power is still surprisingly limited despite enormous potential. Jaehyun combines his fire with dignity maintenance gas to create massive explosions, realizing the limitless potential can power everything and generate wealth. A doorbell rings to reveal Seo Yejin, who thanks Jaehyun for the proper rest as he relies on her awakened ability again. Seo Yejin informs Kim Jaehyun that Ha Donggin's party is currently waiting at Seomyeon Station, while she sends mice along the subway tracks. Kim Jaehyun reacts with shock and confusion, questioning why they stopped at Koryang Station if something happened beyond that point. Seo Yejin looks up with sweat on her face and clarifies that the issue is specifically located at Busan Station ahead. Seo Yejin sits cross-legged on the floor, glowing with blue spiritual energy as she prepares to show him the truth. A vision reveals the devastating destruction and flooded subway tracks of the underground station, showing complete structural collapse. Kim Jaehyun stares with wide, horrified eyes and dark shadows, stating that there is no way they can pass through like this. Seo Yejin explains that as she saw the terrible condition of the tracks, she sent mice ahead to investigate. The exterior view shows the ruined, desolate cityscape under a cloudy sky as the terrifying situation unfolds. Kim Jaehyun listens intently with a grim, wide-eyed expression as Seo Yejin continues detailing the grave situation. Kim Jaehyun surveys the utterly ruined cityscape and devastated subway surroundings, expressing deep shock as a rat scuttles across the fractured ground nearby. Jaehyun's eyes widen with dark horror as he realizes the true catastrophic extent of the destruction and structural collapse plaguing the entire area. Jaehyun and Yejin react in sudden alarm as severe tremors shake the surroundings, leaving Jaehyun clenching his teeth in tense frustration. Massive tremors shake the towering apartment complex as violent shockwaves rattle the buildings and surrounding cityscape under an overcast sky. Jaehyun and Yejin urgently react to the terrifying tremors inside their room, prompting Jaehyun to immediately urge everyone outside. Hyungjun frantically panics and begs Jaehyun to visit his place first, while Jaehyun rushes forward feeling deeply ominous. Amidst sudden panic, Jaehyun rushes outside and gazes in absolute horror at the unfolding disaster, shaking the towering buildings across the skyline. A monstrous, cyclopean horned beast with razor-sharp teeth slams its massive fist down, ruthlessly crushing skyscrapers and devastating the ruined city below. Overwhelmed by the terrifying catastrophe, Jaehyun immediately commands his companions to summon their retainers as the giant threat looms before them. Towering giant stone monsters slam their massive fists down onto the ruined city, triggering terrifying catastrophic tremors across the skyline. Choi Hyungjun and Kim Jaehyun panic, as devastating tremors strike, leaving Jaehyun sweating and questioning if his ability can withstand this attack. Startled by Oh Yeonju approaching him with fierce resolve to fight the giant, Jaehyun flashes a calm, determined smile. Jaehyun asks if they can handle the situation, receiving a determined response before opening a system interface to brief everyone on the upcoming operation. Jaehyun gathers the residents outside Building 206, assigns them into specialized teams, and sends them quickly to their positions before calling out to Jaehyun. Hyungjun rushes to Jaehyun to report that the people with military experience are stationed at the front gate while residents are safely underground. Yoo Hyeren nervously expresses her desire to help, trembling as she eagerly volunteers to join the front gate deployment alongside the residents. Kim Jaehyun asks if she is sure she will be okay, prompting Hyeren to bravely declare her resolve before they head out together. Outside the complex, Jaehyun counts the gathered people, revealing that out of over 1,200 survivors, only 101 have military service. Kim Jaehyun angrily demands where Baek Sungyop and the twins are, while a terrified survivor stutters and admits they fled away. Jaehyun grits his teeth in rage, realizing cowards fled to the underground parking lot instead of fighting to protect their lives and families. Jaehyun stands before a crowd proclaiming the need for courageous people before purchasing 101 handguns and ammunition through his system store interface. The system grants an experience and profit boost as survivors eagerly grab the real guns and bullets laid out before them to face their fears. As monstrous creatures roar and the Absolute One opens its terrifying eye, a survivor prepares a spear against the approaching giant threat. A giant, monstrous creature with a single red eye and sharp teeth screams in fury after being pierced by a sharp weapon. Ha Dongjeon reacts with shock and cries out in pain as the monstrous giant creature swings its massive arms directly toward him. A large brown bear charges rapidly across the ground, while dodging the massive swinging attacks of the towering stone monster. The terrifying giant monster glares with its glowing red eye and slams its massive fist down, causing a giant boulder to crash heavily onto the charging brown bear. Amidst the chaotic battle, the massive brown bear roars in pain as the towering stone monster attacks with brutal and devastating force. The terrifying one-eyed stone giant halts its assault to look around in confusion as a loud voice suddenly echoes through the area. Equipped with a megaphone, the knight boldly insults the monster, causing the giant beast to pause and stare blankly in utter disbelief. Stunned by the unexpected insult, the giant monster suddenly strikes with a deadly hidden attack, breaking the knight's weapon in half. The terrified knight desperately yells for a pause as the monstrous stone giant immediately begins slamming the ground with devastating force, shocking the knight completely. Terrified by the relentless barrage of giant stone fists striking all around him, the knight panics and flees while watching in horror as danger approaches. Amidst the chaos, a terrified knight screams for a pause before a massive stone giant abruptly shatters the defensive barrier with devastating force. A sharp-eyed black bird streaks downward as a powerful projectile pierces straight through the towering monster's eye during an intense, frantic battle. Kim Jian calmly stands surrounded by his awakened rats before shouting out a frantic warning to Jaehyun as danger looms overhead. Kim Jaehyun thinks everything goes according to plan as he calls out gas summon, watching a terrifying giant monster emerge. Raising his hand with dark energy, Jaehyun commands to end it before unleashing basic attribute magic fire upon the enemy. Amidst the smoke near a vehicle, the giant hits the shield barrier, while survivors panic, and Jaehyun calmly holds positions. Citizens concentrate their firepower towards the fallen creature's head over the defensive wall, hoping for a swift and decisive victory against the threat. Jaehyun contemplates hoping vassals deal the finishing blow before a startled companion frantically warns him about a massive entity standing directly behind him. Turning around in shock, Jaehyun stares wide-eyed at the towering monster looming over him, whispering in disbelief that this cannot be happening. The gigantic creature withstands the previous attack, rears back its massive arm with dark energy, and delivers a ferocious, ground-shattering punch. An unauthorized entity attempts to break through the defensive barrier, leaving Kim Jaehyun and the survivors shocked as the monstrous creature presses against the glowing shield. Ha Dongjin yells for everyone to open fire, and the survivors unleash a barrage of gunfire against the charging creature as it roars fiercely in rage. Warning that a single breach would be fatal, Jaehyun stretches out his hand to unleash his invisible hand gigantification ability to counter the massive threat. With dark glowing eyes, Kim Jaehyun activates a powerful skill, preparing himself to face the worst of the unfolding disaster. A monstrous stone creature aggressively pounds against the glowing defensive barrier as frightened citizens scream in sheer terror and panic. The survivors frantically fire multiple handguns, successfully dealing steady damage as the shield withstands the massive giant's fierce attack. Observing closely with glowing eyes, Kim Jae-hyun notes that the combined handgun and bomb attacks are steadily damaging the creature. Kim Jae-hyun remarks that a critical blow is needed, immediately launching an attack that heavily strikes the massive stone monster's chest with explosive force. Jae-hyun summons a standard-issue spear and hands it to Ha Dong-gun, who rushes forward alongside his comrades to relentlessly assault the raging monster. Seo-yeon fiercely draws her bow to assist the battle, while system notifications suddenly flash before Kim Ji-yeon regarding his Crow Guardian beast level increasing. As Samjoko unleashes the power of the sun and evolves basic fire magic, Jae-hyun confronts a prompt about an intruder, realizing it refers to the Cyclops. Jae-hyun approves the power release, horrified as 300 million won is consumed, while blinding golden light erupts across the entire residential building. Jae-hyun watches in sheer shock as the blinding golden light erupts across the building and asks that is what is happening. Kakami transforms into a majestic, golden-eyed Samjoko, unleashing a massive pillar of solar fire that strikes down upon the massive Cyclops. The towering Cyclops crashes violently onto the ground, coughing up a torrent of blood as it takes critical damage from the blast. A giant bear lunges forward into the dust, unleashing a brutal finishing blow that instantly hunts the level 51 Cyclops. Jae-hyun clutches his chest in severe reaction as the massive surge of experience points and rewards flood into his system wallet. A massive purple electrical barrier engulfs the entire apartment complex as Jae-hyun reacts in shock before stepping forward to examine Kakami giving a clever salute gesture. Jae-hyun expresses disbelief over spending 300 million won, but quickly praises Kakami before checking the system interface and discovering Guardian Beast summon costs increased to 10 billion won. Amidst the overwhelming emotional weight, Citizen Oh Yeonju completes a staggering quest costing 324,576,089 won, bringing her deeply desired wish into reality. Kim Jae-hyun extracts magical water into a bottle, thanking survivors as they explain that their stored food is running critically low. With water supplies reaching their absolute limit and food vanishing, the group realizes they are forced to leave this dangerous location immediately. Stunned by sudden ground tremors resembling an earthquake, the survivors panic and look around anxiously while shouting in absolute shock and confusion. Junhyuk frantically urges everyone to get up immediately as they rush through the rooftop door to escape an approaching threat. Spotting a massive stone monster roaring in the distance, Junhyuk yells that there is nothing they can do against that terrifying entity. Watching a massive distant explosion, Junhyuk and his companion react with shock upon realizing that an extraordinarily powerful awakened entity is responsible for the destructive spectacle. Recognizing the vast power difference, Junhyuk firmly orders his reluctant friend to gather their group so they can seek protection under this formidable stranger. Facing starvation and constant danger, the desperate group of survivors marches down ruined streets until they reach the entrance of ZOLH Complex 2. Junhyuk and his companion reach the boundary of ZOLH Complex 2, bumping into an invisible barrier, displaying a strict no-entry warning. A system prompt appears asking if Junhyuk would like to obtain citizenship, instantly granting it, and revealing a party quest objective. Meeting Kim Jae-hyun in the corridor, a nervous Junhyuk instinctively grabs his hand, greeting him and urgently asking him to please take care of them. Inside the apartment, Siwoo sits happily eating a delicious meal prepared by a woman, telling her with a smile that it is delicious. Little Siwoo happily asks his mother whose birthday it is while eating seaweed soup, thrilled to learn the meal is specially made because he loves it. Kim Jae-hyun walks into the kitchen and is warmly greeted as the wizard uncle, before nervously apologizing to them for the fact that they cannot leave their house. Oh Yeonju smiles and replies that being together is enough, triggering a system notification that her loyalty reaches 100 as Jae-hyun watches on. Kim Jae-hyun watches closely as Oh Yeonju and her son Siwoo joyfully play with a robotic dinosaur displayed on a glowing computer screen. Staring into space with tired eyes, Jae-hyun anxieties about his family's safety, until Kakami the crow startles him near the happy mother and son. Realizing Seo Ye-jin's scouting mouse is approaching the main house, Jae-hyun resolves to quietly watch over them as Yeonju settles into the master bedroom. When Yeonju insists they can sleep outside, Jae-hyun firmly orders her to sleep comfortably with Siwoo, prompting her polite compliance. After Siwoo says goodnight to the wizard uncle, Jae-hyun lies down and peacefully falls asleep listening to Yeonju's comforting lullaby. Following a peaceful day shared with Oh Yeonju and Siwoo, Jae-hyun feeds the bird while reflecting on the fleeting nature of their time together. The group enjoys watching Siwoo's favorite cartoons together happily, creating warm and cherished memories within the safety of the secure residential domain. Siwoo playfully chases Kakami, who is trying to enjoy a quiet sunbath, quickly annoying the guardian bird and making him visibly upset. They take a peaceful group nap surrounded by toys and a child's drawing, watching time slip away meaninglessly without waiting a single moment. Jaehyun reflects on how short their precious shared time was, gazing tenderly at the heartwarming scene before him as Eonju embraces her son. Eonju holds her son tightly in an emotional embrace until he notices her tears and asks if she is crying. Eonju softly denies crying while tears stream down her face, but her son gently touches her cheek and insists that she is crying. Siwoo gently tells his weeping mother not to cry, but Eonju breaks down further, sobbing that a world without her son is too terrifying to bear. As Eonju continues to weep inconsolably, Siwoo reaches out to embrace her tightly, speaking with a warm voice to reassure her that he is right there. Despite her overwhelming grief, Siwoo promises to always stay by her side, smiling through his tears, as he vows to make all his favorite foods for her. Smiling through his tears, Siwoo bids his weeping mother a heartbreaking goodbye, expressing his deep love before fading away completely. Overwhelmed by agonizing grief, Eonju collapses onto the wooden floor in desperate despair, weeping inconsolably until Siwoo's lingering warmth completely vanishes. Hope is a cruel flower that only blooms in despair, forcing those who grasp it to stand constantly within the pit of sorrow. Jaehyun reaches out his open hand toward the devastated mother, encouraging her gently because this heartbreaking moment is not the end. With tears streaming down her face, Eonju grasps Jaehyun's outstretched hand as a system notification confirms her maximum trust and primeval vitality acquisition. Enraged after losing all his saved items and weapons, a furious man confronts two hooded survivors demanding to know what happened to their stolen gear. Blaming their past refusal to join the military muster for their missing equipment, the desperate survivor suddenly gets grabbed by an angry companion. An enraged Bak Seung-yeop viciously strikes his terrified teammate after blaming him for their missing equipment, shouting that following orders like that was completely dumb. Terrified at the thought of expulsion and recalling rumors of a criminal who was brutally killed after trying to harm a minor, Seung-yeop bitterly realizes he must submit. Raging against Baek Sung-min and Baek Sung-yeop for getting a gun and having an easy time, Sung-yeop faces a terrifying psychological warning about future punishments. A sudden system quest window abruptly pings in front of Sung-yeop, ordering him to hunt 20 goblins within 24 hours or face extreme pain. Staring at the system quest penalty of extreme pain for failing to hunt goblins, Jaehyun ponders the heavy responsibilities tied to safe zone survival. A-rank skill Primeval Vitality dramatically increases regeneration proportional to the amount of injury, matching the fierce traits of a giant bear. Reviewing trust rewards, Jaehyun notes that acquiring Primeval Vitality from Eonju is noteworthy, though unnecessary unless he leaves the haven. Contemplating Moon Byung-ho's teleportation and forward base mechanics, Jaehyun decides to boost his mental strength by changing future quest rewards. Jaehyun calls out to Eonju, who stands firm and declares that she will personally bring back her family to ensure their safety. Eonju apologizes to Jaehyun for the mission delay, thanking him for his valuable time and expressing her deep desire to repay his kindness. Realizing she read his thoughts, a slightly embarrassed Jaehyun watches as Eonju smiles, noting that everyone values their family most of all. Eonju expresses her gratitude and understanding to Jaehyun, who asks her to wait in Unit 2901 with Ha Dongjan's party before he comes down shortly. Jaehyun notes that he did not send them straight to Seomyeon Station because part of the subway track and underground was destroyed by a giant. Recognizing that they must carve a new route, Jaehyun relies on Seo Yejin, who has been busily using mice since yesterday to roughly secure a route. Activating the Absolute One's Eye, Jaehyun concentrates while observing Seo Yejin sitting in meditation surrounded by a glowing blue aura. Kim Jaehyun inspects a tamed giant mouse level 7 as it suddenly evolves, wondering if this transformation stems from Seo Yejin's new retainer ability. Jaehyun watches in horror as multiple zombies chase the mutated mouse, forcing him to consider using a gas explosion to wipe out the approaching horde. The evolving mouse squeaks and agilely leaps away from the swarming undead, prompting Kim Jaehyun to watch with wide-eyed shock and tension. Expressing admiration for the tough little creature, Jaehyun watches as the mouse successfully sprints up the stairs and rushes toward the exit light. Emerging outside, the mouse is suddenly confronted by a landshark level 23, leaving Jaehyun horrified as it gets swallowed whole. Staring in shock at the destroyed surroundings, Jaehyun realizes the location is Nampu Station and rushes home due to nearby monster threats. Team leader Kim Jaehyun finishes checking boxes in the hallway, warmly thanking Jaehyun before awkwardly listening to his explanation about the situation. Shocked and sweating profusely, Yoo Hyun demands that Jaehyun speak plainly about the serious matter he is about to ask her. Blushing and sweating under pressure, Hyun reacts in absolute horror as Jaehyun calmly states his intention to borrow her for a bit. Beaming with a cheerful smile, Jaehyun leaves her in charge for 2 days, prompting an outraged Hiren to demand double overtime pay. Green mystical energy flares around Seo Yejin as she closes her eyes in deep concentration, channeling her awakened powers to monitor scouting mice. Everyone gathers around a large table for an urgent strategy meeting, where Kim Jae-yoon officially begins the discussion regarding the dangerous situation at Seomyeon Station. Yejin reveals that the path from Beomnagol to Koryang Station remains intact and safe from monsters, prompting Jaehyun to lay out a detailed map to clear a route. Seo Yejin explains that the recommended route is to move along the main roads, leaving the group looking stunned and silent. Kim Jae-hyun sharply interrupts the discussion, declaring, "Wait a moment," as he realizes a critical flaw in their proposed strategy. Jaehyun breaks into an affectionate grin, praising Yejin by saying, "You draw really well," as she happily responds with a cheerful thank you. Jaehyun suddenly turns serious with a dark expression as he considers the dangerous implications of the map details. Pointing directly at the map, Jaehyun warns the group about the specific spot they need to watch out for before reaching Beomnagol Station. Jaehyun reveals that approximately 500 dangerous orcs are currently operating out of a large mart near their planned path. Dongan expresses concern, asking, "Isn't it unnecessary to confront them directly since their main objective is different?" Yejin agrees that their goal is entering Beomnagol Station, noting rats confirmed an orc-free path while urging everyone to hurry. Jaehyun reflects internally that before the giant hunting operation, he spent a ton of money to raise Ha Donggan's party members' levels. Jaehyun proudly notes that everyone except Choi Hyung-jun and Yoo Hai-rin has reached level 30, before explaining upcoming subway route options to the group. Tracing a map of the subway line, Yejin points out that Koryang Station leads directly to Busan Station, but warns about dangerous block tracks ahead. Yejin reveals that a massive swarm of zombies fills the passage between stations, causing Hai-rin to panic and anxiously grip her uniform in fear. Yoo Hai-rin panics as her warehouse storage capacity is exceeded by a massive 100-kilogram batch of poison mist. Leaving her completely overwhelmed, Kim Jae-hyun approaches Hai-rin, asking if she feels okay. While she reassures him that she suddenly felt energized and fine after struggling, Jaehyun reflects on spending billions to level up Hai-rin, before instructing her to continue making poison mist safely from her current location. Kim Jae-hyun activates his powers with glowing dark eyes, asking if they should begin the operation as a wave of purple energy surges around him. A group of grotesque zombies and mutated creatures wander down a dim underground corridor, hissing and reacting angrily to movement in the shadows. A level 3 tamed mouse scurries quickly across the facility wall, while nearby zombies roar furiously and bare their sharp, blood-stained fangs in aggression. Jaehyun narrows his eyes intensely as glowing digital interface text commands an open warehouse option while dark, shadowy wisps swirl around his fingers. The tamed rat unleashes a concentrated wave of green, poisonous mist directly toward the approaching zombies, causing them to choke and stumble backward. Yoo Hai-rin's lethal poison mist takes immediate effect, paralyzing the diaphragm and intercostal muscles of the horde, leading to rapid and fatal suffocation. Jaehyun explains that zombies are already dead and cannot suffocate, so he instructs Yejin to execute Plan B immediately while sweat drips from his face. Yejin responds affirmatively as swarms of enhanced giant zombie rats awaken in the dark corridor, immediately launching a vicious claw and bite attack against the zombies. A system notification confirms multiple zombie kills and cash deposits, while Yejin looks on in shock, and a tamed giant zombie rat roars in victory. Jaehyun realizes the extreme danger of zombie blood causing infection, reflecting with relief that Oh Yeonju narrowly avoided a potentially disastrous worst-case scenario. Jaehyun confirms Yejin's control over the mutant rats, noting their increased anger as they viciously charge through the dark hallway. Jaehyun expresses relief that everything runs smoothly, hoping to save his family at Jigalchi Station, before a system warning alerts him to an unauthorized entity. Discovering 150 people approaching the haven, Jaehyun immediately grants them citizenship, as a system notification flashes before him. The citizen count reaches 3,000, unlocking the economic activity subsidy skill, leaving Jaehyun grinning as he reflects on the high profitability. Reviewing the daily wage system for various roles, Jaehyun realizes the stipend matches employee wages perfectly, planning to expand public facility management staff. Reviewing daily wage expenses totaling 50 million won per day, Jaehyun calculates increased tax collection skills and store spending benefits while planning citizen titles. Appointing Kim Dabin as general manager, Jaehyun watches her loyalty instantly reach 100, registering her as a retainer and unlocking her awakened abilities. While checking Dabin's awakened traits, Jaehyun discovers her fast asleep and snoring loudly, showcasing her relaxed post-awakening state. Jaehyun and Yejin approach Dabin sleeping soundly on the sofa, with Yejin playfully asking if they should wake her up. Jaehyun stops Yejin by stating Yoo Hai-rin fulfilled her duty, noting her exhaustion and deploying the invisible hand to let her sleep. Jaehyun tells Yejin she had a hard time, but Yejin insists she is fine before suddenly reacting with alarm as something unexpected happens. Visibly panicked, Jaehyun asks if something is wrong when Yejin desperately reveals that her link is suddenly failing to connect anywhere. Startled by the sudden failure, Jaehyun listens closely as Yejin concentrates deeply, realizing with mounting dread that the required distance now seems too far. Jaehyun questions why the link isn't working, but Yejin explains that while established links extend further, the normal range only reaches Central Station. Gripped by panic about their blocked options, Jaehyun realizes his family home past Jagalchi Station is unreachable without Yejin's mouse scout. Visibly panicked by the lost link range, Yejin concentrates and summons glowing blue power while underground mutant rats scurry through the ruins. Jaehyun urges exploring every option to keep everyone safe, as a transit map highlights the current locations including Koryang and Central. Stepping out near Koryang Station exits, the party stares in absolute awe at the widespread catastrophic destruction shaping the ruined cityscape. Jaehyun orders Kim Ji-yeon to scout ahead, prompting his jet-black crow to soar into the sky where he spots no nearby monsters. Kim Jae-hyun and his party observe the desolate and deserted Koryang Station, noting that giants rampaged through the area and cleared out any goblins. As night approaches, the group discusses whether to find a safe place to stay until morning, but Jaehyun decides they should continue moving forward. Spotting one of Seo Yejin's giant mice scurrying nearby, the group decides to follow it as they navigate the dark, post-apocalyptic cityscape. Kim Jae-hyun and Seo Yejin survey the flooded ruins of Busan Station, discussing how structural collapses caused the disaster before a strange sound interrupts them. Following a mysterious splashing noise in the water, Jaehyun spots a figure crouching on a triangular structure and immediately alerts his companions with wide-eyed shock. Jaehyun watches in stunned disbelief as the person is revealed to be a female entity with glowing yellow eyes and a fish-like scaly tail. A sudden, blinding shockwave of psychic energy erupts from the mysterious mermaid-like creature, causing Jaehyun and his party to stagger backward in intense pain. Overwhelmed by a violent psychic shockwave, Kim Jae-hyun and his companions grab their heads in agony before their bodies suddenly move on their own toward the water. The group plunges forcefully beneath the water's surface as shadowy, clawed aquatic entities emerge from the depths to grab and drag them down into danger. Fighting against the overwhelming danger, Oh Yeonju and Yoo Hyun struggle frantically before activating their magic armor to protect themselves from the aquatic threat. Kim Jae-hyun and his companions struggle against the psychic force before discovering terrifying aquatic entities emerging from the dark water below. Monstrous creatures leap aggressively from the water toward the survivors, sparking an intense battle in the flooded subterranean ruins. Ha Dong-gin rallies the group for combat as terrifying aquatic monsters attack, prompting fierce defensive strikes from the frontline fighters. Ha Dong-jeon and the survivors desperately fight off aggressive aquatic monster attacks, while rushing to save their companions from danger. Oh Yeonju transforms into a giant bear to shield Kim Jae-hyun from a devastating blow, saving him from a close brush with death. Facing another wave of ferocious aquatic monsters, the exhausted survivors groan as they prepare to continue the grueling battle. As fierce battle rages against relentless aquatic monsters and savage beasts, Ha Dongjin and the defenders unleash devastating spear strikes that slam enemies hard against towering stone pillars. Amidst the chaotic melee, survivors scramble for safety as the towering giant goblin is revealed, leaving the bewildered party to stare in absolute shock and disbelief. Looking up in sudden realization, Jaehyun and the horrified survivors notice countless figures crucified across towering dark crosses looming above them. Staring in disbelief at the gruesome display of crucified humans and monsters, the traumatized group realizes the sheer scale of the slaughter. Overwhelmed by terror and grief upon recognizing a familiar face, Ga-young screams out before a monstrous creature lunges to attack her. Reacting instantly to the sudden danger, Kim Ga-young fires a glowing energy arrow to deflect an attacking aquatic monster in the ruins. Byung-ho shoots a desperate question asking if Ga-young is okay while smoking firearms trail, thick smoke across the chaotic battlefield. Byung-ho looks over with sudden panic as Kim Ga-young drops to her knees, clutching her head in distress and trauma. Byung-ho calls out to Dong-hoon, who urgently declares that he has found a way to deal with the dangerous situation. Dongin explains that he has been watching through Blackie the Crow and spots a siren creature commanding the monsters from behind. Byung-ho reacts with utter shock and wide-eyed disbelief upon hearing Dongin's shocking revelation about the enemy's commanding presence. Staring closely at the mysterious siren, the protagonist notes her moving mouth and reveals sharp rows of teeth inside her mouth. Ha Dongjeon spots the fish-headed creatures moving alongside their siren commander and declares that taking down the siren could make them retreat. Prompted by his allies, Jaehyun asks if taking out the siren is all they need to do, receiving an affirmative response. Kim Jae-hyun fiercely declares he will take down the piece of shit himself, watching as fish-headed monsters roar and advance with their weapons ready. Ha Dong-jeon panics as the enemies change formation to protect the siren, while Jae-hyun calmly tells him to trust his plan and clear a path. Kim Ga-young hugs Ga-young tightly to protect her, while Ha Dong-yin and his allies dash forward through the chaos to strike the attacking monsters. Kim Jae-hyun steps onto the battle terrain with intense focus, locking eyes with a terrifying target, while Deoksu shouts in urgent alarm. Ha Dongjin and the party execute a coordinated strike with aura spears, forcing the monstrous siren to desperately dodge the devastating incoming attacks. Caught in a moment of panic, the survivors pull weapons as the eerie siren mocks them, warning Dongjeon and Jaehyun that they forgot everything. Caught completely off guard by the sudden escalation, a panicked fighter reacts with shock as chaotic combat erupts across the perilous battlefield. Kim Jae-hyun leaps forward with blazing blue energy, hurling a powerful spear directly into the monstrous attacker to impale it ruthlessly. The terrifying siren shrieks in agonizing pain as Jaehyun triggers a system alert, depositing a massive cash reward for hunting the level 33 beast. Deoksu proudly brags about his brilliant strategy, while exhausted survivors check on injured allies like Ga-young amidst the chaotic aftermath of battle. Shocked survivors stare in absolute horror as they discover a massive row of crucified bodies hanging grimly in the dark underground space. Jaehyun fiercely reconstructs a quest, warning that beings cannot be revived outside the domain, while confronting Jaehyun about Ha Dongjeon's choice. Kim Jae-hyun reflects intensely on the harsh reality that everyone prioritizes their own family, realizing that others willingly gave way for his survival. A trembling hand activates a party quest to make a grave, leaving a grief-stricken survivor weeping bitterly in front of the floating blue system interface. Gritting his teeth in deep frustration, Jaehyun curses angrily as a towering wooden cross rises above a vast pile of rocks in the gloom. Ha Dongin asks a tearful Kim Ga-young if she is really okay with this choice as they stand before a makeshift grave. Kim Ga-young gazes toward the rugged terrain, reflecting that her late workaholic father would have loved this place and its immense pride. Ha Dongin and the other survivors gather solemnly nearby while listening to her emotional recollection about her father's past wishes. Touching her father's identification tag resting on the rocks, Kim Ga-young tearfully declares that his wish came true, piercing Jaehyun's heart. Kim Jae-hyun watches quietly, hoping their deep sorrow will not become his own, as Kim Ga-young resolves to ensure they will not suffer anymore. Declaring that he needs stronger people to accomplish his goals, Kim Jae-hyun focuses his dark resolve on the most promising individuals around him. Junhyuk experiences a sudden glowing surge of system power, reacting with shock, while bystanders watch his unexpected magical awakening unfold. System windows display Junhyuk's newly granted titles, advanced water skills, and a strict 10-minute quest objective before him. Junhyuk calmly tells Jaehyun to wait a moment before turning with a sinister grin toward nearby howling goblin targets. Junhyuk raises his hand, channeling swirling blue water energy to unleash a powerful offensive spell upon the enemies. Junhyuk unleashes a devastating water bomb spell that instantly sweeps away the screeching goblin horde, blasting them against the rugged cavern walls. Overwhelmed by his newfound power and success, Junhyuk triumphantly celebrates his victory and kneels to express deep gratitude for the incredible grace. Kim Jae-hyun watches as a system notification confirms citizen Lee Junhyuk's trust, loyalty, and quest completion, making him the second S-rank ability holder after Oh Yeon-ju. Reflecting on Junhyuk's high level and starting B-rank water creation ability, Jaehyun evaluates how best to utilize him within the tightly bonded group. Jaehyun determines it is best to keep Junhyuk operating with his group as system notifications record recent goblin hunting experience and earnings. Noticing other people still diligently hunting late at night, Jaehyun receives a shocking system notification that his homebound declaration has reached level 20. Terrified system notifications flash as a massive wave of domain expansion. Electricity violently surges across the surrounding city streets and buildings with deafening thunder. Seo Yejin screams out in sheer panic, desperately trying to help Jaehyun as he suddenly collapses under a completely unprecedented wave of agonizing internal pain. Jaehyun suddenly regains consciousness, looking up in shock to find Yejin leaning intimately close over him before quickly waving his hands to apologize. Seo Yejin panics while hovering over Kim Jaehyun, explaining she thought he stopped breathing, as Kakami chirps and Jaehyun pets the crying crow to calm down. Jaehyun clutches his head in agony as the Ultimate Eyes skill activates, revealing that his domain expansion has swallowed up all roads within a 1-kilometer radius. Pointing at the system interface, Kim Jae-hyun decides to level up the Dignity Preservation skill, using his 2 remaining skill points. The skill reaches level 5, adding the Mystic Draw feature and granting 300 free crystals for a trial attempt. Driven by intense temptation, Jaehyun eagerly presses the Mystic Draw button to see what reward the system provides. A blinding golden magic circle suddenly erupts on the floor, shocking Seo Yejin and the crow as bright light floods the room. The glowing light fades to reveal the Ring of Communication, a magical item designed to deliver the user's voice directly to vassals. Realizing the ring is perfect for Kim Dabin, Jaehyun opens her vassal management window and marvels at her awakened telepathy ability. Through telepathy, Jaehyun hears angry survivors complaining loudly outside about 50 people sharing a single sleeping unit. Radiating menacing aura, Kim Jaehyun uses his newly unlocked Level 1 Ultimate Shut-In Door skill to connect doors within his declared territory. Opening the door, Jaehyun confronts an angry survivor named Sung Yeon-sik, who aggressively complains about trespassing and demands mutual help during emergencies. Jaehyun firmly tells Yeon-sik to leave his house if he dislikes the rules, instantly evicting him with absolute authority as frightened onlookers watch. Radiating menacing aura, Kim Jaehyun uses his ultimate shut-in door skill to evict Sung Yeon-sik as shocked survivors watch in absolute fear. Demanding answers, Jaehyun harshly criticizes the entitled survivors for trying to exploit their hard-earned victory, asserting that basic rights do not exist here. Enraged, Kim Jaehyun fiercely declares that the South Korean government has collapsed and he is certainly not its representative. Terrified survivors tremble as Jaehyun dismisses their complaints about a tyrant abusing power, pointing out harsh reality. Jaehyun passionately argues that rights and welfare are naive, noting other survivors adapt while these people make demands. Glaring with absolute fury, Jaehyun commands everyone to return to their assigned accommodations immediately or face further losses. Frightened survivors glance nervously around the hallway as Kim Jaehyun and Junhyuk step forward, prompting an anxious reaction from the group. Expressing immense relief, Junhyuk thanks Jaehyun for saving him, while Jaehyun smilingly points out that Junhyuk can utilize similar awakened capabilities. Guided by Jaehyun's telepathic instructions, Junhyuk concentrates intensely, successfully manifesting a glowing blue aura of water energy around his body. While Junhyuk expresses his stunned gratitude aloud, Jaehyun privately wonders why this strange power is working so effectively as a survivor approaches. A terrified survivor nervously apologizes to Kim Jaehyun in the hallway, pleading for a chance to speak while sweating profusely. Bowing deeply, the man begs Jaehyun to forgive Sung Yeon-sik just this once, arguing that the mistake was a collective group failure. Jaehyun calmly reveals he intended to let Yeon-sik back anyway, restoring his citizenship and turning to ask the petitioner for his name. Han Kyung-hoon bows deeply to thank Kim Jaehyun, who grants a one-time exception before system notifications confirm Sung Yeon-sik has regained citizenship. Jaehyun reflects on punishments like cold showers for children's groups, prompting Daebin to smile and praise him for having a really warm heart. Jaehyun looks flustered and tries to change the subject by proposing to assign shared facilities to all 25 buildings, shocking Daebin. Jaehyun proposes expanding operations to 100 members with 4 people per building, leaving Daebin thrilled as he mentions paying everyone 100,000 won daily. As the elevator reaches the 21st floor, Jaehyun and Daebin turn to see Dr. Lee Sungmin, Associate Professor of Nephrology, arriving to offer a medical team. Jaehyun decides to convert a room into a hospital to properly treat skilled medical personnel and tasks Daebin with setting up and operating the medical team. Finishing his tasks elsewhere, Jaehyun walks into a room where Yejin greets him, asking if everything went well with his recent endeavors. Kim Jaehyun responds to Seo Yejin, confirming that there were no issues with his recent endeavors and maintaining his calm demeanor. Activating Ultimate Eyes, Jaehyun surveys the area and checks that Ha Dongjan's party is en route to Jigalchi Station without any issues. Jaehyun opens his skill point window to level up Ultimate Storage to level 2, increasing storage capacity and adding a new preservation passive function. Testing the new storage preservation feature, Jaehyun opens the store to purchase an S&WM-60, 38 caliber revolver with 100 rounds. Pointing the revolver upward, Jaehyun urgently tells Yejin to cover her ears for a moment before firing the weapon. Startled by the sudden gunfire, Seo Yejin reacts in utter panic and disbelief as Kim Jaehyun casually fires his newly preserved weapon indoors. The system notification confirms a live round was successfully stored, while Jaehyun tests his storage capability and watches the bullet disappear completely. Walking back toward the doorway, Jaehyun reveals his grand plan to summon stored live rounds as a powerful new combat support method. At Jigalchi Station, Jaehyun's summoned live round accurately strikes a monster in the head, instantly eliminating the threat amidst the chaos. Hordes of vicious green goblins screech and charge forward on the tracks, while survivors desperately fight back against the sudden ambush. Ha Dongjun exclaims they have finally reached Jigalchu Station before Kim Jae-hyun suddenly communicates telepathically to ask if everyone can hear his voice. The group successfully locates and exits through Gate 2, gazing out at the vast and ruined urban landscape stretching around them. Kim Jae-hyun warns that this is uncharted territory where Seo Yejin failed to relink with rats, leaving Dongjun to ask where they should go. Following the directions to follow the main road to the left for about 1 kilometer, the party responds that they understand the task. Suddenly, massive monstrous entities crash down around the shocked group, filling Ha Donghyun and his companions with utter terror and confusion. Giant aquatic creatures lunge viciously toward the survivors, forcing Ha Dongjun and his team to frantically leap backward to barely escape the fishmen. Confronted by terrifying multi-eyed sharks in the ruins, Ha Dongjun and Choi Hyung-jun bravely counterattack with spears and gunfire alongside Kim Jae-hyun. Kim Jae-hyun launches a powerful flying kick shouting "Ura" while dodging a massive landshark lunging through debris in the ruined zone. Choi Hyung-jun leaps backward through the air while a giant bear transforms and crashes down violently into the jaws of the monstrous landshark. A system notification confirms the successful hunt of a level 24 landshark as massive funds are deposited into Jae-hyun's wallet. Kim Jeon steps forward in panic under Jae-hyun's urgent command, activating his crow summoning skills as floating spectral birds surround the team. Terrified survivors stare in absolute horror as a colossal new monstrous entity stomps heavily onto the battlefield, shaking the surrounding ground. Kim Jae-hyun, wide-eyed and sweating, desperately shouts they are everywhere while looking at the sudden chaotic aerial onslaught overhead. Choi Hyung-jun yells in panic, warning teammates that there is something massive above them as giant aquatic wings descend. A monstrous, multi-eyed aquatic creature flies across the moonlight sky before hurtling downward directly toward the startled team. Team members, including Choi Hyun-jun and Kang Deoksu, scream and brace themselves in total panic as a massive projectile slashes through the air. A system notification confirms earned experience and currency, while teammates open fire and shoot glowing energy arrows against the foes. Sky swordfish monsters soar through the air and plunge downward as Seo Yejin panics, shouting in terror while holding a bow and arrow. Kim Da-jung shoots at an incoming monster with a pistol, then summons warehouse bullets to kill a sky swordfish, netting monetary rewards. Kim Jae-hyun tells Seo Yejin that the linking is sufficient and hands her a revolver, leaving her startled and asking where to shoot. Seo Yejin panics and fires her revolver wildly at the attacking sky swordfish, while Kim Jae-hyun urges her to keep firing to maximize system efficiency. Another survivor abruptly opens a door nearby, looking shocked and demanding to know what is going on amid the chaotic battle. Startled by the sudden gunfire, a confused survivor named Da-jung wakes up thinking she is trapped inside an extremely weird and inescapable dream. Ha Dong-gyeon and the giant werebear, Oh Yeonju, fiercely clash against a massive, terrifying red-armored crab monster in a brutal battle. The charging werebear roars loudly and commands Da-jung to use her buff magic, prompting her to ignite glowing flames. The giant werebear Oh Yeonju rushes forward in a fiery blaze, leaping high into the air and roaring fiercely before attacking the terrifying red creature. Oh Yeonju unleashes a devastating assault alongside Kim Jae-hyun, who throws a glowing blue energy spear that pierces deeply into the massive red-armored monster's chest. The enormous beast remains seemingly unharmed by the brutal attack, prompting a frantic warning from Kim Jae-hyun as everyone urgently scrambles to get back. Kim Jae-hyun and the berserk bear Oh Yeonju confront the durable monster, realizing ordinary attacks fail against its impenetrable shell and requiring extreme impact. Kim Jae-hyun concentrates his dark energy and utilizes his alternative dimension storage system to search for a powerful weapon capable of breaking the shell. Kim Jae-hyun successfully selects and summons a massive barbell from his warehouse storage, instructing Oh Yeonju to jump onto the enemy's shell. Kim Jae-hyun concentrates his dark energy and summons a massive heavy barbell from his storage warehouse to prepare for the strike against the monster. Kim Jae-hyun hurls the massive glowing barbell downward with tremendous kinetic energy, crashing into the giant creature while Oh Yeonju leaps into action. After defeating the giant crab, the path home resembles a seafood market filled with all kinds of fish and crustacean-type monsters attacking. Kim Jae-hyun reflects on the fatal dangers and Ha Dongjun's struggling party, realizing his family's survival chances are extremely low. Admitting his family's grim fate, Jae-hyun spots an unfamiliar tree along a familiar street, triggering a sudden realization. Stopping the party, Jae-hyun identifies the bizarre tree as a level 38 tree giant, preparing his power as expected. Kim Jae-hyun warns his stunned allies about the massive monster disguised as a tree standing right in front of them in the ruined city streets. Oh Yeonju transforms into her giant fiery bear form and charges forward as the tree monster's central eye snaps wide open with terrifying power. Kim Ga-young and Kim Jae-hyun unleash powerful ranged energy attacks, tearing through the colossal tree monster's wooden arms and massive defensive shell structure. Team members panic and shout in desperation as they witness the intense danger unfolding around them in the ruined city streets. Kim Jae-hyun and the massive transformed bear launch a ferocious counterattack against the giant tree monster, evading deadly vines and striking back with immense physical force. Survivors scream in horror, shouting Yeonju's name aloud as chaos erupts around the battle zone during the fierce confrontation. The giant bear remains tightly bound and suspended in the air by the tree monster's thick, constricting wooden vines. Thick wooden vines constrict around the giant bear form of Oh Yeonju, causing her to cry out in intense pain and agony. Kim Jae-hyun desperately shouts for Yeonju to get away, while massive magical energy crackles through the chaotic battlefield surrounding the terrified group. Kim Jae-hyun's eyes suddenly turn black and glow with eerie dark tendrils as the monstrous tree abruptly halts its relentless assault. Ha Dongjan shouts out in utter confusion over Jae-hyun's unexpected strategic command to order Yeonju's retreat from the active frontline battle. Ha Dongjan urgently commands the group to follow Jae-hyun's instructions during the chaos, while gesturing frantically toward the looming threat. Choi Deoksu prepares his heavy weapon and armor as the monstrous tree creature suddenly stomps forward from the ruins toward the survivors. Kim Jae-hyun watches closely as the wooden monster inexplicably returns to its original spot, leaving his eyes glowing with dark energy. Kim Jae-hyun realizes that the monster began attacking only after Oh Yeonju transformed into her beast form, provoking its aggression. The massive tree monster suddenly stirs and begins getting up once again, resuming its threatening posture in the ruined street. Kim Jae-hyun observes the giant tree monster's strange lack of hostility toward humans, leading him to instruct his companions to advance past it quietly. Ha Donghyun reacts in shock as Jae-hyun reveals that the colossal tree stands exactly where his parents' home used to be located. Overwhelmed by grief and anger, Kim Jae-hyun shatters a family photograph as painful memories of his missing family flood his mind. Enraged by the monstrous tree standing on his family property, Kim Jae-hyun vows to kill it before a system notification alerts him to nearby blood relatives. Startled by the sudden intrusion, bewildered villagers rush over and angrily confront Jae-hyun and his party for carving a massive hole into their sacred tree child Poppy. Sweating nervously under intense pressure, Jae-hyun admits to the damage, prompting the furious village elder to angrily demand how they could hurt a defenseless child. An angry villager confronts Kim Jae-hyun and his companions, complaining that their giant tree child Poppy does not taste good after being cut. Jae-hyun experiences a sudden dark realization, connecting the tree monster's existence to his grandfather's rooftop garden and the plants grown since his youth. Confronting the gigantic tree standing where his family home should be, Jae-hyun wonders if someone awakened a power on the exact same level as his own. Kim Jae-hyun encounters a mysterious, faceless villager and wipes sweat from his brow, feeling a massive relief that everyone survived the ordeal safely. Jae-hyun surveys the towering monsters roaming the skies and streets before laughing wildly at the impossibility of human survival in this harsh place. Startled by a companion asking what is wrong, Jae-hyun reassures her with a sinister smile, vowing to thoroughly check the situation. Nearby, Ha Dongjin and villagers cut giant pieces of meat with cleavers, while Jae-hyun instructs Dongjin to write down the village chief's name. Kim Jae-hyun asks an elderly local resident about the village chief, and learns the leader is named Lee Bong-ja, instantly realizing it refers to his grandfather. Walking through the crowded village, Jae-hyun watches villagers butcher giant fish and carry heavy supplies while local men butcher fresh seafood nearby. Stunned by the bustling market filled with over 100 people, reminiscent of Jagalchi Market, Jae-hyun watches a local butcher cleanly chop fish on a large block. An elderly local man calmly instructs a burly butcher to quickly slice up fish into a plate of fresh sashimi for the hungry young newcomers. The butcher presents a gleaming plate of fresh sashimi to the stunned survivors, who realize they have no chopsticks and must use their bare hands. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyun uses his telekinesis to cleanly provide chopsticks to the astounded group, who happily taste the delicious sashimi and find it amazing. Kim Jae-hyun flashes a sinister smile with glowing dark energy, using his system abilities to manifest and summon mysterious water bottles for the bewildered survivors. Stunned by the unexpected appearance of soda instead of cola, the burly men scream in total disbelief at the mysterious beverage selection. The startled butcher and his companions eagerly accept the offered drinks while staring at the enormous miraculous piles of supplies surrounding them. A survivor with short gray hair grins broadly, noting that Jae-hyun is generously gifting all these amazing provisions directly to the elders. Climbing up high, the bald chief is shocked to encounter his grandfather Lee Bong-yeol, standing atop a towering structure as system notifications trigger. Lee Bong-yeol leaps powerfully off the massive wooden trunk, dashing across the debris-filled ground toward the astonished survivors below. Lee Bong-yeol walks firmly toward the astonished survivors, his aging frame showing the physical toll of his brain issues and recent awakening. Ha Dongjan formally introduces the village chief to the group, expressing profound honor at meeting the respected elder in person. Lee Bong-yeol expresses deep gratitude for the miraculous supplies provided, asking if the newcomers manufactured the stacked water bottles. Ha Dongjan and the chief react with stunned disbelief when learning that Kim Jae-hyun generated all the vital supplies, using his unique ability. Stunned by the revelation, the elderly chief widens his eyes in shock, realizing the mentioned Kim Jae-hyun is his own beloved grandson. With a bright expression, Ha Dong-hyun confirms that the survivor is indeed Kim Jae-hyun, who resides safely within the Seomyeon apartments. Overwhelmed by emotion upon learning his grandson is alive, the chief quickly steps forward, urging the group to lead him there immediately. Safe at home with dark powers manifesting, Jae-hyun checks his interface and discovers a costly new buildable item named Annex, requiring a blood relative. Kim Jae-hyun reviews his immense funds and realizes spending 3 billion won to build the expensive Annex is completely worthwhile for his growth. Jae-hyun witnesses a preview of the massive Annex scale, triggers the construction system, and decides to warn his grandfather about the boundary range. Discovering that the blood relative system trigger has activated for his grandfather, Jae-hyun watches as the surprise chief learns his grandson is alive and well. As grandfather's voice echoes about Jae-hyun being alive, Jae-hyun reacts with glowing dark eyes and an intense expression of shock. Jae-hyun urgently tells everyone to ask grandfather what happened, while the shocked village chief listens in disbelief as someone explains they are sharing eyes. Grandfather gently holds the sleeping grandmother's hand, explaining that she is a little too shocked in her heart and unable to wake up. Grandfather recalls the tragic day monsters appeared and the world fell apart, leaving grandmother asleep ever since, while Jae-hyun's heart aches watching him. Jae-hyun cries tears of grief and frustration, wishing he could assign quests to save his unconscious grandmother, but curses the rule preventing blood relative quests. As grandfather and Eon-ju stand by the bedside, Jae-hyun suddenly senses a disturbance, wondering why it is so quiet when 7 people barged in. Eon-ju asks the elder about Jae-hyun's parents, prompting grandfather to look back and recount the fateful day when Jae-hyun's parents went out to work and earn money. Grandfather recounts the tragic day when Jae-hyun's parents went missing, cementing Jae-hyun's inner despair about the near-zero chance of their survival. A sudden system alert flashes, detecting the terrifying presence of a blood relative of the shut-in absolute nearby. Jae-hyun frantically commands Yejin to use her rat scouts to find survivors, realizing his actual mom and dad are walking toward them. Workers sweat under the sun while discussing abundant food, but sudden dark monster shadows loom over the area, shocking everyone with a massive threat. Alarms ring frantically as bells toll, prompting frantic evacuations and speedy shutter closures to secure the storage area against incoming monsters. A panicked villager rushes to warn the village chief and survivors inside about a massive horde of deadly monsters charging in aggressively. As a massive horde of terrifying subterranean monsters approaches, the village chief calmly steps forward with a raised hand to warn everyone to fall back immediately. Realizing the creatures are fleeing from something even more horrifying, the village chief prepares the group for imminent danger as the stampede thunders past them safely. Watching the charging monsters stampede, the survivors realize Jae-hyun cannot handle the massive horde alone and desperately rush forward to offer assistance. Rejecting their help, Lee Bong-yeol leaps powerfully into action, brutally striking down the advancing beasts, while sternly commanding everyone to stay inside the building. As more terrifying aquatic monsters continue to emerge from the surrounding trees and crash into the area, the fierce onslaught intensifies rapidly. Enveloped in glowing green energy, Lee Bong-yeol channels his immense power and unleashes a devastating assault to slaughter the ferocious creatures closing in. Stunned by the overwhelming notifications granting title effects, Kim Jae-hyun gasps in shock as massive status changes flood his system interface. Choi Hyung-jun and the survivors stare bewildered at the status window, while Jae-hyun reflects on his grandfather Lee Bong-yeol wiping out hundreds of monsters instantly. Overwhelmed by a sudden, violent surge of energy, Jae-hyun screams in agony as a massive purple lightning storm erupts across the entire city. Panting heavily from the excruciating pain, Jae-hyun checks his status interface and anxiously wonders if his parents are included among the newly registered citizens. Kim Jae-hyun realizes that since his parents are not within citizenship range, Seo Yejin must track their specific location right away. While dealing with severe bodily pain, Jae-hyun checks on his grandfather Lee Bong-yeol, who notices strange anomalies regarding monster corpses. Lee Bong-yeol explains that monsters now disappear completely without leaving bones due to Jae-hyun's ability, before heading off to bring people. Lee Bong-yeol and a survivor discuss the necessity of killing monsters to harvest fresh meat for the upcoming meals. Kim Jae-hyun remarks on the inconvenience of eating monsters before testing his alternate dimension storage and successfully registering the category of fish. Seo Ye-jin excitedly tells Jae-hyun she found survivors, prompting system notifications to reveal the names and levels of Lee Ji-suk and Kim Dong-hyun. Overwhelmed with joyful tears, Kim Jae-hyun realizes his parents are finally arriving at the very edge of the expanded domain area. Spotting his mother Lee Ji-suk and father Kim Dong-hyun amidst the crowd, Jae-hyun breaks down in tears, while shouting out their names in disbelief. Rushing forward past the boundary, Jae-hyun embraces his crying parents tightly as they express utter shock and ask if he is safe. Kim Jae-hyun experiences a wave of relief, realizing 23 nurses who worked with his mother have been granted abilities and safely entered. 2 dogs accompanying a survivor are granted entry through a contract of subordination system that can awaken up to 100 people. Jae-hyun marvels at his mother's incredible ability, before questioning if his father's broken S-rank protective aura was unlocked through the same contract. Kim Dong-hyun explains his S-rank protective aura skill that triples physical abilities to an astounding total of 3,369% efficiency. Jae-hyun addresses his parents and the 23 awakened survivors, kindly offering them 5 units of housing, warm showers, and plenty of food. Jae-hyun's parents react with deep shock and worry, fearing their son is mentally unstable and failing to comprehend the brutal reality of the apocalypse. Jae-hyun offers a reassuring smile and asks his mother if she noticed the bright lights glowing inside their apartment during their arrival. Jae-hyun questions how electricity exists in a powerless world, then snaps his fingers to restore building lights. Astonishing his parents and shocked onlookers, Jae-hyun magically materializes and distributes rare Coca-Cola bottles to the thirsty, grateful survivors, offering to guide them home safely. Using the shut-in absolute gate, Jae-hyun guides his mother's subordinates to their new apartments, providing essential ramen, rice, eggs, and milk supplies. Walking down the hallway, Kim Jae-hyun's mother asks him in bewilderment if they are really allowed to freely use other people's empty homes like this. Flashing a wide grin, Jae-hyun tells them not to worry about anyone returning yet, quickly unlocking the door and urging everyone to go inside. Bowing deeply as they enter, 2 young women cheerfully shout hello to Jae-hyun's parents, leaving his mother shocked and wondering if she is his girlfriend. Blushing brightly, the girls enthusiastically declare they will serve them with all their sincerity, prompting Jae-hyun to quickly tell the 2 hardworking girls they can go back now. After sending the other 2 away, Jae-hyun sits down with his family to explain everything that had happened since the apocalypse started. Jae-hyun explains that his father was working as a taxi driver, picking up his mother, and how they protected each other to survive. As Jae-hyun shares the full story of his survival and abilities, his mother and father react emotionally, making the house feel warm. In Japan's Nagasaki prefecture, dark storm clouds gather over the sea as stormy waves crash against the shore under heavy rain. Under heavy storm clouds and pouring rain, a colossal, menacing dragon-like creature passes by, leaving destruction in its wake while watchers look on in shock. The next morning, Jae-hyun urgently tells his grandfather about his parents, and his grandfather looks at his phone in sheer disbelief and overwhelming joy. Playing video recordings of the family again and again, the grandfather gazes warmly at the phone while Jae-hyun prepares to record another family video. Looking at the recorded video of his grandparents, Kim Jae-hyun's mother sheds tears before Jae-hyun reassures her they will soon meet them. Jae-hyun explains to his family that using Ha Dong-gun's party to hunt monsters near the main house is far more efficient due to construction efficiency and increased monster numbers. Kim Jae-hyun explains that the territories have expanded, and the goblins inside died during yesterday level up. Jae-hyun calls out to Dabin, asking her to instruct the people that the territory has expanded. Dabin acknowledges the command, while Jae-hyun requests a relief team to rescue survivors and medical helpers. Jae-hyun notes that thousands of survivors remain in dire conditions due to monsters, expressing his strong desire to save them all. Jae-hyun is shocked when his mother suggests using her subordinates with healing or care abilities to instantly reach and treat survivors directly. His mother explains that forming a contract of subordination allows awakened relief members to efficiently heal status conditions and assist the injured across the territory. After 3 relentless days and nights of hard work, they systematically visit every house within the territory and successfully save many lives. Collapsing onto the couch from exhaustion, Jae-hyun sighs that every single day has been overwhelmingly busy with little time to breathe. A notification pops up stating a potential citizen approaches the haven, prompting Jae-hyun to accept as population nears 10,000. Looking out at the heavy rainfall from his balcony, Jae-hyun wonders why it rains so much before hearing Dabin's urgent voice. Dabin reports that the relief team suggests going outside the territory for rescue missions, but Jae-hyun warns how dangerous it is. Jaehyun recalls the dangerous sea monsters swarming outside, noting how ordinary people cannot survive outside, and praising the experienced ex-firefighters. Jaehyun approves the deployment of hunting team escorts for Dabin, instructing the relief team to wait for now. Discovering recent monster kills outside through his notification screen, Jaehyun realizes someone is hunting with terrifying speed and suspects it is not his dad. Activating his Supreme Being's Eye, Jaehyun channels mysterious dark energy to survey the unfolding anomaly from afar. Witnessing grandfather Lee Bong-yeol effortlessly crushing multiple sea monsters during a sudden monster wave, Jaehyun realizes the alarming situation. Stunned by the overwhelming number of defeated monsters littering the rainy streets, Kim Jae-hyun and Choi Hyung-jun stare in absolute bewilderment at the strange scene. Watching the terrified monsters fleeing frantically in absolute terror, Jaehyun demands to know what could possibly scare them so badly before realizing the horrifying truth. Spotting the massive level 63 white dragon emerging through the lightning storm, Jaehyun and his shocked companions gasp in absolute terror as they recognize the dragon. Staring blankly with dark glowing eyes, Kim Jae-hyun calculates that using his vassal summoning right now could successfully save Ha Dong-gin's party. Realizing that his grandfather, the guardian of the world tree, cannot leave and would be left alone in danger, Jaehyun hesitates. Jaehyun knows he cannot order the survivors to face the terrifying white dragon because doing so would mean sending them to certain deaths. Seeing the system timer showing 38 hours left until the annex building completion, Jaehyun grits his teeth and declares that waiting is impossible. Desperately wondering if there is some other way, Jaehyun watches in shock as the colossal white dragon steps down toward the survivors. Choi Hyung-jun steps forward to protect the group, declaring they will fight together against the terrifying white dragon alongside Kim Jae-hyun. Refusing to back down, the grandfather strikes first with massive dark tendrils, causing Ha Dong-jin and Park Hee-won to scream out in terror. With glowing eyes, Kim Jae-hyun suddenly shouts for everyone to stop, leaving Jaehyun and Park Hee-won shocked and pausing mid-action. Moving instantly, Byung-ho tackles his grandfather to prevent any attack, explaining desperately that this is Jaehyun's urgent message to stand down. Kim Jae-hyun and his grandfather panic, shouting in shock as sudden tension fills the air during their intense confrontation. Activating his status window, Jaehyun realizes the massive white dragon came to the world tree solely to hatch its eggs. The white dragon sends a calming voice into the astonished group's minds, revealing its peaceful intent as the guardian of the world tree. The colossal white dragon proposes a vital contract to Lee Bong-yeol, offering to protect the world tree until it regains its full divine power. Lee Bong-yeol accepts the divine bond, receiving a glowing crest on his hand while enduring intense pain, as the dragon promises absolute protection. Transforming a shimmering crystal egg, Lee Bong-yeol solemnly hands it over to his astonished companions, asking them to take care of his child. The majestic white dragon takes flight into the sky, leaving Ha Dong-gun and the survivors stunned by the immense power and the miraculous alliance. Achieving loyalty 100 with Kang Deoksu, Kim Gaeung, and Ha Dong-jin increases Kim Jae-hyun's vassal capacity by 3, bringing his current total to 18 vassals. Jae-hyun notes, it is impossible to register awakened people turned by his mother, and wonders about creating awakened ones himself, since naturally born ones are too rare. Surprised by a system notification of Moon Byung-ho's trust reaching 100, Jae-hyun acquires a teleport awakening pill and wonders where to use it. Kim Jae-hyun inspects a blue and white pill in his hand, offering it as a gift to his shocked father, Choi Hyung-jun, who stares in disbelief. Choi Hyung-jun accepts the capsule and swallows it, instantly glowing with mysterious blue energy, while exclaiming in utter confusion as strange transformations overcome his body. Jae-hyun playfully grins, suggesting his father imagine teleporting across the room, leaving Hyung-jun sweating and bewildered as blue ethereal flames continue swirling around him. Choi Hyung-jun experiences a sudden surge of empowering energy, marveling at his newfound strength, as Jae-hyun playfully compares him to a winged tiger. Jae-hyun receives startling system notifications revealing that blood relatives grant new abilities when their trust reaches 100, leaving him completely stunned. Realizing his mother's trust is already at 97, Jae-hyun plots to quickly raise it while contemplating a secret method to maximize trust. The next morning, a massive blue pillar of light erupts as the construction of the annex building is successfully completed, enveloping the city in a powerful barrier. Hostile entities are detected and eliminated by the system, granting Jae-hyun a massive influx of hunting notifications, skill level increases, and territory expansion. Exhausted from leveling up first thing in the morning, Jae-hyun rests on the sofa while Kakami sits nearby, assuring his bird companion that he is fine. Realizing the tremendous accumulation of notifications, Jae-hyun grants citizenship to qualified beings as the citizen count reaches 10,000, unlocking the Profession Research Lab. Putting aside the important system notifications for now because something even more urgent has arisen, Jae-hyun opens the door and calls out to his mom. Kim Jae-hyun cheerfully greets his tearful mother, Ji-suk, offering his hand and inviting her to visit Grandma and Grandpa together immediately. Opening a mystical glowing door, Jae-hyun steps through and startles his grandfather, who sits nearby resting in the strange space. Shocked by Jae-hyun's unexpected appearance, his grandfather stammers in disbelief while Ji-suk approaches from behind the doorway. Hearing the commotion, Ji-suk rushes forward with tears in her eyes and tearfully embraces her shocked father, apologizing for her arrival. Lee Ji-suk tearfully embraces her emotional father, expressing deep remorse for arriving late while he comforts her through their emotional reunion. Kim Jae-hyun watches the system notification showing Ji-suk reaching maximum trust, then remarks that everything is fine for now while they embrace. Jae-hyun chats with his grandfather outdoors near the massive world tree structure, explaining the water and electricity situation before offering to fix it. Jae-hyun cheerfully tells his grandfather that he has successfully restored utilities and stopped monster attacks, before casually heading downstairs to test his skills. Descending the stairs, Jae-hyun activates his ultimate eyes skill to peer into the space where his mother and grandmother are located. Jae-hyun uses his teleport ability to instantly appear near his mother and grandmother, realizing he can teleport through ultimate eyes to gain incredible versatility. Jae-hyun asks about his grandmother's condition before activating a 10,000,000,000 one beast summon button, feeling no hesitation after witnessing the crow's power. Jae-hyun activates the summon, creating a glowing green magic circle that startles his grandmother and prompts Jae-hyun to tell her not to be alarmed. A glowing green egg cracks open to reveal a sleeping level 1 fairy, which awakens and charms his mother, who asks Jae-hyun what it is. Kim Jae-hyun explains to his mother that the fairy is a summoned beast similar to Blackie, while she watches in awe. Choi Hyung-jun walks over, telling his daughter that Jae-hyun successfully handled everything, as his grandfather begins healing. Choi Hyung-jun uses green magic to heal a wounded person, praising Jae-hyun as someone who is truly exceptional. The glowing fairy suddenly darts away and latches onto the healing grandfather, surprising everyone in the immediate area. A system notification announces that the fairy's level increased, and natural recovery rates doubled, shocking the onlookers. The grandfather panics at the mysterious power manifesting before him, shouting at the fairy and Jae-hyun to stay back. Jae-hyun calmly scolds his grandfather for not washing his hands after visiting the rooftop, leaving his family completely bewildered. Overcome by sudden exhaustion, the grandfather mutters about feeling sleepy before collapsing heavily onto the floor in front of his shocked family. Panic erupts as the grandfather rushes forward to check on the unconscious woman, crying out in terror and shouting for her to wake up. Confronted by the glowing fairy, the frantic grandfather angrily demands to know what happened, while furiously ordering the entity to repeat its action. Startled by Jae-hyun addressing him as grandpa, the grandfather abruptly cuts off his shouting and turns around with a wide, stunned expression. Apologetic after losing his temper, the grandfather tearfully apologizes to Jae-hyun while staring down at the sleeping fairy nearby. Jae-hyun explains that fairy's level is still too low, requesting regular life force supplies so grandma can eventually wake up safely. Stunned by the proposal, the grandfather expresses shock and relief, watching as the fairy continues to sleep peacefully. Jae-hyun realizes Beast Summon isn't a random ability, and notes each summoned beast has distinct summoning conditions related to the World Tree. Startled by a sudden realization, the grandfather tells his family he is tired and heads to his room, closing the door behind him. Kim Jae-hyun receives a sudden citizen death message on his holographic screen, contemplating the brutal worldwide reality where hundreds more will die soon. Rescue teams remain utterly overwhelmed as people die from monsters, hunger, and trapped homes across a catastrophic nation and worldwide scale. Reflecting on great power and responsibility, Kim Jae-hyun resolves to save his country, holding citizenship capacity for 220,000 people. Kim Jae-hyun decides to build a profession research lab to unlock citizen professions, discovering it requires a massive piece of land and a substantial budget. Jae-hyun selects the flattened ground left behind by the giant monster, reviewing the construction requirements of 30 citizens and a 7-day period. Reflecting on family and vassals, Jae-hyun uses his ultimate eyes to track Ha Donggin's party advancing toward Da-shin-dong to find Kim Gae-young's mother. Kim Jae-hyun summons a glowing blue light and calmly tells everyone nearby to fall back for a brief moment. Moon Byung-ho arrives with a party of survivors, asking Jae-hyun if he caused the monsters to suddenly die. Ha Dongjin gestures toward the area, confirming that the expanded safe zone will greatly smoothen their upcoming combat operations. Jae-hyun explains that station parties make it possible to reach Ga-young's family in Da-shin-dong by the end of the day. Kim Jae-hyun calmly tells his allies that they have a new way forward, presenting a bold proposal to everyone present. Following the annex completion, the territory expands to Jigalchi Station, allowing Seo Yejin to resume her rat poison gas strategy and restaff the research lab. Jaehyun expresses complete confidence in Miss Seo Yejin, urging her to take prompt action now that all preparations are fully complete. Yejin scouts the connecting railway from Jigalchi to Seodasan Station, realizing underground monster concentrations are worse than expected before deploying poison gas. Yuhiren's deadly poison mist swiftly annihilates a dark octopus monster, generating immense experience points and depositing a massive settlement reward directly into Kim Jae-hyun's wallet. Following the contract of subordination, Yuhiren's title becomes Knight, while Seo Yejin's previous title evolves into Baron, granting increased statutory stats. Kim Jae-hyun observes the profound enhancements applied to Seo Yejin's abilities and rats, as she proudly reports that the subway tracks are successfully cleared. Kim Jae-hyun turns his intense gaze toward the surrounding allies, announcing that there is one crucial proposal he would like to present to everyone. Kim Jae-hyun announces that Ha Dong-gun's party and Kim Da-jeong complete their statutory stat upgrades through subordination contracts, granting Baron titles and raising follower limits to 21. Kang Deoksu gains the Knight title, unlocking the Steel Knight Order skill to summon armored golems and charge alongside his troops against massive underground monsters. Wearing armor, the grinning knight and his allies dash through the area while shouting to slip through quickly before anyone stops them. Kim Jae-hyun's group successfully arrives at Jigalchi Station Exit 2, and Jae-hyun declares that the path has been cleared for them. Jae-hyun explains that the railway to Seodasan Station is about 3 kilometers long, allowing them to cover it in just 10 minutes. Arriving at their destination, a weary survivor looks around anxiously and wonders aloud where the group should go next. Park Hee-won guides the group toward the apartment complex near Exit 2, where savage goblins suddenly shriek and roar in warning from above. Choi Hyung-jun spots goblins ahead and shouts a warning as Kim Ga-young urgently screams for everyone to move aside while unleashing a powerful magical blast. Ga-young's arrow of light shatters into brilliant beams that pierce the goblins, triggering system notifications as Jae-hyun discovers the apartment entrance is blocked. Kim Jae-hyun smashes through a barrier with his spear, ordering Kim Ga-young to check upstairs while others summon guardian knights and prepare their positions. Kim Ga-young and Jae-hyun rush up to the 15th floor where she desperately pounds on a locked apartment door, crying out for her mother in panic. Overwhelmed by absolute despair and grief, Kim Ga-young collapses onto the hallway floor as Jae-hyun stands silently behind her watching. Kim Ga-young weeps uncontrollably before the locked apartment door until Jae-hyun opens it wide, and she calls out for her mother in sheer panic. Park Hee-won rushes out to embrace a sobbing Ga-young, who collapses into tears as the family realizes the tragic loss of her father. Jae-hyun stands before the sorrowful echoes of the dead, resolving to locate the families of Ha Dong-jeon, Kang Deoksu, and Kim Jeon in Jangjeon-dong. After moving Ga-young's family to safety, Jae-hyun dispatches followers to Jangjeon-dong and instructs Kim Da-young to expand public facilities and housing. Kim Jae-hyun issues instructions to Dabin to recruit people for staffing new outer bases before authorizing construction mode to build new stores at selected points. Reflecting on Ha Dong-gun Party's rapid advance toward Gyeode Station, Jae-hyun notes that their poison mist tactic only works up to that point. Jae-hyun commands Kakami to bite, as Ha Dong-gun's party grows several times stronger, with new skills like invisibility and rapid growth. Ha Dong-gyeon urges the group to stick behind Deoksu's Night Order, breaking through with minimal fighting as menacing black crows glide overhead through the air. Jae-hyun halts the party upon noticing that the road ahead is completely cut off, forcing them to carefully move downwards and find another route. Descending to the lower level, Jae-hyun analyzes the terrifying damage to the concrete bridge, deducing that an exceptionally powerful entity must be lurking nearby. Ha Dong-gun orders everyone to move carefully, while a party member responds affirmatively with an alert expression under the bright sky. Jae-hyun analyzes target coordinates toward Jangjeon-dong, hoping everyone stays safe before teleporting to the apartment side to investigate. Yejin gives Jae-hyun permission to check the apartment briefly before he teleports inside with swirling purple energy. Jae-hyun wonders what is happening, knocks on a door, and is shocked when Kang Deoksu opens it unexpectedly. System notifications show citizens' trust rising as Kang Deoksu cries out, urgently begging Jae-hyun to lend them some guns for an immediate crisis outside. Jae-hyun expresses shock at the request for guns inside a safe zone, but Deoksu and the anxious group explain they desperately need to go outside. When Jae-hyun asks if they want to hunt monsters, Deoksu tearfully clarifies they want to rescue their families, prompting Jae-hyun to realize they are just like him. Jae-hyun listens as the desperate men confess their worries, explaining that they came here because they finally decided to act themselves. Jaehyun uses his item summon ability to materialize weapons, stating that they will need them if they rescue their families. The men bow deeply in gratitude before Jaehyun startles them by proposing that they enter a contract of subordination. Jaehyun explains that this ridiculous ability lets him select 100 awakened followers, noting that the tricky requirement is that they must kneel. The shocked survivors ask if Jaehyun is an authoritarian, but he calmly instructs them to kneel and voice their complete submission to him. Sungjun submits to Jaehyun, triggering an astonishing system notification that awakens his C-rank telekinesis ability and leaves everyone completely stunned by the massive jackpot. Jaehyun pulls a glowing sphere from his store inventory, assigning Sungjun a grant quest to lift a tangerine using his newly acquired telekinesis. Choi Sungjun sweats nervously under Kim Jaehyun's gaze before successfully lifting a glowing tangerine using his newly unlocked telekinesis power. The tangerine suddenly explodes into glowing fragments, causing Sungjun to panic and apologize profusely, while Jaehyun calmly dismisses the accident. Jaehyun reflects on their contract power before a system notification reveals Sungjun reached 50 trust and unlocked vassal registration requirements. After registering Sungjun as a vassal, the remaining people complete their contracts, and the group prepares to depart for another location. Jaehyun confirms the apartment complex location in Yeonjidong before bidding farewell as the group heads out through the gateway. Kim Jaehyun announces it is time for him to head back too, uses teleport to vanish, and startles the survivors when he reappears instantly. Returning to find things in a critical state, Jaehyun learns that a giant twin-head ogre has appeared, recognizing it as the monster that destroyed the bridge. A giant crow swoops into action and viciously slashes at the twin-head ogre, tearing into the terrifying monster with brutal precision. Kim Jaehyun instantly teleports back to the battlefield, materializing above the giant twin-head ogre to fire a precise electric beam into its eye. As armored knights charge forward to attack the massive creature, the twin-head ogre retaliates with devastating force, crushing the defenders into the ground. Expressing frustration at the enemy's resilience, Jaehyun prepares a new summon, while stunned survivors react as reinforcement arrives to turn the tide. Kim Jaehyun activates his powers, warning everyone that he will support them as the battle intensifies against the monstrous threat. Following a direct hit from a barbell, the monster remains alive, prompting an urgent warning for everyone to stay alert. Realizing the twin-head ogre is still alive, Jaehyun quickly coordinates with Oh Yeonju and Kim Da-jung to slow its dangerous movements. Oh Yeonju transforms and charges fiercely into battle against the massive twin-head ogre, unleashing a powerful attack. Kim Jaehyun commands item summons and system menus to deploy combat gear, readying his forces to finish the towering opponent. Oh Yeonju's giant bear form charges alongside Dongjin's attacks, slamming against the twin-head ogre while it roars in agony. Jaehyun shouts instructions to Kim Ga-young, who immediately draws her glowing bowstring and prepares a decisive ranged shot. As Jaehyun and Ga-young watch in shock, the monstrous ogre suddenly hurls a heavy crushed vehicle directly toward their position. As a heavy crushed vehicle hurtles through the air toward their position, Kim Jaehyun and his allies desperately dodge the devastating projectile. Screaming in terror for Oh Yeonju, Kim Jaehyun watches in horror as the giant bear form is slammed violently backward by the impact. Overwhelmed by the terrifying loss of someone precious, Kim Jaehyun screams in utter despair, desperately shouting that he refuses to lose another ally. Kim Jaehyun desperately summons a powerful burst of purple energy and throws a heavy vehicle to shield his allies from the monster. Shocked allies stare at the black flames erupting around Jaehyun as he screams in fury, vowing to kill the monstrous enemy. Jaehyun snaps back to reality amidst the rubble, realizing the massive entity before him possesses terrifying abilities far beyond ordinary monster attacks. Kim Jaehyun vows to never let disaster strike again, unleashing a massive burst of dark purple energy against the twin-headed ogre. After the violent explosion clears, Jaehyun receives system notifications confirming the successful hunt and enormous cash deposit into his wallet. Allies marvel at the mysterious black flames and sudden power spike, while Jaehyun feels a new surge of painful energy rising. Jaehyun endures chronic pain and receives a system notification announcing the discovery of a nearby dungeon that grants 100 crystals as a reward. Realizing the dungeon is related to crystals, Jaehyun decides to send Lee Junhyuk's party there after forming a subordination contract to increase their strength. Jaehyun teleports to locate Lee Junhyuk and his party members, only to discover their opponents unexpectedly killed each other due to his expanding territorial influence. After requesting Junhyuk to return, Jaehyun and Seo Yejin return to the apartment using a gate, where Yejin anxiously asks if she can rest. Jaehyun gently dismisses Seo Yejin, telling her she has done enough for today and should rest well with her family before she cheerfully leaves. Jaehyun walks away, wondering about Ha Donghyun's party as he steps outside to finally spot the targeted apartment complex where the survivors live. Jaehyun commands his companions to use every bit of strength they have while rushing forward toward the final destination to reunite with them. Jaehyun suddenly halts mid-stride with a wide, intense expression, shocking his allies who urgently question why he stopped so abruptly. Staring in grim disbelief, Jaehyun gasps in shock and grasps his weapon tightly, realizing that they might have come far too late. Realizing that high-level monsters in the 30s are pouring from the underground parking lot, Jaehyun gasps in absolute horror and panic. Overwhelmed by the grim reality that any survival chance is zero, Jaehyun furiously orders his shadow soldiers to kill them all. As combat breaks out and allies react with shock, Jaehyun channels a massive surge of dark energy to obliterate the incoming monster horde. Black orc grunts confront the party before Jaehyun unleashes a devastating surge of purple dark energy, swiftly initiating combat in the ruined area. Jaehyun swiftly summons live rounds and items through his alternate dimension storage, confident that Ha Donghyun and his strong party can easily handle the grunts. Black orc warrior rank grunts possess overwhelming power, standing completely incomparable to ordinary monsters while intimidating the surrounding combatants with their menacing presence. Kim Jae-hyun calls out to support everyone before an unexpected arrow suddenly flies directly toward the group, shocking the fighters with its speed. Dajung takes a severe arrow wound to her torso, causing intense panic and freezing Ha Donghyun as he realizes the devastating vulnerability. Kim Jae-hyun glares with glowing eyes in absolute rage upon realizing that they can no longer count on Kim Da-young for crucial support. Monsters fiercely attack while casualties mount, pushing Ha Donghyun to desperate measures as he prepares to use Vassal Summon to help everyone escape. Ha Donghyun screams out in agonizing pain as an arrow violently pierces his hand, shocking Jaehyun and causing Yeonju to urge everyone forward. Combatants fiercely swing their blades against menacing beasts in the chaotic battlefield, while desperate fighters scream out in absolute terror and fury. Consumed by shared rage and refusing to flee, Jaehyun furiously commands his status window and orders all allies to instantly level up to level 40. Ignoring the immense cost of 1 billion won per level up step, Jaehyun aggressively pushes Ha Donghyun, Kang Deoksu, and Kim Jeon to level 40. Unleashing a massive wave of dark magic, Jaehyun commands his undead soldiers to arise while his allies fiercely clash against ferocious monster hordes. Jaehyun explains that he utilized earnings from previous battles to reclaim expanded territory and cover essential utility costs for residents. Raising the stakes further, Jaehyun commands Ha Donghyun, Oh Yeonju, and Kang Deoksu up to level 45, fueling their desperate battle. Kim Jae-hyun commands his glowing dark magic to level up Kim Ga-young, Moon Byung-ho, and Kim Da-young to level 40 as fierce battles rage. Jaehyun pushes all remaining members to level 40, while elevating elite combatants Ha Donghyun, Kang Deoksu, and Oh Yeonju to level 45. Exhausted after the brutal rampage, Ha Donghyun and Oh Yeonju remain standing while Jaehyun walks down the dim corridor to regroup. Jaehyun walks through the stormy corridor, approaching the group of survivors standing vigilantly outside the ruined doorway. Hee-won looks on with a tense expression as Jaehyun reaches out and steps through the dark doorway into the blood-stained chamber. Inspecting the gruesome aftermath and a bloodied knife on the floor, Jaehyun turns back with a dark, grim look toward the shocked party. Jaehyun turns away from the blood-stained room and walks down the corridor toward his anxious companions, telling them he is okay. Hee-won tearfully embraces Jaehyun in deep relief, while he gently comforts her and notes that this emotional reaction was already expected. Hyuk opens the heavy door to let in the cold air, leaving Jeon to sit down and confirm the grim situation. Jaehyun gazes blankly into the gloomy corridor, realizing the harsh reality that despite immense efforts and abilities, he failed to save everyone in time. Kang Deoksu finds no bloodstains in the empty homes and reassures his grieving companions that their loved ones might still be alive somewhere out there. Using Vassal Summon, Jaehyun teleports his exhausted allies back to the building, while haunted by guilt over whether earlier intervention could have saved them. Consumed by overwhelming guilt over his past choices, Jaehyun breaks down in tears, believing his actions indirectly destroyed his families and companions. Bowing deeply with tears streaming down his face, Jaehyun begs for forgiveness, tortured by the belief that his greed ruined everyone's chances. Overcome by remorse, Jaehyun apologizes profusely for throwing away their chances, while his companions silently step forward to comfort him. Ha Donghyun gently places a comforting hand on the weeping Kim Jae-hyun, assuring him that everything is not his fault and urging him to look around. Donghyun reminds Jaehyun that everyone survived and saved their families because of his incredible ability, calling him their true savior amidst the sorrow. Ha Donghyun gently consoles a weeping Kim Jae-hyun, urging him not to shoulder the heavy burdens of the world completely on his own. Jaehyun expresses deep anguish over receiving comfort instead of offering it, while Dongjeon walks away believing Jaehyun is far stronger than expected. Crying out for Jaehyun, grateful allies including Sunyob, Hyungjun, Hee-won, and others offer heartfelt words of encouragement and appreciation for saving their lives. Grateful survivors thank Kim Jae-hyun for saving their lives, prompting the stunned hero to realize he has only ever acted out of personal self-interest. Reflecting on how others call him their savior, despite his purely transactional motives, Jae-hyun questions whether he truly deserves such an honorable title. Inspired by Ha Dong-gyun's words, Jae-hyun resolves to become a protective huge tree, abandoning his grand goal of saving all of South Korea. Driven by absolute certainty, Kim Jae-hyun triggers system notifications showing Ha Dong-jeon and Kim Da-hung reaching max trust and loyalty. Shortly after, Lee Jun-hyuk arrives with a group of people at Jae-hyun's house, asking what he wants them to do. Jae-hyun notes that only vassals can enter his house while ordinary citizens stop at the door, then invites them inside. As the doors open, stunned companions step inside and realize in shock that this is their own house. Panicked survivors question how this is possible, as system notifications confirm Lee Hun-chan and Shin Ah-young's increasing trust. Smiling confidently, Kim Jae-hyun tells the gathered group that showing his ability is the most reliable way to raise trust, then asks everyone to sign a contract with him. Jae-hyun channels energy to contract with multiple people simultaneously, collapsing in exhaustion afterward while confirming preparations are complete before speaking with Lee Jun-hyuk. With a sweaty expression, Lee Jun-hyuk tells Jae-hyun to go ahead and speak his main point. Jae-hyun explains that Hwangyang Mountain has expanded into his territory and looks like a dungeon has appeared there. Jae-hyun asks Lee Jun-hyuk and everyone to explore that dungeon, and Jun-hyuk gladly accepts with a smile. Jae-hyun turns away as Kim Daebin suddenly contacts him via telepathy to report that her prepared thing is ready. Kim Jae-hyun watches the elevator door close while reflecting on Lee Jun-hyuk agreeing to the dungeon raid and his newly assigned Viscount title stats. Jae-hyun notes that Jun-hyuk's core party members received B rank ratings, while others received C or D ranks during the recent evaluation. Analyzing the increasing data from his growing number of contracted subordinates, Jae-hyun realizes high-rank abilities require innate talent and potential. Walking down the corridor, Jae-hyun is happily greeted by Daebin, who tells him she has worked hard and successfully arrived. Jae-hyun laughs off the difficulty, while Daebin promises a bonus, successfully presenting the 10 highly capable workers she gathered exactly as he had instructed earlier. Jae-hyun politely introduces himself to the bowing group and immediately shocks the nervous workers by announcing his intention to grant them all esteemed manager positions. Noting the rarity of managers, Jae-hyun plans to fill his 12 available slots with capable leaders like Lee Sung-min and Baek Sung-min, prompting eager acceptance. Jae-hyun explains that he cannot give the manager positions away for free, telling the stunned crowd that they must propose solutions to incoming problems. The candidates present various practical proposals regarding trash disposal and internal road maintenance, leaving Jae-hyun satisfied with their capable ideas. Baek Sung-min steps forward to suggest establishing an internal organization to maintain public order, prompting Jae-hyun to compare it to police departments. Baek Sung-min interrupts to suggest that police station armories hold firearms like rifles, which can help maintain public order inside the territory. Jae-hyun listens intently, acknowledging that larger police stations like Busanjin Police Station in Seomyeon contain substantial weapon stockpiles for emergencies. Jae-hyun asks the speaker's name, learns he is Nam Ji-ho, and appoints him to lead a team to investigate the police station. Nam Ji-ho and his successful party return, triumphantly holding up a recovered rifle under the bright daylight after a successful manager selection process. Jae-hyun successfully registers the weapons in his store using his ultimate eyes, noting that they retrieved 2 rifles, 3 bullets, and a box of empty cartridges. Jae-hyun realizes the real problem is that someone already swept away hundreds of firearms from the police armory, creating a massive armed survivor group. Jae-hyun thinks this large armed group will eventually stand out, but for now, he decides to prioritize issuing rifles where they are needed most. Elsewhere outside, monstrous green orcs and armed human survivors desperately confront a dangerous situation as they realize hostiles are everywhere around them. Choi Sung-joon and his companion panic near a concrete wall, realizing they are running dangerously low on bullets and facing an impossible situation. As green orcs attack a ruined street, and Sung-joon despairs over his inadequate abilities, a sudden mysterious voice calls out his name. Kim Jae-hyun proudly declares that weapon support has arrived, manifesting glowing digital store interfaces to supply his hard-pressed allies just in time. Sung-joon expresses immense gratitude as airdropped assault rifles materialize, allowing him and his ready squad to immediately lock and load for combat. Armed with powerful newly supplied assault rifles, Choi Sung-joon and his squad unleashed devastating firepower, ruthlessly shredding the charging orcs into bloody fragments across the street. Firing continuously without even needing skills, the group overwhelms the enemy forces, forcing the terrified orcs to flee while earning Jae-hyun massive rewards and experience. Analyzing the success of Jang Sung-joon's party, Kim Jae-hyun turns his attention toward evaluating Lee Jun-hyuk's progress in the apocalypse. Lee Jun-hyuk's party successfully locates the D-rank Lizardman Swamp dungeon entrance filled with water, prompting Jun-hyuk to use his water control ability to clear the path as they enter first. Entering the mysterious dungeon, Jun-hyuk's party marvels at the aquarium-like flooded tunnels before suddenly spotting 3 enemies closing in on them. Lee Jun-hyuk warns his group that hostile aquatic entities are approaching rapidly from inside the water, dodging sudden bursts of pressurized liquid erupting around them. A level 21 lizardman suddenly attacks from the water behind Lee Jun-hyuk, but he swiftly evades and retaliates with a powerful water/counterattack. Choi Sung-joon urges everyone to focus as 2 monsters remain, leading a concentrated rifle firefight while wishing they could drag the aquatic beasts out of the water. 2 fierce blue lizardmen suddenly leap out toward the defenders while Choi Hyung-jun shouts that they can successfully get them out. Lee Jun-hyuk proudly declares that water is his domain before ordering all allied combat units to open volley fire. System notification boxes confirm the successful hunting of multiple lizardmen as Kim Jae-hyun realizes they got lucky. Kim Jae-hyun notes that aquatic terrain would normally favor the lizardmen as Grim Reapers, but Lee Hyun-chan and Lee Jun-hyuk completely flipped the board. Kim Jae-hyun thinks that Lee Jun-hyuk and Lee Hyun-chan with a few firepower units are more than enough to clear the dungeon. Kim Jae-hyun and his companions arrive at the dungeon boss room, wondering if reaching this location constitutes the dungeon clear condition. Exploring the vast, waterless chamber, the group searches for a boss monster while discussing whether their arrival alone completed the trial. Sudden tremors shake the chamber as Kim Jae-hyun spots an incoming threat, shouting for everyone to get behind him as a massive water torrent crashes down. A powerful lizardman boss monster suddenly erupts from the water, shocking Lee Jun-hyuk and prompting him to identify the threatening entity. The boss monster confronts the party as everyone immediately opens fire, but the creature effortlessly deflects the incoming bullets using controlled water. Realizing standard attacks are failing, Lee Jun-hyuk steps forward with a confident smile, telling his stunned companions to stay put while he attacks. Lee Jun-hyuk leaps forward into action as his worried teammates shout his name, launching himself directly toward the menacing boss monster. Lee Jun-hyuk unleashes powerful water currents against the lizardman boss, taunting the monster for blocking attacks physically instead of controlling the surrounding water. Encasing the boss's head in a pressurized sphere of water, Lee Jun-hyuk delivers a devastating water bomb that causes severe internal drowning and damage. Shocked bystanders watch in absolute disbelief as the dungeon officially clears, rewarding Lee Jun-hyuk with experience, currency, and crystals. Outside the completed dungeon, the team inspects the changing description, realizing they have 9 more clears remaining before a mystic draw. Looking at his ring, Jae-hyun warmly asks Lee Jun-hyuk about his current condition, and the warrior replies that he feels fine despite some fatigue. Jae-hyun requests that Jun-hyuk perform a daily dungeon clear, which the confident warrior immediately accepts with a wide grin. 10 days later, Jun-hyuk completes the final Lizardman Swamp dungeon clear, maximizing his available runs and acquiring 400 total crystals. Returning home, Jae-hyun stands ready to expend his accumulated resources and shouts out to execute a mystic draw on the floor. Looking at the glowing crown, Jae-hyun asks if something can be done about the bright light as the magnificent royal artifact begins appearing. Examining the ultimate shut-in's crown that amplifies citizen effects by 2x, Jae-hyun decides to wear the cumbersome headpiece on his head. Activating tax collection with the crown, Jae-hyun receives over 15 billion won, realizing citizen purchasing power has massively increased. While Jae-hyun ponders his growing store sales and leveling up plans, Sung-joon and allies return, declaring they brought back the lent items. Jae-hyun warmly greets citizen Jang Sung-joon returning home, but quickly hides the crown when Sung-joon asks about the glowing object on his head. Sung-joon expresses immense gratitude for supplying firearms that enabled him to safely reunite with his family, bowing respectfully to Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun accepts the gratitude with a smile, prompting a system notification confirming increased trust and loyalty before storing the returned weapons. Kim Jae-hyun inspects a sudden alarm displaying multiple citizen deaths in an instant, realizing that low-grade vampires have hunted people and deposited massive cash. A low-grade vampire brutally attacks a terrified woman in the safe zone, while red-eyed monsters slaughter citizens, leading the triumphant vampire to declare the area a gold mine. The low-grade vampire steps through a transparent barrier into the zone, accepting citizenship without a second thought. Entering the civilian area, The shocked vampire smiles wildly as he realizes the streets are completely overflowing with helpless human food. Believing this massive harvest will let him surpass the powerful vampire who discarded him, he vows to consume everything. Vowing to rise to middle tier and strengthen his 5 low-tier subordinates, he plans to devour every human around. The low-tier vampire smiles wildly upon entering the civilian area, but turns around abruptly after hearing a loud, terrifying noise echoing from the distance. Vaulting forward to slaughter his prey, the arrogant vampire is utterly shocked when his entire zombie swarm is suddenly pulverized into bloody chunks without warning. Staring in complete terror, the trembling vampire watches Kim Jae-hyun approach quietly, realizing this human is an unfathomable monster far beyond his current level. Utilizing his invisible hand skill, Kim Jae-hyun grabs the terrified low-tier vampire Jaegal Sung-kyu by the throat, hoisting him high into the air. Terrified of meeting a miserable and pointless death without getting his revenge, Jaegal Sung-kyu drops heavily to the ground while pleading for his life. Glaring down at the trembling vampire, Kim Jae-hyun demands answers regarding how he managed to enter the secure territory. Kim Jae-hyun listens as the captive vampire reveals that the system message granted citizenship to a being that meets the requirements, discovering it includes monsters. The red-haired vampire named Jaegal Sung-kyu confesses he was an ordinary human until bitten by An Sang-hyuk, prompting Jae-hyun to demand more details about vampire ranks. Jaegal Sung-kyu explains the low-tier, middle-tier, and high-tier vampire ranks, revealing that middle-tier An Sang-hyuk commanded a strong hierarchy above level 28. Kim Jae-hyun questions Jaegal Sung-kyu about the middle-tier vampire named An Sang-hyuk, demanding to know his exact location before closing in on him. Terrified and sweating, Jaegal Sung-kyu begs Jae-hyun to bring divine punishment down on An Sang-hyuk at an apartment complex in Daeyeon-dong. Disgusted by the monster's desperate loyalty, Jae-hyun grants a fatal quest to kill An Sang-hyuk with a 24-hour time limit. Glaring with purple glowing eyes, Kim Jae-hyun brutally rejects the trapped vampire's plea for human blood, causing Jaegal Sung-kyu to cower in pure terror. Opening his glowing system store interface, Jae-hyun abruptly purchases a military rifle and drops it directly in front of the shaking vampire. Leaning in with an intense gaze, Jae-hyun offers Jaegal Sung-kyu a deadly chance at revenge, commanding him to wipe out every single vampire. Kim Jae-hyun sternly warns Jaegal Sung-kyu that any attack on non-vampires means instant death, forcing the terrified vampire to run away. Jae-hyun contacts Seo Yejin via telepathy, then reflects bitterly on the tragic slaughter before incinerating the horrific scene with his fire magic. Kim Dabin reports that victims lack identification, leading Jae-hyun to regretfully burn the dead bodies in vengeance, since communications are completely dead. Jaegal Sung-kyu runs away terrified through the dark cityscape after Jae-hyun gives him a stern warning about attacking non-vampires. An Sang-hyuk aggressively sprints through the building corridors, brandishing an assault rifle, shouting wildly and firing continuous bursts of bullets. Jae-hyun and Seo Yejin watch through a rat's perspective as Sang-hyuk frantically sprays ammunition, realizing his aggressive obsession with low-tier vampires. Kim Jae-hyun commands storage to take Jaegal Sung-kyu's weapon, leaving the terrified vampire screaming and begging for more ammunition in panic. A female vampire named Da Jeong abruptly approaches Jaegal Sung-kyu in the dark corridor, mocking him for returning completely alone and unprepared. Jaegal Sung-kyu furiously lunges at the female vampire, but her zombie subordinates instantly intercept him and brutally tackle him to the floor. Standing over the pinned and struggling Jaegal Sung-kyu, the female vampire mockingly asks if he finally knows why he was thrown away. Standing over the pinned and struggling Jaegal Sung-kyu, the female vampire mockingly asks if he finally knows why he was thrown away. The female vampire questions Sung-kyu about the noise and the gun he brought, demanding to know where he hid the weapon. Visibly disgusted, Sung-kyu spits directly onto the female vampire's face, telling the bitch to fuck off in defiant anger. Infuriated by the defiance, the female vampire commands her subordinates to kill him, and they brutally slash his body apart. Following Jaegal Sung-kyu's death notification, a female vampire notices the bloody corpse twitching before her eyes suddenly crack with glowing red energy. Roaring in agony, the dead zombies undergo an unexpected evolution, prompting the female vampire to order her minions to search for a gun. As the evolved minions scatter to search, Kim Jae-hyun observes them through a rat and tells Yejin to prepare. Jae-hyun commands Yejin to cut the link as the shocked female vampire watches in utter disbelief and panic over the sudden catastrophic gas explosion. The system notifications confirm the burning tissue and successful destruction of multiple targets, while fiery explosions engulf the second-floor area. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jae-hyun notes vampires are closer than expected, while Hee-won anxiously asks if similar creatures lurk inside their own territory. Jae-hyun admits the headache of potential hidden threats, ruling out extreme sanctions because alienating non-vampires would destroy public support and trust. Pondering domain security limits, Kim Jae-hyun discovers that reaching 30,000 citizens has unlocked a new achievement system. Examining the glowing system notification, Jae-hyun sets up a custom achievement focused on punishing anyone who murders a citizen. Setting the high cost of 40 million won, Jae-hyun successfully establishes the murder penalty achievement to automatically brand dangerous violent criminals. Satisfied with securing heavy punishments for violent criminals, Jae-hyun realizes he can also assign positive titles like Monster Hunter. Yejin suggests sending a message to attract vampires instead of sanctions, leaving Jae-hyun amazed and touched by her initiative and stunning appearance. Blushing deeply at Yejin's praise, Jae-hyun panics internally while she cheerfully remarks on his humble nature and striking good looks. Startled by music, Jae-hyun welcomes Yoo Hyerin as she arrives promptly after receiving his urgent message for the upcoming vampire extermination operation. Kim Jae-hyun pauses the group, pointing out an imposing apartment building where a critical emergency discussion needs to take place immediately. A scar-faced vampire leader stands before his subordinates, delivering the shocking announcement that Shin Se-ram is dead to the stunned room. Surprised members murmur anxiously about the explosion on the first floor and gunshots, while the leader explains the escalating chaos. Enraged vampires slam the table, demanding they kill the cops responsible for the explosion and take their guns, though a cautious member warns that a war is too dangerous. An Sang-hyuk sits at the table, questioning how their base was discovered, before fiercely declaring they will launch an attack. The subordinates enthusiastically agree to wipe out their enemies, but Sang-hyuk orders a stealthy infiltration, only for the door to suddenly burst open. The heavy door dramatically flies open as an overwhelming, dark, destructive force blasts into the room, startling the vampire leader and his subordinates. Kim Jae-hyun startles An Sang-hyuk, who coughs urgently and gasps that it is dangerous, warning everyone to get out of the facility immediately. Startled by a sudden rat appearing nearby, Sang-hyuk screams in panic and shouts for everyone to run while a system notification flashes brightly. Reacting to the unexpected threat, Kim Jae-hyun yells for everyone to hold their breath and jump out the window, successfully hunting lesser vampires as they escape. Kim Jae-hyun targets An Sang-hyuk, realizing that the high-ranking elite vampires present in the conference room pose a serious threat to his mission. Jae-hyun swiftly captures a fleeing rat outside, demanding to know what it is before crushing it, while Yejin cries out in pain. Jae-hyun checks on Miss Yejin to see if she is okay, cursing his inability to wipe out the higher-ranked vampires beforehand. Jae-hyun notes that the enemies now know the poison mist is dangerous, and that they spread it using rats. Realizing Yejin suffers mental damage when a rat dies, Jae-hyun decides the poison mist strategy is no longer viable, and plans to check Ha Donggen's party. Activating the Eye of the Absolute, Jae-hyun teleports to the gym and watches Ha Donggen easily lift a massive 350 kilograms total barbell weight. Park Hee-won struggles to bench press a heavy barbell while Ha Donggen casually assists her, but she shockingly discovers that he isn't lifting it at all. Laughing at her confusion, Jae-hyun notes that their heavy mood is much lighter now, as he and Park Hee-won realize how much stronger they have become. Observing closely with his dark powers, Jae-hyun notes that everyone is ready and shifts his focus to checking on the next critical objective. Kim Ji-yeon steps forward to reveal that his crow control skill has evolved into crow communion, allowing him to fuse with his crow companion and soar through the sky. Observing Kim Ji-yeon and Kang Deok-soo ready themselves for action, Jae-hyun shifts his focus to Moon Byung-ho and his recent distant hunting habits using a car. Inside the car, traveling passengers anxiously wonder if Deok-soo and Ji-yeon are just drinking again today, while speeding toward their destination. Inside the car, Moon Byung-ho and his companions calmly discuss waiting for the strong guys to come to their senses in time. Kim Jae-hyun touches his glowing ring while deep in thought, declaring that he has something important to say to everyone. At the base, An Sang-hyuk and his subordinates panic over the declaration of war, demanding to move the base immediately. An agitated subordinate warns Mr. Sang-hyuk that they will all die if enemies keep attacking in the same deadly way, exposing their exposed location. Enraged, Mr. Sang-hyuk glares with glowing red eyes, insisting they strike first against the gun-wielding bastards before realizing the missing corpses signify an unknown terrifying ability. Recalling how lesser vampires and Shin Se-ram dissolved into glowing particles upon death, Mr. Sang-hyuk realizes an unknown group is targeting them, prompting urgent calls to evacuate immediately. An Sang-hyuk questions An Sang-hyuk before ordering him to devour everyone in the apartment complex, establish a swarm, and report to Sun Gi-hwan if danger arises. An Sang-hyuk asks the fastest vampire about staying put while warning him to deliver a crucial message to his creator, Jung Young-hoon, demanding help. Choked by an assailant, Jung Young-hoon gasps in desperation, questioning why he is being attacked despite accepting them as vampires when dying. Pinned and choking, Jung Young-hoon demands to know why he is being attacked, only for Mr. Jung Young-hoon to coldly dismiss his desperate pleas. Jung Young-hoon screams in agony as raw crimson energy is brutally extracted from a sacrificed vampire to feed high concentrations of nutrients directly to another. Jung Young-hoon chillingly explains to the terrified subordinate that he is the only true vampire here before ruthlessly slashing him across the chest. Jung Young-hoon extracts glowing crimson nutrients from his victim, noting the harvest is not enough before recalling a distant location. Sun Gihwan rushes in to report a terrorist attack in Dayandong, prompting Jung Young-hoon to suddenly remember and flash a sinister vampire smile. A stunned vampire servant reels back in absolute terror as he realizes his food storage has been infiltrated by Kim Jae-hun. Jung Young-hoon flashes a menacing grin and prepares his razor-sharp claws while mentioning Dayandong amid surging blood energy. Ha Dongjan leads his elite team under the bright moonlight, stepping up to inspect the designated apartment building instructed by Mr. Jae-hyun. Donggan brandishes a glowing weapon and urges his companions to grab their gear to exterminate every vampire in this place. Flashback moments earlier, Jae-hyun explains to Donghyun and his comrades that dangerous vampires are lurking right there in Daeyeondong. Jae-hyun expresses his deep concern that the vampires were once human, warning Ha Dongjin that slaying them could break their team's hearts. Ha Dongyun firmly responds that surviving this harsh world requires overcoming hesitation, reassuring Jae-hyun that his party is strong enough to stand tall. Relieved by Dongjan's unwavering determination, Jae-hyun smiles warmly and places his full trust in the party as they enthusiastically commit to the mission. Inside the vampire's hideout, Jung Young-hoon impatiently taps his fingers, growing anxious over Sun Gi-hwan's late return, while Shim Hyung-sik defends Gi-hwan's loyalty against doubts. Suddenly, a high-velocity aura spear shatters the hideout's wall with explosive force, shocking the vampires as the unexpected long-range projectile pierces deep into their sanctuary. Sensing the immediate threat, Jung Young-hoon realizes Ha Dongjan's party has launched an assault and frantically orders all vampires within the complex to mobilize for battle. Shim Hyung-sik charges into combat only to be instantly cleaved down by Kang Deoksu's heavily armored halberd strike. The surviving vampires watch in utter shock as Shim Hyung-sik, one of their strongest lesser members, is slain in a single blow. A system notification confirms the death of the level 28 lesser vampire, as its corpse dissolves into darkness. Jung Young-hoon frantically broadcasts a telepathic command ordering all vampires to defend their base against the invading human terrorists. Jae-hyun's battle-hardened squad charges into combat, slaughtering enemy forces while a shocked vampire panics at their overwhelming skill despite being vastly outnumbered. Realizing their inferiority, a fleeing vampire is ruthlessly impaled by Ha Donggan's squad, who declare that those who have lost everything will never be defeated. As the wounded vampire calls out to Jung Young-hoon, a sudden surge of crimson blood magic erupts, signaling the arrival of a dangerous new threat. A bloodied vampire begs for rescue before collapsing, prompting Jung Young-hoon to turn toward Ha Donggan's unit and angrily accuse them of destroying his food supply. Kang Deoksu's heavily armored squad easily annihilates the surrounding enemy forces outside, but their celebration is suddenly interrupted by a massive shockwave rumbling from Donggan's direction. Ha Donggan stands ground with his spear as Jung Young-hoon brutally lands before him, channeling red aura while fiercely demanding to know who wrecked his warehouse. As Jung Young-hoon absorbs dark miasma, a telepathic warning identifies him as a high-tier vampire unleashing a furious crimson blood strike. Ha Donggan narrowly blocks the destructive energy surge with his spear, sliding backward into position alongside his allied squad members. Sniffing the air in confusion, Jung Young-hoon suddenly senses an intoxicating scent and eagerly targets the frontline fighters as appetizing prey. Jung Young-hoon rages over his lost food sources, declaring he will devour the intruders as he unleashes a flurry of crimson blood tendrils. Ha Dongjan gasps in shock as Moon Byung-ho suddenly teleports in and tackles him away, narrowly dodging the vampire's ferocious attack. Safely relocated, Ha Dongjan expresses shock at Byung-ho's teleportation before angrily summoning a squad of shadow warriors to confront the vampire. Smiling sinisterly, Jung Young-hoon gloats as he mockingly asks his opponents if they are having fun fighting against his overwhelming power. Ha Dongjan orders his squad to charge, but Jung Young-hoon dismisses the armored warriors as mere toys and effortlessly slices through them with blood blades. Startled by an unexpected flash, Jung Young-hoon recoils in agony as Kim Ga-young fires her arrow of light skill directly into his chest. Unleashing her enhancement ability, Seo Yejin summons a massive, fiery brown bear to charge headlong into the battlefield. The fiery giant bear charges forward into Jung Young-hoon, smashing through his defenses and slamming him hard onto the asphalt road. Kim Ga-young unleashes her C-rank piercing skill, firing a high-velocity beam of light that strikes Jung Young-hoon directly through the chest. Ha Dongin leaps into action with his spear ignited in dark flame energy, slamming down a massive impact onto the target. Jung Young-hoon struggles against the overwhelming strength of the hunters, realizing he must go all out before threatening to slaughter the archer first. Jung Young-hoon rushes toward Park Haiwan with monstrous speed and demonic fangs bared, hurling vicious insults as he prepares to strike her down. Park Haiwan smirks calmly and declares checkmate, before utilizing her inventory skill to instantly summon a heavy 20-kilogram weight plate directly into his face. As Jung Young-hoon painfully regenerates his destroyed head, Ha Dongyeon notices his rapid healing and commands his team to remain silent while keeping the vampire pinned down. Ha Dongjeon reveals they fed the vampire neurotoxin during his regeneration and presses his spear into his neck, demanding he spill everything about their leader. Jung Young-hoon boastfully claims they are the new humanity, blessed by a higher entity, mocking the team before Ha Dongjeon threatens him to reveal their location. Ha Dongyeon forcefully impales Jung Young-hoon with his spear, but the dying vampire cackles hysterically and vows that wiping out their species will never be so easy. System notifications flash across the void, granting massive EXP and gold while confirming the apartment leader's death and announcing the expansion of Jaehyun's domain. Kim Jaehyun collapses from the sudden domain expansion pain, reassuring Seo Yejin before asking if the surrounding area has been completely cleared of vampires. Ha Dongjeon reports through telepathy to Kim Jaehyun that their search of the apartment complex is finished, confirming that no human survivors remain inside. Kim Jaehyun dismisses Seo Yejin to rest, but she warmly advises him to take care of himself before he reassures her and reflects on his exhausted state. Realizing new people have entered his expanded territory, Jaehyun uses his system interface to set up a restrictive achievement penalty to immediately contain potential vampire threats. Jaehyun spends one of his newly earned skill points to upgrade his store to level 6, inadvertently unlocking an unexpected new enchant workshop construction feature. Jaehyun selects a spot for his new enchant workshop, but quickly cancels the build order upon realizing that rushing construction costs precious crystals. Deciding to hoard his remaining crystals for future gacha pulls, Jaehyun cancels the immediate completion process and resolves to spend his unused skill points carefully. Looking out over his territory, Jaehyun observes ongoing citywide reconstruction as relief teams repair roads, resume school classes, and slowly bring daily life back to normal. Jaehyun resolves to defend the peaceful lives they reclaimed, stretches after an exhausting day, and takes off his crown to rest. Meanwhile, a sinister vampire in a ruined cityscape learns of Jung Young-hoon's death and smirks sinisterly at the mention of Busan. As Jaehyun drifts off to sleep, he awakens in a dark realm surrounded by vengeful spirits blaming him for failing to save them. Haunted by overwhelming guilt, Kim Jaehyun is cornered in a dark nightmare as accusatory spectral voices torment him over the lives he failed to save. Spectral glowing hands suddenly manifest from the darkness to grab Jaehyun, pulling him into terrifying torment until he snaps and screams in agony. Jaehyun violently awakens on his couch in a cold sweat, breathless and relieved to realize the horrific encounter was merely a intensely vivid nightmare. Covering her face in deep angst, Oh Yeonju grapples with agonizing guilt while reflecting on her recent choices. Pondering why Yeonju hasn't reached out regarding the high-level vampire, Jaehyun invites her over to discuss the matter in his home. Seated over hot drinks, Yeonju acknowledges Jaehyun's concern about reviving Siwoo, assuring him that she understands his genuine feelings. Yeonju reminisces about the miracle of seeing her son again, explaining how witnessing others lose their loved ones deeply affected her decisions. Seeing everyone struggling made Oh Yeonju realize that continuously insisting on seeing Siwoo again would eventually create chaos for society and turn her son into a seed of conflict. Knowing others endure similar pain, Yeonju thanks Kim Jaehyun for granting her and Siwoo a miracle, admitting that having time to say goodbye brought her immense comfort. Jaehyun notices that Yeonju's expression has transformed from her previously unstable grief into a calm, gentle smile, feeling relieved as she expresses her gratitude before departing. Watching Yeonju leave, Jaehyun reflects on how her comforting words restored his own peace of mind, allowing him to finally fall into a deep, long-awaited sleep. Weeks fly by as continuous battles against monster swarms rage, leading one fighter to complete his daily system quest and gain a small amount of EXP. Asking his comrades about their remaining targets, the fighter decides to clock out early, urging his tired companions to handle the rest alone to build independence. A battle-worn survivor tells his companion to head inside, declaring they will manage the rest of their exhausting daily hunting quota on their own. Reflecting on their past cowardice during the Cyclops attack, The hunters recall how Kim Jae-hyun imposed a brutal daily quest penalizing failure with unbearable torment. Walking through the desolate ruins, the fighters harbor deep regret for their past actions, while remaining determined to endure the agonizing daily punishment. Returning from their brutal mission, the tired companions look forward to eating meat together, finding unexpected solace despite the relentless daily struggle. Returning home after another grueling day of hunting, the weary men greet their mother with fresh meat, grateful for their improved financial situation. Unwinding after a hot shower, Ji-hoon feels immensely refreshed while chatting with his companion about setting up the dinner table for the night. Reflecting on his past as an underpaid worker at a black company, Ji-hoon acknowledges that Kim Jae-hyun's arrival truly transformed their bleak world. Relaxing late at night, Moon Ji-hoon gazes out the window, reflecting on how his current life is far better and surprisingly peaceful. Deeply grateful to Kim Jae-hyun for making this peace possible, Moon Ji-hoon regrets fleeing in the past and earnestly prays for this tranquility to last forever. Suddenly, a radiant golden aura ignites around Moon Ji-hoon's body as he clasps his hands, startling him completely as energy surges through his frame. A system notification confirms Moon Ji-hoon's maximum loyalty and new vassal registration, allowing Kim Jae-hyun to directly contact his mind and schedule an early morning meeting. Nervous inside the apartment, Moon Ji-hoon reflects on terrifying rumors about Jae-hyun's chosen ones acquiring supernatural abilities, while Jae-hyun quietly prepares coffee. Manifesting Jae-hyun's gift, Ji-hoon inspects the icy aura glowing around his arm and realizes it will dramatically ease his monster hunting. Jae-hyun serves hot coffee and congratulates Ji-hoon, waiving mandatory party quests while sternly warning against future transgressions, as Ji-hoon apologizes profusely. Jae-hyun asks Moon Ji-hoon about his current party, prompting Ji-hoon to express his desire to bring his younger brother while cutting ties with Baek Sun-jiop. Jae-hyun offers to assign both brothers to Lee Jun-hyuk's water-type party before proposing a subordination contract, which Jae-hyun gratefully accepts. Jae-hyun summons Moon Sang-hoon to complete the subordination contract, confirming his theory that genetic ability traits create powerful combat synergies between the brothers. After sending off his guests with high hopes for their party, Kim Jae-hyun receives an unexpected system alert announcing potential new citizens approaching his domain. Inspecting the status window with ultimate eyes, Jae-hyun discovers level 39 Yoo Han-kil and his heavily armed team, prompting him to confiscate their firearms and assign a rival quest. Just as Jae-hyun relaxes after setting up the new arrivals, another system notification pops up to reveal an imposing figure standing alone at his domain's border. Jae-hyun spots level 50 high-tier vampire at the barrier and offers citizenship, expecting him to accept to gain entry to the domain. To Jae-hyun's utter shock, the vampire rejects the citizenship offer and furiously begins hammering his massive fist into the protective domain barrier. Unfazed by the warning prompts, the enraged vampire gathers immense energy into his fist and unleashes a brutal strike against the glowing barrier. Jae-hyun warily analyzes the high-tier vampire's incredible punching power, realizing this monster's sheer strength easily surpasses that of a cyclops or previously hunted high-tier vampires. Smirking wickedly, the vampire realizes the barrier's insane scale proves an incomprehensibly powerful entity exists inside, confirming Jae-hyun was responsible for Jung Young-hoon's death. Deciding this massive threat is far too dangerous to handle alone, the vampire turns back, while Jae-hyun urgently contacts Seo Yejin to track the fleeing target. Moving along the subway tracks, a creature mutters in distress as it questions Jae-hyun about what their next course of action should be. Yejin warns that her connection is fading, reporting that the target is passing Shin Hyundai Station before her link completely cuts out. Jae-hyun calculates the vampire's path along the Donghae line and realizes with growing dread that their main headquarters might actually be in Ulsan. Jae-hyun realizes Ulsan's massive population could mean an army of high-tier vampires, stealing his resolve as he prepares to avert a worst-case scenario. Jae-hyun telepathically coordinates with Ha Dong-eun to enact Plan B, directing his allies to let the escaping target flee alive, while secretly charging his magical ring. Outside, panicked survivors discover their firearms have vanished from their backpacks, aggressively demanding accountability from Yoo Han-kil as tensions rapidly boil over. Han-kil frantically apologizes and attempts to calm the furious crowd, insisting that moving forward without weapons in a monster-free area is their safest option. Yoo Han-kil desperately tries to reason with the outraged crowd, but their arguments are suddenly cut short when system quest notifications unexpectedly appear before everyone. Surprised by the floating blue interface, Yoo Han-kil reads the party quest requiring them to reach room 3002 inches, building 114 for a reward. Meanwhile, a winged ally soaring high through the night sky spots the high-tier vampire fleeing below and alerts Jae-hyun to begin their assault. Jaehyun commands Plan B, opening system storage to release a massive cloud of poison mist directly above the alarmed high-tier vampire. Opening fire suddenly with an assault rifle, Jaehyun riddles the high-tier vampire with bullets, provoking the enraged monster into demanding his true identity. Jaehyun leaps clear of an explosive ground strike, joining Ga-young as she fires an arrow of light to repulse the furious high-tier vampire. Ha Donghyun summons his shadow warriors to engage the high-tier vampire, who easily deflects their incoming sword attacks with a single clash of his blade. Watching from above as his squad surrounds the battlefield, Kim Jae-hyun calmly calculates that the enemy will succumb to Yu Hyeon's deadly paralysis toxin. The high-tier vampire unleashes a massive shockwave by slamming the ground, blowing away the poison mist before Jaehyun can order Ha Donghyun to buy time. Disturbed by the sudden dispersal of the toxic mist, Jaehyun and his nearby allies realize that their monstrous opponent is far stronger than ordinary humans. Igniting his fists with searing blood flames, the high-tier vampire realizes these warriors killed Jung Young-hoon and intimidatingly steps forward to face them. Realizing the monster charged into the toxic mist to corner a new target rather than escape, Kim Jae-hyun grits his teeth in mounting frustration. Charging through the battlefield with explosive speed, the terrifying high-tier vampire obliterates Kang Deoksu's armored front line in a single devastating shockwave. As Kang Deoksu swings his massive halberd to stop the beast's advance, the high-tier vampire counters with a fiery strike, forcing another ally to pull him away. Grabbing Byung-ho by the head, the high-tier vampire warns that everyone will die before slamming him hard into the ground. After warning Ga-young that it isn't time to worry about others, the high-tier vampire brutally strikes her, sending her skidding across the battlefield. Enraged by the attack on Ga-young, Moon Sang-hoon unleashes his bear transformation and charges forward with a roar, only to be crushed under a massive, heavy blow. Standing triumphantly over the defeated warriors, the high-tier vampire mockingly tells them to watch as he prepares to drain every last drop of their blood. As the high-tier vampire threatens his helpless prey, a sudden burst of lightning heralds the arrival of a mysterious, muscular warrior who halts the beast's rampage. Stepping forward through the electrical aura, Kim Jae-hyun's father introduces himself to the startled defenders as Kim Dong-yoon, arriving just in time to rescue his son's allies. Flashback to a moment earlier shows Jae-hyun analyzing the battle, realizing that the high-level enemy poses a far greater threat than anyone anticipated. Clenching his fist in frustration, Jae-hyun decides to contact his father as an ultimate insurance policy against the overwhelming high-tier vampire. As Kim Dong-yoon steps forward to defend the fallen allies, the high-tier vampire ignites his fiery aura and lunges with a ferocious punch. Channeling his immense power, Kim Dong-yoon launches a devastating high kick that shatters the enemy's body enhancement and pierces straight through his chest. Astonished by the sheer force of a human, the high-tier vampire roars in agony as Kim Dong-yoon unleashes a massive blue energy blast that obliterates everything in its path. Kim Dong-yoon's overwhelming energy blast completely obliterates the high-tier vampire, who laments his failure to fulfill Vlad's will before dying and granting massive experience. Far away in a dark sanctuary, a noble vampire senses Go In-seok's death and orders Seonuri to head to Busan immediately. Jae-hyun gasps as his domain territory expands again, prompting a concerned companion to hand him a cup of water and offer gentle reassurance. Jae-hyun sips his drink while marveling at his father's immense strength, before noticing system windows evaluating Moon Byung-ho's completed daily quests. To Jae-hyun's immense shock, Byung-ho's quest completion hits a jackpot reward, granting Jae-hyun a rare skill point for only the second time. When a companion asks about his sudden excitement, Jae-hyun joyfully exclaims that he won the lottery before laughingly clarifying his statement. Jae-hyun decides to invest his remaining skill points into upgrading his store skill, refusing to gamble on unpredictable traits like Ultimate Shut-in's health. Kim Jae-hyun upgrades Ultimate Shut-in's dignity preservation to level 6, unlocking a brand new system function that erupts with brilliant, golden energy throughout his room. Far across the ruined landscape of Ulsan, a female vampire manifests wings made of blood and prepares to hunt down whoever killed 2 true vampires. Jae-hyun warns his team inside Unit 2902 that the vampires may control all of Ulsan, potentially creating a massive army of high-ranking monsters. Kim Jae-hyun recalls the captured high-ranking vampire's words, warning his group that higher threats exist, leaving Ha Dongjin uncertain about facing multiple high-tier foes. Considering a costly system method to artificially level up his vassals to level 50, Jae-hyun hesitates as his father confidently offers to eliminate 4 enemies. Jae-hyun realizes his father is not exaggerating, knowing his father receives massive stat boosts from his mother's King's Blessing alongside Kim Da-jeong's powerful buffs. Kim Jae-hoon worries about the high-ranking vampire's supreme entity, prompting Moon Ji-hoon to offer to scout Ulsan alone using his rapid mobility ability. Fearing the potential danger of a vampire nest, Jae-hoon reluctantly agrees to Ji-hoon's reconnaissance mission, while promising to pull him out using vassal summon. Flying at high speed toward Ulsan, the mysterious female vampire resolves to conduct a quick sweep of the area before returning. Observing a colossal world tree towering over untouched buildings, the female vampire panics in shock as a sudden surge of blinding light erupts around the territory. Attempting to draw closer, she triggers an automated defense system that denies access and offers citizenship, forcing her to retreat from the untouched sanctuary. Kim Jae-hoon observes her swift escape telepathically, calculating that even without citizenship, the fleeing vampire saw too little of their domain to pose a real threat. Jae-hoon tracks the winged female vampire flying overhead, realizing a high-ranking vampire appeared in under a day while Kim Ji-yeon continues tailing her from a safe distance. Dong-yoon interrupts Jae-hoon's thoughts with a bottle of alcohol and hot ramen, inviting his son to sit down for a quiet midnight chat. Declining the drink due to pressing matters, Jae-hoon listens as Dong-hyun asks him to visit his grandmother, who remains mostly asleep while under their mother's constant care. Kim Jae-hoon agrees to visit his family soon before his father, Kim Dong-yeon, takes a drink during their late-night meal. Setting down his glass, Kim Dong-yoon directly asks his son about his future plans regarding the ongoing threat posed by the vampires. Jae-hoon explains that he must first gauge the vampire's strength before determining a strategy, while Dong-yoon sips his drink silently. Dong-yoon questions the necessity of wiping out the vampires, urging Jae-hoon to consider the risks to his people and utilize his safe zone defense instead. Kim Dong-yoon suggests hiding in the territory, but Jae-hoon remembers past casualties and insists they must protect their safe zone from incoming threats. Haunted by painful memories of lost lives, Jae-hoon vows to eliminate every potential disaster before explaining his painful past directly to his father. After listening gravely to his son's past experiences, Dong-yoon watches Jae-hoon declare his firm intent to eradicate the vampires and rescue survivors. Jae-hoon pours his father a drink while explaining his resolve to assist within his limits, prompting a flushed, emotional apology from Dong-yoon. Flushed with embarrassment, Dong-yoon flusteredly explains his reasoning before offering Jae-hoon more ramen, only for Jae-hoon to smile warmly and thank his father. Above the ruined, monster-infested Ulsan city center, Ji-hoon uses his winged flight to scout the territory from high above, before spotting a sudden commotion below. Terrified and weeping, a young girl flees desperately through the desolate streets, while monster vangs close in on her position. Cornered in a dead-end alley by bloodthirsty vampires, Park Serum breaks down in tears and accepts her grim fate as they leap in to attack. Flying down from above, Ji-hoon swoops in with his winged form to grab Serum and carry her away to safety before reassuring her. Serum taunts the enraged vampires below as Ji-hoon carries her to safety, landing gently on a nearby rooftop to escape the threat. After landing safely, Ji-hoon asks Serum how much she knows about the vampires that have spread throughout the city. Serum claims to be an expert on vampire territory, while Ji-hoon secretly plans to use her knowledge as leverage. When Serum hesitates to share sensitive intel, Ji-hoon suddenly pulls out a bottle of soda and snacks to strike a deal. Serum greedily gulps down the cold soda and gasps with delight, happily accepting Ji-hoon's bribe. After enjoying the soda, Serum ecstatically calls Ji-hoon her master, shocking him until he clarifies that he only wants her to answer his questions. Serum offers to share more information in exchange for a chocolate bar, which Jae-hoon promptly provides through Ji-hoon while she begins explaining Ulsan's vampire distribution. Munching on the chocolate, Serum explains that Taehwa River splits Ulsan into safe, northern, and dangerous vampire-controlled southern territories, prompting Jae-hoon to realize something is amiss. Realizing their current location is south of Taehwa River, Jae-hoon directs Ji-hoon to interrogate Serum on why she was being pursued inside vampire-controlled territory. Ji-hoon questions Serum about her risky location in vampire territory, and she explains she needed food before inviting him to come along to a safe place. Listening through Ji-hoon's link, Jae-hoon decides to meet the survivor group directly to learn why they consider humans to be more dangerous than vampires. Ji-hoon suddenly agrees to relocate and prepares for immediate flight, flustering Serum as she points out their destination across the river. Ji-hoon suddenly grabs Park Serum and flies across the Taehwa River, causing her to drop her precious chocolate bar in mid-air panic. Landing at the designated location, Ji-hoon and Serum announce their return to the survivor base as guards begin opening the fortified entrance gates. A boisterous survivor greets Serum aggressively, but she boldly defends Ji-hoon as her partner before shoving past him into the compound interior. Jae-hoon observes through Ji-hoon's visual link that the survivors, including Jung-woong with his stone fist ability, are all natural metahumans. Monitoring Ji-hoon's visual feed, Jae-hyun realizes the survivor base contains multiple natural metahumans, while Ji-hoon and Sirom navigate deeper inside the underground complex. Inside the darkened staff area, a group of survivors shines a flashlight in Sarom's face, relieved yet surprised to see her return so quickly. Sarom introduces Ji-hoon to her people, but the group quickly scolds her for failing to retrieve food supplies and throwing away her backpack. A terrified young child begs for food while an angry survivor berates Park Sarom for failing her mission and bringing an unknown stranger into their shelter. Observing the survivor's desperate condition through Moon Ji-hoon's visual link, Kim Jae-hyun activates his system ring to grant them what they desire most. Kim Jae-hyun abruptly defends Park Sarom, opening his massive spatial storage to reveal an overwhelming supply of provisions that leaves the entire shelter completely stunned. Overwhelmed by Jae-hyun's massive spatial supply drop, the terrified survivors instantly bow in awe while he calmly offers them comfortable seating. Elsewhere, a powerful vampire lord hears Seo Nuri report the mysterious deaths of his subordinates, before deciding to investigate the giant tree himself. Back at the shelter, survivors explain the regional territory divisions, detailing the three main factions including the sports complex group based inside the mart. Park Sarom explains her team's role in the sports complex group, prompting Jae-hyun to realize the survivor organization in Ulsan is vast. Jae-hyun inquires about the total population and group structure, learning that the sports complex group holds over 10,000 survivors across supply and combat teams. After learning about other factions and independent citizens, Jae-hyun calculates that 30,000 survivors remain locally, leaving him astonished by their sheer numbers. Park Sarom explains how her group defends against vampires alongside the Junggang-dong group while fighting off the criminal industrial zone group. Intrigued by her explanation, Kim Jae-hyun wonders why no conventional monsters like goblins or orcs are mentioned, and prompts Kim Ji-yeon to inquire further. The survivors react with utter bewilderment at the mention of goblins and orcs, revealing they have only ever encountered giant, monster-like boars. Deflecting the awkward tension, Park Sarom smoothly offers to escort Kim Ji-yeon and the others directly to meet her team leader. A high-level system warning blares as Jae-hyun senses an unauthorized presence, realizing with horror that multiple powerful entities are rapidly approaching his home. The intruder is revealed as Vlad Tepes, a level 62 true ancestor and leader of the vampires, whose sudden appearance leaves Jae-hyun in deep shock. Jae-hyun rushes to wake his father, while the ominous vampire chief tests the invisible domain barrier surrounding the city with a surge of dark power. As system warnings flash frantically, Vlad Tepes breaches the protective barrier, causing Jae-hyun immense physical pain as the ancient vampire orders his subordinate to fall back. Vlad Tepes gazes over his shoulder before taking flight with his companion into the night sky, leaving a sweating Jae-hyun to recover as the barrier slowly heals. Gripping his hands tight, Jae-hyun realizes with sudden clarity that the true ancestor intentionally spared Ulsan's survivors instead of wiping out the entire city. Jae-hyun tightly clenches his fist in conflict over provoking such a monstrous entity, before realizing the newly cracked barrier proves the vampire can force his way inside. Fearing the barrier will not stop the enemy, Kim Jae-hyun braces himself and vows to take the initiative before a deadly clash occurs. Inside the complex, Park Sarom guides Kim Ji-yeon toward her leader, bursting into the office to excitedly announce that an incredible guest has arrived. Supply Team 3 leader Shin Young-min smirks menacingly, displaying sharp vampire fangs as he cheerfully introduces himself to his newly arrived visitors. Kim Jae-hyun calculates a strategy to maximize damage against the vampires, initiating an outpost base construction to stake a claim in Ulsan. Jae-hyun reviews the two base requirements, noting Ha Dong-gyeon's party fulfills the vassal condition, while securing suitable territory presents a far greater challenge. Remembering past boss fights, Jae-hyun realizes Ulsan completely lacks goblins or orcs, leaving no local monsters to clear for land qualification. Jae-hyun considers pushing south into vampire territory across Taiwa River, but fears drawing the attention of the powerful entity capable of breaching his domain. Jae-hyun recognizes Shin Young-min as a level 33 middle-tier vampire after dark aura flares, and the vampire mockingly greets the surviving group. Flying alongside Seo Nuri beneath the moonlight, Lord Vlad Tepes glares coldly while blackening skin on his hand slows his supernatural recovery rate. Reflecting on his initial plans to corrupt the young world tree, Vlad recalls how Jae-hyun's massive barrier inflicted harsh recoil for cracking it. Smirking wickedly, Vlad Tepes anticipates the full moon's arrival as a prime opportunity to harvest the divine aura emanating from Jae-hyun's domain. Kim Ji-yeon steps into a quiet corridor to inform Jae-hyun that Supply Team 3's leader, Kim Ji-yeon, also known as Shin Young-min, is actually a vampire. Park Sarom gasps in utter shock as Kim Ji-yeon confirms that their supply leader is a vampire and Jaehyun was the one who conjured their food. Kim Ji-yeon admits to Park Sarum that it is difficult to believe, questioning if she truly trusts his words after knowing him for less than a day. Expressing complete trust in Kim Ji-yeon's capabilities, Park Sarum requests that his group take full responsibility for them if their plans go wrong, which he willingly promises. Discussing their next move against the vampire team leader, Kim Ji-yeon explains they must monitor him until his comrades arrive, prompting Park Sarum to agree to the mission. The following day, Ha Dongjin's party smoothly completes their operation, while Kim Ji-yeon uses his invisibility ability to uncover a blood-drained corpse inside the vampire leader's private quarters. Kim Jae-hyun reflects on proving the deceased Team 3 leader was a vampire before activating construction mode to begin building an outpost base. Discovering 6 knights at the site doubles his construction efficiency, allowing Jae-hyun to spend 9 crystals to instantly complete the base. Bright light surges over the city as the system grants citizenship to survivors, bringing 7 metahumans under Jae-hyun's territory. Inside the shelter, Jae-hyun's allies express relief that the crisis is over, just as the power suddenly restores, astonishing everyone present. A survivor assumes the mission is over, but Ha Dongjin warns him that 19 hidden vampires remain active inside the mart. The vampire title triggers a 90% stat reduction and intense pain, prompting Kim Jae-hyun to command his allies to eliminate them all. Kim Jae-hyun activates Vassal Summon to bring forth his warriors, who swiftly strike down the weakened vampires throughout the venue. Grateful citizens witness the heroic rescue as system notifications confirm their rising trust level, leaving only 1 vampire remaining. Kim Jae-hyun summons Seo Yejin and steps through a glowing portal to introduce himself directly to the citizens inside the newly established outpost base. Astonished survivors watch in disbelief as Kim Jae-hyun enters alongside his team, introducing himself and offering to explain the chaotic situation unfolding around them. Jae-hyun summons a megaphone through his system store to announce that hidden vampires were amongst them, vowing to expose and punish their sins before the horrified crowd. Outraged survivors scream in furious unity, demanding the immediate execution of the captured traitor who desperately hurls insults back at the mob. Kim Jae-hyun coldly observes the crowd's burning hatred toward vampires, while the bound traitor helplessly screams that his master will come to save him. Activating his system powers to summon a live round, Kim Jae-hyun executes the low-tier vampire, instantly boosting his trust levels among the cheering survivors. Jae-hyun senses deep madness, resentment, and fury within the crowd's cheers, solemnly reflecting on the harsh reality of the apocalyptic world they inhabit. Park Sarum raises her hand nervously to ask if the threat is over, while Kim Jae-hyun confirms the mart is cleared of vampires and inquires about their next steps. Kim Jae-hyun asks about Supply Team 3's original mission, before instructing them to continue providing supplies to the survivor groups with his full backing. Kim Jae-hyun unexpectedly appoints Park Sarum as the new leader of Supply Team 3, prompting her flustered yet determined acceptance as her trust level sharply increases. Park Sarum excels as the leader of Supply Team 3, quelling early survivor resistance as Kim Jae-hyun provides endless food supplies to win their total allegiance. While Sarum manages supply distribution, Jae-hyun and his vassals analyze maps as Seo Yejin uses her tamed scout rats to gather intelligence across Ulsan. The team discovers that high-tier vampires control all 3 major survivor groups in Ulsan, leaving the human resistance completely trapped within the enemy's grasp. Realizing Ulsan is merely a massive human slaughterhouse run by vampires, Jae-hyun despairs as he finds himself trapped deep within enemy-controlled territory. Jae-hyun laments how vampire infiltration has ruined his plan to unite survivors, leaving him with limited options while his companion asks for their next move. Driven to a corner, Jae-hyun resolves to tear down everything around them with his most provocative and effective strategy yet. Amid ruined cityscapes, a shadowy figure unclasps a small glass vial and quietly drinks the mysterious dark liquid inside. A vampire minion questions their team leader about hiding among human survivors, but the leader reassures him that humans across the river are sacrifices for a ritual. Suddenly, the leader gasps in shock as a dark bloodstain spreads across his chest, coughing blood before his head explodes from a lethal surprise attack. Panicked vampires scream about an unseen intruder before Jae-hyun's team unleashes a devastating long-range ambush that instantly cuts the enemy forces down. After clearing their respective zones, Jae-hyun's vassals telepathically report to him that all civilian hostages are completely safe and all sectors remain fully secured. Jae-hyun details how his specialized squads deployed poison mist, tactical guerrilla strikes, and coordinated assassinations to methodically eradicate the scattered enemy forces across the region. Reviewing his system hunting notifications, Jae-hyun outlines his plan to monitor the true ancestor and 11 high-tier vampires in real time to counter their impending counterattack. Jaehyun checks in telepathically with Yu Hangkil to confirm that no unexpected anomalies have occurred, while maintaining complete surveillance over the entire operational area. Jaehyun explains how combining Hangkil's maximized long-distance sight with his own ultimate eyes allows real-time tracking of numbered high-tier vampires across Ulsan until Target 11 begins moving. Terrified lower-tier vampires flee in panic from a sudden human invasion, only to be cut off as an elite team leader steps in to intercept them. Ha Donghyun enters a combat stance using his black energy and spear, exploiting the vampire's vulnerability to high-impact abilities before they can react. Ha Dongjin rapidly slaughters the middle-tier vampires, reaching level 50 and completely clearing out the target location with his deadly spear technique. Jaehyun marks Target 11 off his map and directs Hangkil to focus their real-time monitoring solely on Target 9 after detecting movement from Target 7. Jaehyun coordinates high-powered strike operations, using dark energy and strategic map tracking to systematically crush and eliminate high-tier vampire targets across the region. Vladtep senses the overwhelming power threatening his forces across the Taiwa River and decides to initiate his full plan immediately despite the incomplete moon. Kim Ga-young unleashes her piercing arrow of light ability to strike down designated vampire targets in rapid succession during the ongoing combat mission. Jaehyun marks 4 high-tier vampire eliminations on his map while realizing that the enemy forces are now fully aware and preparing for their counterattack. Jaehyun strategizes using Seo Yejin's mice and Moon Byung-ho's skills to wipe out vampires before Hangkil telepathically alerts him to a dire emergency. Jaehyun learns that infiltrated vampires have gone berserk, causing chaos and attacking innocent human survivors who panic and desperately try to defend themselves. A combatant intervenes with a staff to rescue fleeing survivors, revealing that the attacking humans are secretly infiltrated vampires controlled by surrounding mice. As a combatant attacks with a staff, survivors realize in shock that the unexpected creature fleeing from the scene is actually a small mouse. Thanks to Ha Dongjin and his team's rescue efforts, survivors enter the safe territory, but available base space is rapidly running out. Realizing the mart cannot hold all survivors, Kim Jaehyun opens his skill window to spend skill points to reduce the burden. Weighing his skill options, Jaehyun levels up Ultimate Shut-in's door, unlocking the 4 great gates to aid his territory's expanding logistics. Jaehyun learns each gate possesses unique functions and immediately activates the south gate, summoning a massive portal that allows mass relocation without consuming mental strength. Realizing a leader is required to guide the crowd, Jaehyun issues a loyalty quest to Park Seram and contacts her telepathically through the newly opened gate. Jaehyun coordinates the relocation through the portal, while Park Seram and her clones guide the incoming survivors to clear the overcrowded area. Confident that Kim Daebin can handle the Busan operations despite the massive influx, Jaehyun prepares to return to eliminating high-tier vampires. Jaehyun suddenly notices Yu Hangkil collapsing in exhaustion from overusing his ability and teleports directly to his side to check on him. Jaehyun checks on Hangkil and calls for Seo Yejin, who bursts in with urgent news that no high-tier vampires can be seen anywhere in Ulsan. Lord Vlad Tapes gathers his subordinate vampires and abruptly begins a crimson blood ritual, sacrificing them all early because circumstances have suddenly changed. Vlad Tepes violently absorbs the blood essence of his subordinates, forcing Seo Nuri to serve as his aerial eyes while completing his full moon blood festival ritual. Elsewhere, Kang Deoksu slashes through enemy lines while Kim Jae-hyun and his allies desperately fight off endless swarms of frenzied vampires. Kim Jae-hyun grows deeply suspicious as the high-tier vampires disappear, realizing their sudden retreat and mass-frenzied swarms are merely a calculated diversion. Deducing that high-tier vampires can grow stronger through cannibalization, Jae-hyun realizes the enemy leader is buying time by devouring his own kind to maximize his power. Realizing he must act immediately, Jae-hyun contacts Lee Junhyuk to open a portal, so his father and allies can safely evacuate before getting overrun. Junhyuk nods in agreement while Kim Jae-hyun focuses his ultimate eyes and unleashes his power to command Open North Gate. A scout mouse scuttles through magical surge currents as a massive, towering ice crystal structure erupts from the ground and opens a mysterious spatial portal. Kim Dong-hyun and allies react in shock as Jae-hyun's telepathic command orders an immediate retreat through the newly manifested portal to escape swarming vampires. Jae-hyun summons a barbell from storage and commands the west gate to open, preparing to unleash massive destruction on the bridge and destroy incoming enemies. Moon Ji-hoon flies overhead and reports that the bridge is visible, as Jae-hyun opens storage to launch a massive blast that completely obliterates the single bridge. Debris falls into the water following the massive explosion, leaving Jae-hyun amazed by the power as he smiles while observing the aftermath in the city. Vlad Tepes forces a spiritual eye link onto Seo Nuri, ordering her to serve as his eyes to track down their attackers under threat of complete absorption. Sayonuri takes flight and desperately searches the city, spotting the targets by the bridge right before a devastating kinetic strike obliterates the location in a fiery explosion. Jaehyun's allies celebrate the destruction of the enemy base. But Jaehyun realizes the strike only stalled level 62 Vlad Teeps, since atmospheric friction evaporated half the barbell. Choi Sungjun maintains a protective telekinetic shield over the party as colossal debris crashes around them, marveling at the destructive force unleashed by Jaehyun's attack. Receiving Jaehyun's telepathic command to retreat through the door to Ulsan, Choi Sungjun learns an explosive blast is imminent and agrees to shield the vassals. As the explosion subsides, Choi Sungjun rallies the team to move immediately, while Jaehyun telepathically urges everyone to finish off the enemy before he recovers. Stepping out onto the completely destroyed battlefield, the party looks over the smoking ruins left behind by Jaehyun's devastating kinetic strike. The survivors discuss whether the enemy could survive under the rubble, leading Choi Sungjun to propose scanning the debris for any signs of movement. Choi Sungjun spreads his telekinetic field thinly to detect movement, but a sudden crimson energy spike pierces directly through his chest before he can react. A crimson energy mass condenses as a dark entity emerges from the ground, taunting the human survivors for daring to push him this far. Vlad Tepes cackles maniacally as dark blood energy surges, declaring that the blood festival has already begun, and his new world will take over. Crimson blood mass erupts into high-tier vampires, shocking the surrounding fighters who instantly recognize the terrifying, dark-eyed creatures as the missing high-tier vampires. Pointing his sharp claws forward, Vlad Tepes orders his high-tier vampires to keep the defenders tied down until the grand blood festival fully unfolds. Kim Dong-yoon unleashes a dazzling lightning aura strike to intercept the enemy horde before barking urgent tactical orders to his allies. Kim Dong-yoon clashes violently with the empowered true ancestor Vlad Tepes, but the vampire easily overpowers him and inflicts a brutal, chest-piercing blow. A desperate human defender brandishes his spear against a creeping crimson shadow monster as Kim Dong-yoon collapses in agony. Vlad Tepes strides toward the severely wounded Kim Dong-yoon, coldly telling the blood-spitting metahuman to accept his inevitable defeat. Vlad Tepes prepares to deliver a lethal finish, while declaring that all humans are merely helpless prey destined to submit to their violent fate. Jaehyun commands the hostile vampire to lower her hand before unleashing a dark power that cancels the festival and overwhelms the terrified monster. Reaching level 6 inches dignity preservation unlocks descent, allowing Jaehyun to teleport directly to a loyal vassal's location and unleash absolute, unstoppable power. The system detects a hostile entity and automatically activates an absolute elimination routine, vaporizing the attacking vampire into a dark pool of energy. Jaehyun releases a surge of dark energy that vaporizes the remaining blood monsters, causing the exhausted survivors to celebrate as the threat collapses into black smoke. Wiping away his dark eye power, a fatigued Jaehyun checks on his injured father Kim Dong-yoon, who gives a reassuring thumbs up after surviving the brutal fight. Jaehyun asks Kim Da-jung to treat his father after finishing Sungjun, before instructing his allies to search the surrounding area for any unevacuated citizens. Jaehyun urges his exhausted group to hold on a bit longer, but his father curiously asks if all previous defeated monsters also vanished into black smoke. Jaehyun expresses confusion when an ally asks if the entities release red smoke, just as red mist suddenly billows up right behind Jaehyun. An ally screams at Jaehyun to watch out behind him as a hostile red energy entity lunges forward to attack him from behind. The system automatically deploys its defense territory, shielding Jaehyun while he wonders how the entity is alive and inside a restricted space without citizenship. Enveloped in a violent red aura, the enraged entity roars in frustration, while Jaehyun catches a faint sensation from the lingering demonic power. Jaehyun analyzes the black energy within himself and the hostile red energy protecting his enemy before his automated defense system activates to eliminate the intruder. The berserk enemy demands more blood as he lunges toward Ha Donggin's unit with frantic ferocity. Jaehyun steps forward to counter the threat, channeling purple magic as he prepares to unleash Invisible Hand. A colossal spectral hand manifests amidst blood and crimson energy, unleashing gigantification, to crush the field while shocked warriors prepare for impact. Jaehyun realizes the system only destroys the physical vessel, forcing him to obliterate every drop of blood to permanently slay the true ancestor. Reflecting on system rules, Jaehyun deduces that a hostile entity's detection relies entirely on his own perception of what constitutes a real threat. Terrified allies watch in awe as Jaehyun's growing power manifests, realizing his abilities are deeply entwined with his own consciousness. Reeling from Jaehyun's overwhelming power, Vlad Tepes screams in disbelief as a terrifying dark sphere manifests and threatens to consume him. Consciously realizing the vampire's body is pure blood, Jaehyun forces the system to alter its detection conditions to target the hostile entity. The modified system triggers an absolute suppression, draining Vlad Tepes' connection to the Great One, while he cries out against the monstrous existence standing before him. Unfazed by the ancient vampire's curses, Jaehyun declares he is merely a shut-in protecting his people from monsters like him. Realizing his opponent wields immense power for such a soft motivation, the true ancestor's vessel disintegrates into a fiery aura of red blood energy. As Vlad Tepes collapses and loses his power, Kim Jae-hyun realizes that his conscious intent can directly alter and control the system's automatic responses. Jae-hyun restrains the weakened true ancestor with invisible hand and interrogates him about the red power, but the monster only begs the Great One for mercy. Realizing the vampire will not give answers, Jae-hyun turns his attention back to leveling up his vassals in preparation for the upcoming battles. Kim Jae-hyun commands Oh Yeonju to finish off the suppressed true ancestor Vlad Tepes, yielding massive experience and liquid gold. Overwhelmed by the absurd multi-billion gold settlement, Jaehyun passes out from the severe pain of his territory expanding, while skills level up continuously. Jaehyun awakens safely in his own home, realizing his loyal vassals carried him back while he collapsed during the territory expansion. Jaehyun checks his updated system interface to discover his domain reached level 30 with 100,000 citizens, unlocking a brand new enhancement system called Star Power. Jaehyun considers spending gold to enhance his citizens with star ratings, realizing that combining the crown's bonus will double the stat boost applied to his loyal vassals. Walking to the door after reviewing his newly added abilities, Jaehyun opens it to find Seo Yejin checking on him and calling out his name with a smile. Surprised by her unannounced presence, Jaehyun learns that Ha Donggin's party entrusted her with his care, before she nervously asks to speak with him for a moment. Sitting together at the table, Jaehyun is shocked to learn from Seo Yejin that he has been unconscious for 2 full days following his grueling battle. Yejin explains that after the true ancestor died, monster swarms invaded Ulsan, where unaware survivors lived as livestock inside the vampire's safe fences. She details how survivors grew suspicious and unfavorable toward rescue teams, while Jaehyun realizes they reached large marts out of desperation during the vampire rampage. Jaehyun decides to temporarily leave Ulsan alone, knowing forcing survivors to evacuate will only breed resentment, and wait until they are ready to join. Jaehyun and his companion agree to wrap up the operation, but she hesitatingly pauses to deliver one final serious warning to him. Shocked by ominous memories of his family's dark fate, Jaehyun realizes with horror that 3 memorial altars with incense are set up for his deceased relatives. Dressed in a formal suit, Jaehyun arrives at a solemn funeral facility where solemn guards usher him inside to face the heartbreaking reality. Jaehyun steps solemnly into the funeral hall where mourners bow, learning that 3 vassals tasked with evacuating civilians were killed by rampaging vampires. The chief mourner offers Jaehyun full support while revealing the 3 casualties, including Hong Kyung-taek from Jang Seung-jun's party, whose portrait sits among the deceased. Hong Kyung-taek's young daughter clutches Jaehyun's trousers and tearfully begs him to resurrect her dad, leaving Jaehyun shaken by the impossible request of resurrecting the dead. Jaehyun realizes granting resurrection is an impossible temporary fix, acknowledging that he cannot continuously revive lost family members for every grieving survivor. As Oh Yeonju pulls the crying child into a warm embrace, Hong Kyung-taek's daughter breaks down into agonizing tears while screaming out for her deceased father. Observing the grieving crowd, Jaehyun laments this cruel, broken world and resolves to take matters into his own hands by fundamentally changing the world itself. Jaehyun stands silently amidst the grieving crowd at the funeral, quietly swearing to change this cruel world so no child has to endure such loss ever again. Lee Junhyuk thanks Jaehyun for attending the memorial service, while Jaehyun checks in regarding Hong Kyung-taek's daughter Gina, learning that Junhyuk's family will take responsibility for raising her. Gina tearfully reminds Jaehyun of his promise to create a peaceful world, and he firmly locks pinkies with her to solidify his vow. Returning home the next morning, Jaehyun enhances his party's star power before investing skill points to boost his ultimate shut-in's health. Leveling up his health skill unlocks the unexpected feature Serene Mind, leaving Jaehyun curious about how this mental capability will affect him. Kim Jae-hyun decides to experience the Absolute's door himself to test its capabilities before walking through the doorway to visit his family's home. Jaehyun greets his grandfather upon arrival, explaining that he came to visit his sleeping grandmother. Checking on his bedridden grandmother, Jaehyun notes that she can barely remain awake for 10 minutes whenever she rouses. After learning his parents are preparing dinner in the kitchen, Jaehyun agrees to join his grandfather for a family meal. Looking at his sleeping grandmother, Jaehyun asks about her condition and learns that her state remains unchanged. Jaehyun expresses relief that his grandmother wakes briefly each day, but she suddenly opens her eyes and excitedly leaps into his arms upon recognizing him. Reflecting on Fairy reaching level 13, Jaehyun notes her territorial recovery aura increased natural healing by 900%, proving vital following the vampire battle. Lee Bong-yeol prepares to treat his bedridden wife using green healing aura, while Jaehyun worries deeply about her severe weight loss and months of malnutrition. Jaehyun worries his grandmother's body will reach its limit before the fairy levels up enough to wake her, realizing he must find another way. Activating Ultimate Eyes, Jaehyun discovers a mysterious transparent energy absorbing his grandfather's green aura inside his grandmother's body, preventing her full recovery. Upon reaching toward the strange energy force, Jaehyun is suddenly blinded by a radiant flash of light that transports his consciousness into a pristine forest. Lee Bong-yeol violently grabs Jaehyun's shoulder and shouts at him to snap out of it after he suddenly zones out during the aura treatment. Jaehyun falls backward while reassuring his frantic grandfather that he is okay after experiencing an alarming vision while examining his bedridden grandmother. Realizing the strange entity in his grandmother is linked to transparent energy, Jaehyun watches silently as his grandfather prepares to channel his healing green aura once more. Jaehyun recalls how his black flame collided with the transparent energy, concluding that the entity treated him as an enemy when he attempted to intervene. Kim Jaehyun recognizes that burning the parasitic energy inside his bedridden grandmother would inevitably cause her severe physical harm, forcing him to seek an alternative solution. Awakening slowly as her family anxiously gathers around, Jaehyun's grandmother weakly calls out Jaehyun's name while Jaehyun looks on in somber silence. Jaehyun's bedridden grandmother happily greets her grandson, who smiles warmly and confirms his presence while asking about her current physical health. Yawning weakly, Jaehyun's grandmother admits to feeling sleepy as a glowing green healing aura subtly begins enveloping her body. Jaehyun cautiously inquires about a giant tree, causing his grandmother to freeze in shock as the phrase "world tree" triggers a sudden glowing reaction. A massive spatial distortion violently interrupts the scene, prompting Jaehyun's system shield skill to automatically defend against a powerful shockwave.